Yes. Okay. I'm clicking transmit live.
Okay, bye.
Bye-bye. Let me see. Hello. Hello, everyone. My hair is just... I'm gonna fix this. I'm gonna fix this mess with you together. Only real fans are still here, and the not real fans are not. Unless you're a real fan and you're not here, in which case I apologize, you're still a real fan. But for the real fans that are here, thank you. And for the real fans that are not here, I hope you will be here. Hello, Oren. I swear I know you from somewhere, but also I'm not sure where from. I could have sworn that I know. Oh no. Oh my god. Okay, we need to... I need to change the channel because... Oh god, I hate the multi-screen messing up. I just hate it. Oh, you hate Drakengard too? Why do you hate it? It's the ending when you do the good thing in Drakengard 1, right? Okay, I'm gonna tell you to please join the page. We're having a panel today, so we'll see how that goes. I've never been on a panel before, so it's gonna be a totally new experience for me. I'm a baby panelist. A baby panelee. So I hope that goes well. We're gonna, for now, like, the thing's gonna be in over an hour. And for now, I've got for you... I hope it's still working. Okay, it's still working. So for now, I've got for you here... FF16. Right? We're gonna play FF16. I even got the physical version. So we're gonna set it up to install. I'm gonna smell the disc. I'm gonna smell the disc. I'm gonna show you the physical disc. It's here. And now I have to leave the desk to go around the desk and insert it into the console. So I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. I guess there was a disc already inside it. I didn't even know how to insert a disc. I've never used a PS5 before. It was okay the first time around, but being forced to play on a higher difficulty on New Game Plus made me want to rip my hair out. And for the first playthrough, you don't see any new cutscenes until the final chapter. Oh my god. Look at this! FF16 copying! Alright. This is gonna be our FF experience, which I don't know why I'm wearing the headset right now. The sound is not going through the headset, it's going through the TV, so I don't know why I don't even know what I'm doing. What am I even doing? It's true, migrate, Pipa. Pipa. I will call you Pipa because in Polish, Pipa is a bad word. So I'm gonna call you Pipa. I'm gonna pour myself some Pepsi. What do you think my chances are for the panel? Are you gonna root for this Ducky Kickler? Are you gonna root for me for the panel? Yeah, Polish language lore. I might have to go fetch my phone. Since it'll be fun. Hope so too. It's copying. I'll be right back. I don't know much about your allies either. Well, one of the people is neutral. One of the people is neutral, so we'll see. We will see. Okay, I'll be right back. Just have fun. I will do my best. As much fun as you actually can have in this circumstance. We'll see. Maybe I will have much as fun. Apparently, I've heard President Sunday is gonna watch this. For ending C, you get a slideshow for a cutscene. After that, you watch a bunch of cutscenes you've already seen. Okay. So I might get judged by President Sunday today, which is like the thing that might happen to me. I'll be right back. I know. I've actually got 2 books that I want to show you, okay? There are 2 books that I want to show you. I went to a book meeting with an author of a book. I'm gonna test something right now, okay? I hope it won't screw up the... Okay, I'm gonna do full screen for a second. And then I hope the capture card will not go crazy from me switching back. This is a test. We're on uncharted waters. I'm gonna sniff the book. He's gonna sniff the book. So, the first book is this. Look at the cover. The author was there today, by the way. It's written by Constante Gebert, and his nickname is Kostek. The book's title is Final Solutions, Genociders and Their Work. And the man on the cover is actually literally holding the bones of his loved ones who were genocided. So the cover is extremely apropos. And this book is sort of like an overview of many different genocides. I'm gonna read a thing from the book to you. And by read, I mean I'm gonna do a translation. Before Raphael Lemkin created the term genocide, the extermination of whole groups was actually considered by most lawyers and rulers to be the right of any sovereign government. You know, that a mass extermination of a people was the sovereign right of a government. A farmer has the right to exterminate its herd. If you try to stop the farmer, you are interfering in their property. Constante Gebert follows the history of genocide through the last 120 years, from murdering by the German Empire of the native people of Nambia, to the Turkish Armenian genocide, the murders committed in Cambodia, and genocide in Yugoslavia, and the genocide that is happening right now in China. The author asks, what are the sources and the consequences, and how can we stop it so that the slogan "never again" is not empty, right? It also has a whole thing dedicated to the Holodomor, just so you know, because any actual human being recognizes that Holodomor was a genocide. So it does also speak of Holodomor. I looked inside of the book, and I know it actually does talk of the Holodomor as well. The other book by the same author is called Peace with an Outlook for War: The History of Israel. Peace with an Outlook for War. Constante Gebert looks at Israel from a very interesting perspective of a religious Jewish person, but also a liberal Democrat who very personally was engaged in fighting different forms of oppression in Poland and the world. His story about Israel is very colorful, but without sugaring and trying to avoid the hardest of topics. It is a fascinating lecture. So we'll see. So I got these two books today. They're both bricks. They're both bricks. The genocide one is... The genocide one is 600 and... No, 592 pages. Because the rest is just add-ons. 592. This one is... Oh, yeah. I got a sign I'm going to show you. Well, the sign is for my mom. It's not for me. The sign is not for me. It's for my mom. 781, right? So there you go. This is like the sign. And he told my mom, so what do you want me to write on it? What do you want me to write for the sign? And my mom was like, write whatever you want. And he was like, well, no, I can't write whatever I want. Do I look like a book writer? You tell me what to write. And mom said, write from the heart. And he wrote, to name from the heart. He wrote the literal from the heart. So there you go. My mom said write from the heart, and so he did. He just wrote from the heart. All right, we can play it. So we're gonna play it for a bit before the panel, which is gonna be the most exciting panel. But for now, it's Final Fantasy time. I hope it's not gonna be in Polish. I swear to God, I hope it's not gonna be in Polish, okay? If it's gonna be in Polish, then I'm gonna just shoot myself. Yeah, I muted the TV. I don't know if the books have an English translation. That is something we would need to look into. This one is a really good Final Fantasy, I've heard. This is the team that made Final Fantasy 14, by the way. Oh no, it's in Polish. Holy crap. No, we're not gonna play it in Polish. Look, Español Latinoamérica and a separate Español España. I've played a bit of Deutsch, Francois, Nihongo, English. Okay, we're gonna play it in English. Why am I wearing these? Oh my god. Why am I wearing the headphones? I'm not getting any sound from the headphones. And I just wear them like a... It's like a... Oh, okay, so... This is a bit tricky, actually. because I've heard that the mouth movements are actually made for the English voices, not the Japanese ones. I heard that the mouth sync is actually made for the English voices. So you tell me which voices you want me to stream in, Japanese or English. Apparently this game was actually made primarily for the English voices. At least the mouth movement corresponds more to the English than Japanese. So I guess I'm gonna leave it to the chat. If you want Japanese, press write Japanese, and if you want English, write English. I think so. It does seem that way, that the game was made with English. Also, unfortunately, the gamepad might just die at some point, so I might need to recharge it. It's not supercharged. Maya Major says English. Is Maya Major gonna be the only person to vote? American. Okay, that works. Yeah, no Japanese lip sync, but the script is in Japanese. I say English. Okay. How do I accept the... Oh. Okay, we're gonna have to join the backstage of Wick at some point. Okay, we'll just do like visual alerts. I have no clue what that is, so no. Gameplay focus, story focused, action. Wow, what the hell? Begin the game equipped with several accessories that simplify gameplay. No, we're not gonna do that. Recommended for those players who are less comfortable with action games and wish to focus more on game story elements. So basically it's an easy mode. I've heard about it. Begin the game with standard equipment. Recommended for those players who are comfortable with action games. We're not gonna do the easy mode. Come on. Okay. Final confirmation. Okay. The console is so loud.
It was Moss the Chronicler who said that the land of Valisthea is blessed in the light of the Mother Crystals. And that it was this light which finally led our forebears out of the darkness. Yet, what they saw in the light gave rise to temptation. Temptation that ever lures us back into the crystal shadow. And thus did our journey begin.
Get louder. pause. That the TV audio is coming out a tiny bit before the game audio. I think we're getting direct audio from the capture card. Wait. What do you mean? I'm not sure what you mean. Oh wow, that's already gameplay. I'm playing as the summon Phoenix. Wait, that means... Let's test it. Let's test that theory. No, I cannot. I cannot even test that theory. Okay. The question is, does it, like, interrupt the stream experience? That's the thing. That's the main thing for me. Oh my god. My remote is... Damn, this game's gonna be good, I bet. It's made by Final Fantasy XIV team. Oh, Yoshitaka Amano, the face.
It'll be light soon. Both camps have begun to stir.
You all know the target. Shiva's dominant. And only the dominant.
No one else? Where's the fun in that? How do we even know the girl will be among them?
Our kind do not question orders. We follow them. Try to keep that in mind.
Let's get this done.
Why I want to hear the game as well. What the hell?
Focus, Wyvern. You are key to this mission's success.
Yes, Sergeant.
Okay, I'm not sure how you're hearing the direct audio from the main menu system. Options on the system tab include wireless controller configuration as well as video audio accessibility and language. But why can't I hear what you hear on my headphones? I don't get it. PS4 has its own source, but it's only on the OBS, and I don't know how to link it. Wait, I think there's a way, actually. There is. Wait. Okay, which one am I not using right now? How about if we get the kit? If I do this, maybe I can just... No, I... Yeah, that's because one audio is from the TV, you're literally hearing the TV, and the other is from the PS4. That is on the OBS. Okay, I think I know. Okay, that is troublesome. I don't know how to... Oh, that's a problem. Because I mute the TV and the PS4 in OBS still plays, but only for you and not for me. Okay? Now the audio only plays for you, but I cannot hear it. Oof. Unless...
Focus, Wyvern.
I don't know how to change that. This is a problem. Oh? Well. Now we fixed it. Okay, we've done it. Now it should be fine. As bizarre as it sounds, I just entered the option test audio, and now it plays for me as well. Thank you. That's a workaround, I guess. There will be no double audio anymore. The main menu. Yeah, we are.
We don't have time for this. All hell is about to break loose.
All hell is about to break loose. We don't have time for this, ladies. All hell is about to break loose. All hell is about to break Lucy. Lucy Hazet. I cannot run. Keep in mind that this wonderful game has been made by the Final Fantasy XIV team. So this is because FF14 team had to work with FF14 1.0, and this is what happens when the team is able to create a whole game from zero without having a crappy version to have to improve upon.
Time to move.
Okay, so tell gently to walk and
Just in time.
Now the audio is unsynced. Weirdly. Okay, the audio lost sync for some reason. This is so bizarre. Okay, you know what? Jesus Christ. I'm gonna go back to the TV, okay? We're gonna be listening to the TV again after all. Yeah.
These iron blood are not beasts, no man.
Why this is going, they won't need this new dominant of theirs. What?
We can hear it well now, right? Of course.
To the gates! Quickly! Move! What do you mean you refuse? Did you not pledge your swords to our cause?
This game is so complicated.
Marshal, the King of Waloed is our guest.
And you have His Majesty's answer.
Damn. Who needs bottles of water when you just can use a crystal?
I
Jesus.
wonder that you summoned us at all. Have you so little faith in your own men?
Yes.
It was the Dalmex who drove back the Crusaders in the Battle of the Twin Realms, was it not? Or am I mistaken?
I have no idea what's going on.
Besides, your dominant has yet to take the field. And when he does, our knights would only get in the way.
Perhaps you have not heard, but the Iron Blood now have their own dominant. We would be fools to underestimate them.
Bugger their knights.
What did you say?
Should this citadel be allowed to fall, the capital will lie exposed. And I doubt the Crusaders will wait for the good king's pawns to line up before taking to the board.
Jesus.
Which just leaves me.
Toga!
The Iron Blood will rule the day they set foot on Storm. This game is over.
But this game has only started.
You cock.
Damn.
Benedict,
take care.
Does the lion take care when he chases the hare? Or do you think me one of the latter?
No, my love. You are a lion. You're my lion.
Is this safe to
A
stream?
little frost, Benedicta. But I will need someone to warm me when I come home.
Alright. Seems it's okay for now. Down.
The front lines are gone. This is our chance. The chaos will conceal us.
Whose side am I on, even? My brain is fogged. It's not Devil May Cry. I cannot bounce off walls. Oh? I can do that. It's a full-on action game. Damn.
And quick and deadly, as always. Take the van.
We're gonna fight?
Wait. Something's not right.
Titan. The Daleks finally grew tired of being slaughtered.
And look who's here to greet the bastard.
Come on.
Damn. Uh-oh, quick time event? No, it's not. I expected a quick time event.
Here, Wyvern.
We're gonna pause now because my controller is low. So I have to take a cable. Also, we need to actually be careful of the time because in 30 minutes the event will start. So there you go. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go to the toilet as well. When does backstage start? Like 5 minutes before. I'm gonna tell you. Okay? Jesus. Everybody. One person dropped out. One person will be 5 to 10 minutes late. So like, yeah, 5 minutes before I have to be on at the backstage. One moment, okay? I'll be right back. Enjoy the music. Enjoy the game. Enjoy yourselves. Okay. Boom. Let's see. Is it? It's charging, yeah. I cannot save. Does this game utilize save points? Let's go. You mean I cannot solo Titan? What a game. Oh my gosh, we've been waiting for this. Have we not been waiting for this? Okay, where do I go? Am I gonna lose? Oh my gosh, swearing in Final Fantasy? Times have changed. It used to be you Spoony Bard, and now it's just F-bombs. My gosh. protagonist is like me before. I was me when I was trying to fix the technical issues, which would have been still not fixed if it were not for some aesthetic. Did he get smashed?
Wyvern! Wyvern!
My God.
I told you before, you do not get to die here.
Was that other person squashed?
If you're not cut out to be a shield, there's always work for you in the stables. Unless, of course, you think you can defend your master while sat on your arse in a puddle of pig swill.
I'm sure he'd find a way. My brother always looks after me. Right?
Go on. You're sure to hit him eventually.
Don't give up now.
Two arms. It wouldn't do to disappoint the gallery. Let's start again from the beginning. Come, show me your form.
Press X to perform a melee attack. Up to 4 attacks can be chained together.
Very good. Such swordsmanship will serve you well in the field. But can the same be said of your spellcraft? The flames of the phoenix burn within you. Now let them burn without.
Yeah, I've actually heard about it just now, so I'm not really sure what to think of it yet. Like, do you mean like the Russian Civil War, or which news do you mean? You mean about the Civil War, or which news do you mean? I've just heard some super new news about a civil war, but it's unconfirmed. Also, yeah, you can have a dog in this game. And the dog became the most popular Final Fantasy character of the whole series.
Come, Clive. Rain fire down upon me. Excellent.
Don't I have magic points?
Keep them coming. Well done. You wield the Firebird's flames just as a first shield should. You flatter me, my lord.
Omono tyczyła kwaterę główną Wagnera w Molkinie. Jest tam również 10. brygada specjalnego przeznaczenia GRU. Nie wiadomo, po czyjej są stronie. Wagnerowcy zajęli pozycję obronną i zapadała walka. What, so you're saying that Wagner has started a civil war, or what? We might look into it after the panel thing. Yeah. Can you link the whole thing? Also, can you join the page, Philip? I'm gonna link the page now. Join it and link the whole thing, okay? I wasn't aware that you spoke Polish, Philip. I was not aware that you were Polish. Maybe I forgot. Maybe you've told it to me before and I just forgot. All right. Okay. I must have forgotten about it.
Or would you rather I flattened you? Can be arranged. Let's see if you can elude my blade. After all, your attacking prowess will count for naught if you don't live long enough to use it. On your toes, Lord Rossfield.
Keep trying, Clive.
Jesus.
Good. Move only when you must. Let's try. How did you dodge that? Good. Remember, Clive, your blade is not your only weapon. Quickness of thought and fleetness of foot are indispensable arms in any shield's arsenal. But you are not just any shield, are you? Show me what sets you apart from the rest. You have been blessed by the Phoenix, granted the use of its power. Call upon that power now to close on me. Well, I'm waiting.
Iconic feats. The blessing of Phoenix grants Clive the ability to perform feats of inhuman strength and dexterity. Phoenix Shift is one such iconic feat. Press circle to swiftly close in on a distant target. Both melee and range attacks magic can be used while executing Phoenix Shift.
Fly at your foe before he can raise his gun. Impressive.
It's true.
But even the most agile shield cannot hope to escape every blow. And death may come by a handful of cuts as easily as it comes by 1,000. There is only one way to ensure that you do not fall. Keep your wounds mended and your energies replenished. Speaking of which, my lord, you seem a little worse for wear. Now that won't do at all.
How? Oh. Consumable items such as potions and tonics can be used to restore Clive's HP or temporarily boost attributes. Consumables can be assigned to the directional buttons via items tab in the main menu for quick and convenient use. These items can be also used directly from the menu. Okay, we're gonna assign main menu attributes. The attributes tab provides a comprehensive overview of Clive's current level, status, abilities, and gear. Yeah. Items. The tab contains a list of non-gear units, blah 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 blah. Items can be assigned. Shortcut for quick. Okay, I've already got high. Okay.
That's better. Battle is a succession of pivotal moments, wherein life and death can be decided at a single stroke. You must be ready to utilize every tool at your disposal if you are to navigate a path to victory, or at the very least, to ensure that you live to fight another day. Enough practice. It's time for the test. You've recovered from your soaking, I trust. You wouldn't want to kick a man while he's drowned.
I thought you'd never ask.
Come then, Lord Rosfield. Spar with me. If you believe yourself worthy to be called Shield of the Flame, then prove it.
Spar with me,
As
giggler.
you wish, my lord.
Nice pants.
Have at me, boy. Make proof of your strength.
Wow.
Go on, you're sure to beat him this time.
You can do it, Clive. Just stay calm.
Not quite. You're taking this seriously.
Keep going, Clive.
Ay, ay, ay. Starting your enemies, Lord Murdoch's will has been broken, leaving him staggered. Try dealing as much of them as he can before regaining his senses. Use R2 plus to receive things strengthened by profile accountability. You can't. Oh!
It's time I took my own advice and used all the tools at my disposal. Not quite.
Go on, Clive. Keep pressing.
Just a little more. We believe in you.
You're a damnably quick learner, Lord Rosfield.
We won! We won!
See? I told you he could do it.
Aye.
Bested at last. It's taken me long enough. That was a display worthy of your father. You are a true shield of the flame, and let no one tell you otherwise, including me. What are you lot gawping at? Back to your drills.
Yo, jails.
Joshua. I was just tired. Phoenix's flames are a gift. You mustn't waste them.
It isn't a waste. My shields look after me. Why shouldn't I?
That's why. You were coughing this morning too. You shouldn't be outdoors.
fine. It's just a cold.
Don't push yourself.
His Grace has returned!
Father's back.
Hey,
Your Grace.
Your Grace, please, this is no place for one such as you. I would gladly brave hell itself to see my darling boy.
True.
Gentlemen, Rosaria thanks you for your indefatigable loyalty.
Thank you, Your Grace. We live to serve.
Joshua. You should not be out of doors. We have discussed this.
I'm sorry.
Good day to you, Mother.
Come, Joshua. Your father will be expecting us.
I'm sensing a dynamic of a
Murdoch?
Your Grace.
step siblings and, you know, I'm sensing she's not, you know what I
It's a
mean.
way to treat your own flesh and blood.
Maybe.
I know. It's not his fault. Not everyone can be born a phoenix.
we should join them.
Or maybe not. He did say it's flesh and blood, so maybe it's just some weird other thing.
Rise, my friends.
My friends.
Welcome home, Father.
Thank you, Joshua. You are well, I trust.
Yes, Father. Much better. Today, Jill and I went to the Bailey to watch Clive's spa.
Is that so?
Quiet, Torgal. Stop it, boy. Not now.
You'll make a fine hound one day.
Father.
Lift up your head, girl.
Thank you, Your Grace.
Your Grace. Aww.
The capital rejoices at your safe return, Your Grace.
War is coming, my boy. You must make ready.
Is the situation truly so grave?
Come to the throne room. We will talk there.
Yes, Father. Your Grace.
Shields dismissed.
Torgal! Where do you think you're going? Clive here is off to see the Archduke.
Right.
Hello, Pearl. Yeah, Torgal. Finding your way. Actually, I have to grab a blanket and I will have to join the backstage in 1 minute. Okay, I'm just gonna join the backstage. in the wick thing. Jesus, where's the backstage? I cannot, I don't see it. Wait, my God, I don't see it. Where is it? Oh my gosh. Oh, so blind.
Hello.
Hello, you're, I should somehow, I don't know. Oh, yeah, right. Can you say something?
Something.
Okay, you've been muted to the stream, just in case. Yeah, you're gonna see me. I've been streaming. You have not seen my face, right? Yeah, so yeah, you're gonna see me. See, I'm scatterbrained, but that's how you say my charm. Wait, I'm gonna go quickly grab a blanket. Alright. Oh yeah, I might as well. I have to, because this camera is not very friendly, so I have to deactivate it here. And then I think it should work. Where is it? You go. Should work. Civil War. Civil War. That would be awesome. That would be great. I'm not gonna lie. It's Haze E. Yes, it would be wonderful if it was true. Uh-oh, one moment. I have to take something. I'm muted. Now I have to one-up you and say I've had years like that. Or maybe, you know, maybe fate is just easily offended. That's true. Okay, I can, might as well unmute. Oh yeah, one moment. I'm just gonna... Window. Debate thing. There we go. You're now visible. Been trying the new Final Fantasy game before coming in here. I am.
And yeah, with that, sorry, I'm a little scatterbrained. With that, we'll just get into it, and we're gonna start with our friend, Double Shine. Go ahead.
Hey, what's up, guys? So, in general, my argument for affirmative action is that I think it is pretty much undoubtedly some kind of racial discrimination. So the argument is going to be whether or not there is some tangible benefit to have racial discrimination in the college system. Personally, I don't think that exists, and I think that there's also a lot of problems that are created in this pursuit for diversity, such as tokenization among the campus. You have a lot of racial divides right now between like Asian and Black Americans, where Asians are vastly disproportionately affected by affirmative action. And when you look at the like test results necessary to get into some of these like top campuses, it's outstanding. Like it really is insane how much higher an Asian has to score compared to like a Black or a Latino. So I think in general, the big thing that's up at stake as far as the Supreme Court decision goes has been the like racial check mark. So that's like you're just checking your race. But if you want to talk about your race in the form of like, oh, I was a first generation immigrant coming to the States and my parents don't speak any English, I think all of that handled in the essay gives you a very good opportunity to show your racial diversity as well as your diversity of experience without relying on like, I'm 1/8 Native American, so I'm checking the box.
Okay, well, thank you for being here, Double, and I'm sure we'll get into it as we go. Next up, not Erudite. I'm glad you're here, but we're just doing intros right now, so it's just in time. Next up, Lucy, please. First time
Hello.
on my channel.
So should I introduce myself first before giving my thoughts?
If you'd like.
Okay, so I'm Lucy Hazel, the biggest Polish trans streamer, or should I say probably only Polish trans streamer, which makes me the biggest by default. And I'm probably going to be giving a little bit of an outsider perspective since I'm from Poland. And the college and university admission process in Poland is quite different here. The whole schooling system is quite different in Poland than in the US. There are a lot of things that sort of work differently here. But my position basically on affirmative action is that it is a band-aid to a pretty big systemic problem that has been caused by many years of systemic discrimination. We could even take it back to slavery, to be honest. And the system of affirmative action, while a band-aid that does not really address or try to fix any of the systemic problems that are still present within US society, in my opinion, it still sort of tries to address certain inequity within the system. And as such, I think the US should not really do away with it. It's not really about, in my opinion, at least meeting a racial quota, or from what I even know, the quota thing is illegal in the US, but it's more about allowing certain people from certain disadvantaged communities to get a chance at education. And from what I am aware, the affirmative action in certain ways goes even beyond race, since certain soft requirements that give you points are also given for being from a poor white communities in certain schools for sure. So I guess that's it for now.
Yeah, we'll get into it in the open, I am sure. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate you. Next up, a last-minute replacement, so thank him immensely. Kilo, the Giant.
Hey.
Hi.
Yeah, glad I was able to make it. I definitely have not prepared a whole lot, so I'm going to be a little bit scattered on this. Generally speaking, I think I'm never really opposed to equity. I think there are definitely practical applications for equity. In this case, I kind of tend to agree with a lot of what Lucy said. It does feel sort of like a Band-Aid. It feels like we're commodifying people in sort of ways that don't really address the reasons that put us in the position of feeling like we need to do this in the first place. So I would be okay with things like affirmative action if we had like a guarantee the underlying foundational issues were being addressed. Obviously, in this case, I think there are negative, like the article I'm reading from Politica says that there are negative repercussions in a lot of cases of affirmative action, in that other minority groups might be disadvantaged. Such as like Asian Americans have a harder time getting admitted into certain colleges. That's like inherently a negative to me. So yeah, I'm a little bit back and forth, but generally I think probably I'm in favor of moving away from stuff like this and addressing the core issues that led us to be in the position in the first place.
Okay, well, thank you. And again, I really appreciate you coming in last minute.
Yeah.
Really helps me out. Next up, Not So Erudite, please.
Hi. Yeah. So, in my estimation, there are three solid arguments for affirmative action that I can kind of figure out that people make. The first one is going to be addressing education inequality. The second one is viewed as some sort of compensation or reparation. And the third one is diversity. I basically reject the last two. I'm not interested in reparations to the education system. I think that reparations in general are a really bad precedent. And diversity seems to almost never actually be the purpose behind affirmative action. One thing that is interesting to me is the question of education inequality. I believe education inequality is a serious issue in America. I think it is pretty self-evident that socioeconomic status and race are inextricably linked. Even just zip code basis of education is an important question when it comes to people's access to higher education and educational achievement. The question is, I believe education inequality exists. My question is, does affirmative action actually address it? If it does, I'm for it. If it doesn't, if it's failing to actually have the meat behind it, then I would be wholly against it.
I guess we'll find out which it is during the course of this panel. We can make that judgment. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate you. Next up, Staxiums. Please go ahead.
Hey, so I wrote out a little bit of, just a little bit. So, look, I certainly don't have a love for affirmative action. There are about 20 policy positions I'd advocate for to address inequality before I'd advocate for this one. But this feels like a person missing a leg, and we're debating if we should take the Band-Aids off, as Lucy said earlier. Band-Aids are imperfect and absolutely not a forever solution, but at least it kind of stops the infection. I'm not going to be arguing that affirmative action is perfect, but that it's vaguely possible and would be bad for racial justice to revoke it. Also, Wick has already confirmed that what this argument will be about, but just to re-clarify, I'm not going to argue on the legal validity of the Supreme Court case, but just the efficacy of affirmative action.
Thank you. And we'll get into it. And last, certainly not least, person who brought this topic to me, Lactoid. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I've had a very stressful day, and I've had a little bit of wine, and I'm feeling very aggressive. And it's unfortunate because so far the takes that have been given have been pretty reasonable. And I was looking for someone who's going to defend this so I could destroy them. But I'm going to have to settle for destroying some imaginary affirmative action defender. Affirmative action is racial discrimination. There's no other way around it. By definition, you are discriminating against people based on their race. The only questions are, how pervasive is this, and is it a good thing? Well, strangely, despite 74% of Americans opposing affirmative action, it's incredibly pervasive. It's in grants, employment, and education. Unsealed data from the Harvard lawsuit indicated that without a racial affirmative action and without legacy admissions, only 31% of black student admins would have gotten into Harvard in 2019. That means without affirmative action and without legacy, which white people disproportionately benefit from, if you remove those two from the circumstances, 2/3 of black student admins in Harvard were not good enough to get into on their own merit. Asians, on the other hand, someone brought up how Asians are discriminated against. This is absolutely true. Would have seen their numbers rise by 33%. Yes, that's right. That means 1 out of 3 Asian applicants don't get into Harvard solely because of their race. Is this a good thing? Well, the data on this, I've been doing a deep dive, is incredibly mixed. A lot of data actually indicates that it's bad for cumulative GPA and performance. Some indicates that when you control for very narrow demographics, it can be good. But clearly, it's not enough to meet the test for strict scrutiny. Generally speaking, I don't think the government should be racially discriminating. I don't think it leads to good outcomes, and it's fucking racist. So,
affirmative action, racist? I guess we'll find out tonight, gang. Okay, with that, if you have trouble getting in, just let me see your hands, and let's get into it. What do we think? What's the panel's feel? Go ahead.
Right.
Like to it.
Yes.
Hit me.
Is racial discrimination always the same thing as racist?
If the government's racially discriminating, I think that's always racist. Yes.
So
I have a quick follow-up question. Do you feel like welfare or something is also discriminating against poor people? Because it seems like
it's discriminating against rich people because they don't get it.
Well, but no, you're benefiting indiscriminately poor people, right? So you're like it seems like you're arguing is that it's racially targeted towards black people where they're benefiting from it where they shouldn't. So that's racial discrimination. Welfare generally is benefiting poor people in ways where they wouldn't have gotten it otherwise. The government is leaning in to support them. Do you feel like they're discriminated against there?
Well, so let me be clear. The people that are discriminated against in affirmative action are primarily Asians. The data seems to indicate that it has a marginal effect on white people. It's not actually as much as people say. but a third of Asians are cut out because of
Sure.
race.
So you're
Now,
talking about the people who are.
yeah. So when I'm talking about the people who are racially discriminated against, I'm talking about the people who lose out, not the people who benefit. I would say welfare probably discriminates against rich people, but I think that's, although I'm against welfare generally, I think it's better to discriminate against rich people than it is to discriminate against Asians when it comes to government programs.
So, just curious for the panel, I'm curious if like affirmative action were instead to be directed towards like income based, like basically from poor communities rather than just based off of race. Would anyone have any objections to that? Because I would largely say that would be more positive.
No.
It would be more difficult, but it would be more positive.
Yeah, and in fact, I would even say that, like, for me, like, getting rid of affirmative action and doing nothing is probably a pretty bad thing, but instead focusing on, giving resources to low-income neighborhoods, even if that is predominantly Black or Hispanic neighborhoods, focusing on their K-12 education, to me, that seems like all the best ways to fix the problems. I know Erudite brought up the, like, education inequality, which to me is, I would agree, is the only good argument. I don't really care about, like, the diversity thing.
Lucy, go ahead.
Okay. So from what I've been learning about the topic, there seem to be a couple of misconceptions. One of them being that if a affirmative action candidate gets chosen, a different candidate has to lose out or be thrown away. Like that an affirmative action candidate means that either a white person loses a spot or an Asian in this case loses a spot, and this does not seem to be the case from what I'm learning. And also the affirmative action is actually not just a thing that starts and ends with choosing a person to be allowed to go to a school. It actually starts with things like creating materials that would attract groups that would otherwise be more hesitant to even apply to a school. It also continues with, well, not all schools do this, but it also continues with continued support to certain people. And to a degree, certain schools, because in the US, it seems that criteria for getting in are different from school to school. But from the schools that I have checked, how the distribution of the 150 points that are needed to get in are allotted, there are actually certain soft criteria that could be actually qualified as certain affirmative action methods do target poor white communities.
Lucy, so is it, just really quickly, on the point of whether certain groups might be excluded as a result of affirmative action, is it not somewhat intuitive that if a college can only admit a certain number of students per semester, that if there were a concerted effort and focus on admitting a certain demographic of students, that other ones might be inorganically negatively impacted by that?
Well, from what I know, quotas themselves are basically just illegal in the US. It is illegal to...
Don't exist, but I'm saying, isn't it intuitive that, like, if you can only admit so many students per semester, wouldn't it just make sense that if there were this, like, concerted effort to admit a certain demographic, that other demographics would then suffer as a result of that?
There are two aspects to this. On the level in which affirmative action most goes into play, usually it's not like there are 15 or even 5 people fighting for the same spot, from what I've been informed. And usually sorts of even special places are made for people that are deemed that they should have a chance at education. It usually is not really done at an expense of some other. It's not treated as like a tournament between students that fight it out and
I need to interrupt.
made the
Though. What
strongest.
is the rejection rate? Do we know the rejection rate of prestigious colleges in America? Like, does anyone have that data?
It's
lower than 5%. I'm pretty sure.
Like what?
It's,
What
you
is
know, it's
prestigious?
incredibly high.
Oh, sorry. I meant
It's
The acceptance rates are very.
it's the rejection rate is not really relevant to this question because a person can be rejected for various things, not necessarily connected to the affirmative action.
Acceptance rate of 4% at Harvard, just so everyone has that number.
So you have incredibly low. Okay. Not only is it intuitive, but it's just like statistically backed. I'll post the study if you guys want to read it. Like models have been done, studies have been done, and if affirmative action in Harvard didn't exist, the Asian population would be increased by a third.
Sure.
Right? Like literally a third of Asians don't get in because they lose their spot to black students. That is
So
what
the
happens.
way, if I could outline this, the way you're going to compel me is also showing that it doesn't actually address education inequality. I'm biased to, I'll be clear about my bias. I suspect it doesn't. I suspect it's extremely ineffective. The problem is this is going to be really hard to study. The closest I could find was a South African study on labor markets over 10 years with affirmative action policy, where there was like some marginal benefits. We saw like specific demographics did benefit a little bit, but the targeted demographics, which was African men specifically, didn't benefit much at all. So that's what I'm mostly interested in.
Can I ask, when you say equality, are you talking about education equality? What are you referring to? Are you talking about like equity, like outcome-based analysis, or what are you referring to?
So when I'm talking about educational quality, I am talking about a mixture of both opportunity and then therefore also going back into those same communities and like uplifting those communities. So when I'm talking about educational inequality, I'm talking about how there is kind of this like legacy pattern that like if you have parents that go to university, you're more likely to go to university and your kids are therefore, and there's kind of this intergenerational effect of kind of lifting the entire generations out of poverty. That's the specific thing that I'm curious in. So say we're bringing a student who has like a slightly lower GPA in because of race specifically. The question that would only make AA maybe possibly viable is by doing that, when that person graduates, do they go back to their own community and help uplift the community overall? That's the question I'm
Okay, well, I want to two things. First of all, it's not by a small percentage. And now you may advocate for a small percentage, but like I just said, like the percentages are massive, right? 2/3. There's a massive difference and a massive effect of this thing. This isn't like a small like, oh, they both have the same SAT. Which one are we going to pick? No, it's 2/3 wouldn't have been able to get in. Black students would have not been able to get into Harvard absent these kind of policies that they're now being sued for.
Yeah, so that actually introduces another complicating thing, which is affirmative action in Ivy Leagues versus affirmative action in any other college, because almost all affirmative action is talked about at Ivy League schools, which is probably maybe the worst place in my view for affirmative action. But say if you go to like a college community or if you go to like more general universities, that would maybe be a more open place where we can talk about like where like kind of everyone's education is like pretty mad. They've got an acceptance rate of like 45%, stuff like that. That's somewhere where I'm going to be way more open. I'm actually not interested in affirmative action at Ivy Leagues at all.
One of the issues though is that schools just refuse to give out this data, right? The only reason we have the Harvard data is because they got involved in a lawsuit and then they worked served discovery and they had to legally answer it, right? Schools do not give out this information.
You don't have to sell me on schools being corrupt.
No, totally.
They fucking hide this shit. And when in California, for example, like we saw actual overall beneficial effects to statewide GPA when they banned affirmative action, but recently we've been seeing schools figure out ways of introducing affirmative action without calling it affirmative action. So they'll say, they'll do like private interviews with students and they'll say like, oh, this student rates as more dynamic or more excitable or more interesting, right? Compared to other students. And it just so happens that Asian students, for some reason, are very low dynamism and very low excitement.
Yeah, they don't get the +4 points for being Asian.
They don't get those for some reason. But the black students, they're very full of their dynamic abilities and excitability.
Do you think universities' like insistence on doing stuff like that is like entirely like optically motivated? Like what's the incentive?
Huge part of it is look who's on the fucking brochures at these universities. Just open one.
You don't think that there's a
a
genuine interest in like racial equity?
Yeah, I think blame
if they're
falls way
profit-oriented.
faster on. Yeah, I think it falls way easier on like human negligence and like stupidity than it does on like this like nefarious thing specifically. Like we just want to look good.
100% agree.
Today I type quite a lot when I speak, so
We've all looked through the studies, and it's largely really hard to find hard data, like Lactoid said, you know, and that is probably my biggest criticism of this program, is that we don't have a lot of information on how exactly this runs. And I will 100% concede that immediately, that they need to be more open about the stats, because if we are discriminating against people and it doesn't even bring any outcomes, let's fucking throw it out. 100%. I think everyone is on this panel at least will agree with that. That diversity as a strength isn't enough if the outcomes of building the communities are enough. But what we can agree. Oh, sorry.
I would kind of agree that like there's not a ton of hard data, but like personally, I'm from California, okay, and we banned that thing like 27 years ago, and for the most part, honestly, I think it's been obviously it had like its initial downsides. I think diversity of like Black and Hispanics went down by like 50%. And that's a huge issue. But
10%.
as Lactoid mentioned, GPA skyrocketed higher. Graduation rates of the Black and Hispanics went up by a lot. I think Erudite even kind of mentioned this. This was like, it's something called like the mismatch theory, where when you insert, low grading, like underrepresented minority groups, they often end up performing at like the bottom quartile of their class, and they drop out, they get stuck. And it's like, is that actually benefiting these communities?
Sure.
If they went to like a community college, it would be just so much more beneficial.
Sure. So there's two pieces to this, just to be clear, when we're looking at this data. If we look at like say the 1990s, when quotas were more which was just like the tail end of quotas basically, because quotas did exist before. I think it was like 1983, I have it written down somewhere, where the civil acts occurred, and then you couldn't do quotas anymore. So we saw a massive drop. But also what we saw is the failure to graduation rate from universities specifically for people of color was at like, I think it was at like 60% when there was quotas. When we did away with quotas and we brought in now the new kind of affirmative action policies, it's jumped up to now like, I think it's like, I'd have to pull up my stats, but like in the 90s, I believe is somewhere like it skyrocketed, because again, we don't have the mismatch occurring nearly as often.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think one thing that we can acknowledge, dropout rate does increase among these communities that we bring into colleges, and I do admit that. However, it's not 100%, and we do know that education is one of the highest guarantees for income, right? Like that, those are inextricably connected. Not maybe inextricably, but the higher the education, the more you can predict income. And when you are moving back to those communities and coming in with all of these higher incomes, all I can mention is that I think it's strange sometimes that we talk so much about racial inequity when it comes to college admissions, but not talk about the racial inequity that caused this problem in the first place. That they are.
That's what I'm interested in talking about.
Oh, wait. No. So a couple things here. You said there's a bunch of shit that's being said, and we've had 40 years on this to get this data, and everyone agrees. And I have for the past 3 hours, I haven't been able to find solid research on this.
Yeah.
And that, I think that speaks volumes as to the fact of, I don't think this shit exists, and I think there's a reason why people can't find it. Right? Anecdotally, based on what I've seen, it would appear that the people who get good grades and go to college, when they don't move back to poor neighborhoods, they move into wealthy neighborhoods, right? That's what they go to. Now, I could be wrong if there was any data to suggest that I'm wrong, but there's no data to suggest I'm wrong. And the crucial point of this here is the Supreme Court in Bakke, what they said was, there was which they're wrong about, but they said that there is, you can racially discriminate if you have an overwhelmingly good reason to do so, like strict scrutiny. If you have a very, very good reason to do so, you can do it. And what they pointed to was, well, improving diversity in schools leads to better academic outcomes. Therefore, that's enough justification for us. That's the only justification for us. But 40 years later, is that really a solid ground? Nobody can point to anything. Like, how strong is this benefit actually? And this is what the Supreme Court is going to be deciding probably next week, which is, wow, 40 years, no data for the thing that we said was the reason you could do this. Maybe there's actually no reason for you to do this.
I will counter this by saying, hey, look, it is fair that there's almost no data on affirmative action, but there's also no data that schools give out generally, just regarding admittance or just like almost
why.
Well, all I'm saying is you can't point to affirmative action and just say, hey, look, it's clearly not working because they're not sending data out. They're not sending data out on anything. You know what I'm saying? Like it's very hard when it comes to college admissions or anything like that to find any sort of data, period, regardless.
Unless they're forced to. And I'll post the data I have from Harvard.
I agree.
Unless they're forced to. And once they're forced to, you see ridiculous numbers. You see two-thirds of black admins only getting in because they're black.
But even look at like the data of like SAT scores to get into some of these schools. I've seen that like Asians compared to black, it's like a 450 point difference on the
threshold's,
SAT,
like, way
which is
higher.
which is
Yeah.
unbelievable. I mean, that's a crazy penalty that you're getting just because like your last name is Kim, right? It's insane. And I think that like while you said that like yeah, race discrimination, we don't have a ton of data on it. I think that looking at the correlation between how much more black applicants and the test scores, they're all kind of getting sucked into these top Ivy Leagues like Harvard, like Princeton, like Yale, that can actually afford to give them more money because these are like private schools that can give more like money to low income families. And as a result, the actual community, like the smaller public schools, they're getting significantly less good applicants.
I will say that one, I just want to account to the fact that there's a lack of data on all of this. But even pointing to SATs can be incredibly flawed because, as we know, college admissions, like maybe this isn't even as we know, like we don't really know, but generally speaking, SATs aren't the barrier for success on whether or not, or barrier of approval, if that makes sense. That's not the threshold. Very often they'll look at the extracurricular activities way before they'll look at SAT.
Or how dynamic you are. That's also critically important.
Exciting.
Sure.
Yeah.
Should we toss it to? I feel bad about Lucy.
Yeah, no, true. Right after, yeah, sorry. Lucy
No,
can
it's
go.
fine. Finish your thought, and then Lucy can.
Sure.
go
I guess
in.
all I'm saying is we don't have any data on how many African Americans contribute to extracurricular activities, and that could bias this sort of like SAT data that we're looking at. And like, there's just not a lot of comprehensive data, so there can't be a lot of like really done on this data. But go ahead, Lucy.
Lucy.
Right. So there are a few things that I would like to sort of address. That from what I'm understanding, the affirmative action is supposed to, rather than equality, it is supposed to address inequity in education. And it seems that there is some data. I don't have it on hand. I might have to look for it or maybe send it later, but there does seem to be some evidence that people that go through the affirmative action programs do go back to their communities to, as for example, teachers or other sorts of professions, and do contribute to their communities. But my bigger point is that we should probably analyze a bit what do we mean when we say that someone deserves or does not deserve to be in education or to be admitted to a university. Because I've heard some of you say that people that do not deserve to get in, when we do have to ask ourselves what that means, because the whole system is pretty, from my perspective, convoluted. We have schools in certain neighborhoods that are underfunded because the lower the performance, the less money the schools get. So there's a spiral of worse and worse, performance. School performance apparently also lowers value of houses in the US. And you end up in a situation where there are people who are from certain areas or neighborhoods are basically set up to fail through being in a very bad school. Sometimes they even come from a poor family, so they don't even have time to do the extra activities that you need for the soft admission requirements. They don't have the money to get schooling to the best essay possible for the admission. And the question becomes, should education be, quite frankly, just gate kept behind wealth? Do people
Policy that we like? I think hopefully everybody here would agree on. Maybe not lactite, I guess, but would be like free higher public education for everybody in America. I think that's like a great policy.
Boo.
I would love to see low income, underrepresented groups going to public community colleges,
Hold on.
and that's
Blackboard.
entirely free.
Why would you be against that?
All right.
What?
He's a piece of shit.
A couple of things. I'm a data-driven individual. Okay, the first thing, when you look at in the United States from elementary and high school, the average cost per student for paying them for them to go to school is about $14,000 per year. When you look at black students, it's actually higher. In fact, we spend more on black students per capita per year than we do for white students. You can look this up. This kind of myth of the underfunded school is actually just that. It's a myth. Black students get more government money overall, over like it's only by a few $100s, right? So both they're close. It's about $14,000. This is public information. You can look it up.
Wait, hold on. Are you? When you give those numbers, yeah, I'm just curious about it. I'm just curious about that number because when you talk about the government, are you referring to like federal subsidies for like rebuilding the house or the initial structure?
No, for school, for tuition. So in terms of paying, elementary school and high schoolers. So paying for them to go to school for instruction, for resources, for all that stuff. It's true that Black students per capita get a much higher percentage of their funding from federal sources as opposed to state and local sources.
Yeah, but those
because they tend to be in more poor areas. That's absolutely true. But in terms of overall money spent, Black students get more than white students in America. They're in elementary school and high school. Second of all, why should we not pay for public education in terms of like college level? Because the overall, and this is the same reason why you shouldn't have a forgiveness for student loans. The overall amount of money that you get from going to college outweighs the debt, right? It is still a financially good idea to go to college.
Yeah.
Why? And when you look at the most college debt and who mostly accrues college debt, it's people who go on to have incredibly high earning potentials. Why are we giving handouts to people who are going to disproportionately, by a long shot, going to go on to make a fuck ton of money?
Because like you just said, they end up earning more income to the economy, so we actually want more education.
They should pay for it. They should pay for it.
No, but they don't have the ability to.
They make more money than the debt is. They can pay for it.
Educational forgiveness is super standard in a lot of countries. Like Canada, for example, has like some of the most like progressive education forgiveness. Like at times you can just be like, I can't pay it, and they're like, because specifically the government is highly motivated to make sure that their most upwardly mobile citizens are the least hamstrung in being economically viable. So if somebody's making a lot of money, but they have to pay back debt for the next 10 years to school, that means all that money is going back to paying debt rather than paying into the economy. So there are massive economic benefits to like student loan forgiveness. Not that this is at all related to AA.
Wait. I want to address that.
As all of the positive externalities that come from a more educated public. But
wait. No, let me address that. Including Germany, there's a lot of countries that have public education that actually have lower college attendance rates than the U.S. As long as the overall economic benefit from going to college in the U.S. is higher than the overall debt, people are going to make that decision because overall it's more beneficial. It's interesting that you bring up, well, if we hamper the rich people from having more money, this is going to prevent them from going stronger in the economy. I mean, that first of all, Canada taxes the rich and the upwardly mobile citizens at a much higher rate than the U.S. Yep. Wouldn't that be an argument against taxing rich people since we want to keep them upwardly mobile? And second of all, why shouldn't people who are now upwardly mobile and make way more money than lower income people, why shouldn't they pay for the thing that led them to be upwardly mobile as opposed to making people who didn't benefit from that system and making them pay for it?
There is a huge difference between forgiving student debt and having free college. We are not arguing about forgiving student debt. In that case, I do think it's a regressive tax. I do think that forgiving student debt can be very regressive. However, that is different from free public education where you discourage or you basically eliminate a barrier to access. Once they cross that threshold, we don't need to give them more handouts, but removing that threshold down is a hugely positive.
What's the barrier?
Also, I'm specifically talking about community colleges, by the way, not like just covering every single like.
Yeah.
Wait. No.
Like to just be clear.
So FAFSA gives you loans, and if you're poor, you can get Pell Grants, which is free money, by the way. But otherwise, you can get loans to pay for education that you pay back later, which they haven't been paying for the past 5 years because of this COVID bullshit. But if you do pay back the loans, you're going to be able to pay that back with the oversized earnings that you have now from graduating from college.
Could it not in some instances be a disincentive to pursue higher education?
That's what I'm saying. We can agree that yes, it is essentially kinda.
Is that okay for me
But that's not how people perceive it, and that's not how people act. And if you want to criticize the American people for being a little stupid and not recognizing, yes, this is 100% worth it, putting all of this debt in will actually be worth it, I agree. However, that's not how people act, and we have to treat people how they are, not how we want them to be.
No. There's no reason why we should first reward people for financial stupidity if they decide to not go forward with the best financial action. But second of all, I'm just again.
I'm not going to do that.
Disproportionate earnings. Why can't you pay for the thing that you incurred to have the
So-
dispensaries. And I agree. I want to say, wait. One thing that was said by Kilo. I agree that whenever you make something a ridiculously good deal, like if you were to subsidize bread by paying you $30 every time you went to the store and grabbed bread, probably more people would go and get bread. I don't deny that you're going to make it even better deal.
We need to
But
outline.
then the question is, do we want people going to trade schools or do we want people going getting fucking gender
Blacktoid, you're on one today.
Either.
Blacktoid,
So-
you gotta get-
I told you.
So can I?
There's two things that we have to separate in the analogies, right? In the case of student loan forgiveness, what you're really doing is allowing the beginning states of your upperly mobile people to be successful. So it's giving them like that bump right afterwards. Taxing higher income people is going to disproportionately affect older people who are probably already way ahead of their debts and are making a solid income overall. So to say that these two tax policies are analogous isn't true. There's a very distinctive reason why the governments will do student loan forgiveness and tax the rich for different purposes that are both valid. They're not analogous situations.
Okay, Lucy, give it a go.
Right. So I will address the school thing. I think giving people money to get resources, to get probably books and stuff like that will allow them to learn at all. But from what I'm understanding, the schools themselves are still massively underfunded. The teachers are underfunded, etc., etc. There does seem to be data on that. And when it comes to the free education, from my perspective, it's just you lose me when you say that there shouldn't be free education. But I don't think we need to get into this since it does not seem to be the topic of today's conversation at all.
What Lucy is saying, when we talk about funding schools, there is a difference between like federal subsidies and just property taxes that are going into invest into the school. And I just pulled it up pretty clearly. Data shows that school districts attended predominantly by students of color received $23 billion less in funding than primarily white.
Yeah, because
what kind of funding?
Per student per year. That's what I'm saying. When I'm saying, hey, there is a difference between the federal government coming in and subsidizing the school and the property taxes that are used to build the schools. Those are two separate numbers,
right.
And you keep only focusing on federal subsidies. Of course, those are going to be more for people of color because those are the ones that the feds have to step in at. Does this make sense? I don't know.
No. Hold on. If the money is being spent on the student, where the money comes from, I don't know. Like, does dollars coming from public from property taxes in the local area? Are those dollars somehow worth more than dollars coming from the federal government? I just posted the link. So the average black student attends a district that spends $14,385 per student, while the average white student attends a district that spends $14,263 per student.
Can you explain what that translates to? What that
share of black students increases, the funding also decreases.
Right, but can you also?
This is per student.
Can you?
Per student, but it's like I see that there's like a couple of $100 per student. The issue is that
Right,
when we're
but
looking at systemic issues like spending in areas with higher or lower black student
Can you-
percentages, we do see a steady decrease.
Right, but can you explain what that funding actually goes to? What does that mean?
That's the two things I wanted to say earlier, Lectoid, was one that I think it's a little bit more nuanced than that because a lot of the problem with I think like disadvantaged school districts are like allocation of funding, not like the volume of funding that they receive. But then two is the next portion of this article goes into when examining the sources of the funding, the racial gaps are starker. So like for instance, and I'm just like completely spitballing here, is this accounting for like charter schools which do receive public funding? Because I think generally speaking, people would say charter schools are probably mostly white and do have higher levels of education.
No, well, hold on. I don't disagree that black students per capita receive a much larger percentage of their education paid for by the federal government. But again, when you look at the total amount spent, black students specifically get more money. They're prior to
Right, but what does that mean exactly?
So the spending goes into multiple things, right? The spending, first of all, goes into actually like tuition of elementary and high school students. So paying the teachers' salaries, organizing lesson plans, shit like this, right? Other spending includes things like school resource officers, school resource availability, all things like this, right? And when you look at the total, there's this myth of like, well, it's because they just don't get any money. But then when you look at it, you're like, wow, they actually get more money. So what do you mean?
This is tying to the zip code argument. Basically,
Yes.
what we're This is all
Yeah.
because my understanding. Now, somebody who's American, correct me if I'm wrong, because you guys have a really weird education system.
Yeah, I
Doing
agree.
public school, my understanding is that you guys can only go to certain schools within zip codes. Whereas, like in Canada, if I choose to go to a public school that's in Montreal, I can choose to go back and forth from Alberta every day if I so choose to.
Basically the same in Poland, yeah.
Is that a correct understanding about how the zip codes work?
And not only that, schools are in America alone are funded by property taxes, and that is a huge point that I want to point at. The fact that if you have a disenfranchised community, you're going to have poorer schools. Now, yes, the government through federal grants absolutely does subsidize that in more ways than the white communities, but that's because they need it more.
Also, this ignores the fact that like in private, so like if you're a richer family, you also have more money to afford extracurriculars. You have more money to send your kids to Kumon. That's why Asian and whites typically do a lot better on standardized testing.
Okay, hold on, wait. I want to address what was just said. So
You can, right?
Thank you.
After you're done, however, I want to kind of re-rail this train a little bit with a
Sure.
question for the panel, but respond, please.
I just think it's funny how we went from like, oh, like black students, they're just like go to underfunded schools, they don't have it as access to money resources. And then when I show that they do, well, they need those resources.
You did not show that.
Well, I posted it. I'm not necessarily saying that they don't need those resources.
The same source shows
I'm
the exact
not-
systemic issue we're pointing to.
Okay, I'm not necessarily saying that they don't need those extra resources, but when you look at the extra resources they get from the federal
They get
government,
$100 more per
it's $100
student, and you
more.
haven't outlined whether that's for food or education. If
Right.
you look at instructional costs,
the article shows it.
I know it shows that as black student percentages increase, there is less money spent on instructional values. That's what that's showing, which means that the gap between black and white students might be better explained by things like paying for lunch meals,
Okay,
like
two things.
subsidized lunch.
No. So that number it actually is broken down by tuition, lesson plans, other things. It's true that when you break it down specifically, now about half the cost of the education, a little bit more than half the cost, is focused on like teacher salaries. When you break it down by that, which the article I posted does, you see that yes, white students per capita get slightly more. It's true. It's about $100, right? So overall, black students get $100 more in total resources because white students require less disciplinary resources on total. They overall more of them slightly, a statistically insignificant more amount of that money is going towards instruction specifically. But I overall, again, you have black students getting more resources than white students. I think it's fascinating how we moved on from they're not to, well, they need it. I'm not even necessarily denying that they need it. And the zip code thing, first of all, that's irrelevant to the fact that the federal government is stepping in and making sure that poor zip codes are getting more money than otherwise. But also, I know we don't make this like partisan or whatever, but who's the people that are opposing school choice? Who are the people that are saying that you shouldn't be able to leave your zip code? It's not the Republicans.
Okay, I don't know if we want to get to like a
I
whole
don't know
argument
if
about the
that's
charter
true.
system.
So-
It's so wrong. I know you like some of you aren't even from the United States, but the idea that like, oh, we open up charter school and then everybody goes to the megatopolis 20,000 school while every other school has to rot, ignoring the fact that if you're poor, you probably can't drive your kid an hour to go to the charter school halfway across the town.
Fucking facts.
That you get busing.
This
If you
is
can't
what
afford to
we're-
drive your student, you get a school
entire
bus.
fucking city of Los
Charter-
Angeles.
Right now in America, you get a school bus if you can't drive your kid to work.
So would I be able to?
We do that in Canada.
We
have
do
buses
that
go-
here.
So, Aaron, in here-
the private
in here
school
for
that I
charter
went
schools?
to, the private
Yeah,
school
so-
that I went to would bus kids for an hour and a half to get there.
Yes, in America we bus kids.
That's
yes.
probably not that feasible, though. I think it's better to just better fund the schools that they live near.
We fund them disproportionately.
No,
I
we
don't know.
don't. No,
Whoa.
you're saying funding from federal dollars.
So I've got a few things here.
Federal dollars are to compensate.
Who cares?
If it's okay for me to
No,
interject.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
When I go to the
agree,
dollar
I agree.
store, the
But I'm
dollar
saying
store doesn't
there's a-
ask me,
Oh
does
my
this
God.
dollar come from the
So
federal
if it's
government?
okay to.
Blackwood, you're purposely misunderstanding my argument. I'm saying there is a deficit here from property taxes, and then the federal government fills it here. There's still that little gap. and
Wait.
you're pointing, Look
More
at that
than fills
positive.
it. More than fills it.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Wick, it's time, Wick. It's time to put on the mod hat.
Your source showed like 500 per
What?
student. $500 per student versus $2,200 per student.
I'm gonna
Right, so
read off my
I want to
fucking
be
source.
I want to be
This is
clear.
literally average expenditures by race. This is right off my source. The average black student attends a district that spends $14,385 per student, while the average white student attends a district that spends $14,000.
so can I
Just scroll down. I'll continue
yeah.
reading.
Can
the
I-
source. There's a small but statistically significant negative relationship. On average, schools with a 10% higher share of black students spend $140 less per student on instruction.
Yes.
The data on total expenditures
Yes.
are similar, but schools with a higher 10%
Correct.
higher share of black students spend $160 less per
And
student.
do you know why? Do you know why? Because the article explains why. Because that little chunk, along with all the money extra that is being spent on extra additional school resources, for example, for emotional and behavioral problems, right?
Oh,
They're
so you're
literally
making our
addressing
argument
the
great.
primarily problems that are happening.
So is it okay for me
And by the way,
to?
this is $160
Hold on,
out of $14,000.
Okay, enough. Okay, I'm gonna try to derail this train. a
True.
little bit, right?
True.
Given the fact, right, that there are inequalities, right, in performances, right, between zip codes, as Erudite put it. Some students from certain zip codes just do poorer, right? They do poorly on standardized tests, etc. Are standardized tests the way to go when it comes to admissions? There's been arguments about eliminating standardized tests. What do we think of that, gang?
I think standardized tests, depending on them, typically don't map on super well to like GPA, for example, is a much better predictor of success. This is why actually, like in psychology, almost all clinical psych schools across the country are basically doing away with a standardized test called the GRE, because standardized test scores are actually pretty bad for mapping onto like actual student capability, because an hour to like determine 50% of your grade, some people who are high anxiety will crack, and then you're going to lose out on all those high potentials who can actually do a very steady, consistent amount of like high quality work.
University of California actually they got rid of ACT and SATs for enrollment, so that's actually going to be like a really interesting experiment in the next couple of years. So obviously it's a little weird, I think, with standardized testing because of COVID pandemic and how that has like absolutely like shocked the education system. But yeah, I think in like the next 5 or 10 years we'll actually have some pretty good data as to like how those enrollment things change. Yeah.
So again, this is evidence. Is easy. You can look it up on Google. First couple results.
Is that where you
about
look
the-
things
the-
up?
Yeah, I normally look things up on Google, and then once I
Pretty
find,
useful tool.
yeah, it's pretty useful. So SATs are predictive of success. The LSAT, for example, for law schools, the thing that I took, that is actually more predictive of success for law schools than GPA is for undergraduate. So yes, I think these, and the only reason why people are upset about these standardized tests and why they're upset about GPA as well, by the way, is because they don't like the results. They don't like the fact that certain racial demographics are performing better, like Asians are performing better on these tests and performing better in GPA than other racial demographics that they want in these colleges. That's what's happening.
Really, really weird. I used that tool that you told me about, Google, and it said that that a study finds high school GPAs outweigh ACTs for college readiness.
So
Is it-
SATs typically only add about a 15% predictive power, which, by the way, is not that much.
And
So
GPAs
it's cool to know that LSATs are
much better.
great. I'm not saying that there are zero standardized tests that aren't good for workplaces, but I am saying, for example, the GRE was for clinical psych was basically useless. I think it added like a 1% predictive value over top of GPA. And so the issue is that SAT scores are something that are massively influenced by things that are time sensitive, like mood disorders and stuff like that. And so you're massively impacting somebody's potential based on like a blip of like a couple of like weeks of like depression or anxiety or something like that.
I think 15% is significant. I'm not
but
gonna.
it's
I'm not gonna.
as significant as GPAs.
Well, look, I agree with you that GPA is important, right? GPA is very important. But if we look at GPAs in the context of the affirmative action discussion, I'm also right. When you look at the average GPAs of entering students by racial demographic, when you look at Harvard's data, when you look at the data of other schools, right? It's like just as strong of like, wow, this disparity in GPAs by race of student admits. And when you look at standardized tests, you also see a massive disparity as well.
Why?
I don't.
Lactoid. I'm curious. Why do you think that there's this disparity among racial lines between GPA and SAT and all these other kind of metrics that we use? Why do you think that there is a difference, as you assert that there is, between Asians and other races?
So all I know is that there is, in terms of speculating as to a cause, there's all sorts of speculations. Some people speculate that it's due to underlying deep and systemic racism and issues that have induced certain demographics to not want to strive as much. That could be true. It also could be true that certain cultures, especially Asian cultures, and if you've ever hung out with a Korean person, you know what I'm talking about, have an incredibly strong emphasis on success, where you have to be good, otherwise you're going to disappoint your entire family. And then if you have that culture, which is you got to fucking study every night, otherwise your parents are going to be pissed as fuck, is it really that much of a surprise that these students tend to be very, very good, as opposed to maybe a culture where if you're talking like too articulately, like your community yells at you for acting too white, maybe that has one culture maybe has like more of like a propensity towards success than the other one. I don't know.
Specifically in East Asia, for example, they have standardized tests, I think, just to get into like the high school levels, and it's very much based on that. There's a less of a holistic approach. So I know in those cultures, it's not just like, oh wow, we really want our kids to be smart, but they're used to that. Like, you have to do well on your tests. You have to study every day for it. If you don't, you're basically fucked as far as your education goes.
I will agree that a lot of Eastern Asian culture has like a super like hyper focus on discipline and being studious and all that stuff. Do you think so? So is your speculation though regarding this disparity between like racial performance in schools? Is it entirely cultural? There's no other contributing factors?
My speculation is that it's primarily cultural, and that it's also very, very strongly associated with the single motherhood rate, which has been consistently linked to academic underperformance. And black people, on average, like more than half of black people grow up in a household, in a single mother household, while Asians has one of the lowest rates.
Okay, I want to give space.
I don't disagree.
Just real quick, I want to give space to Lucy.
Okay.
I know they're having trouble getting in. Lucy,
Right.
just for the future, just elbow your way in here, right? So feel free, right? But go on.
So I do think that it, rather than culturally, just goes back to the fact that certain people from certain communities just don't have as much opportunity, that they are pigeonholed into places that are underfunded. I do have a few things here about the underfunding of schools, that the property value is lowered by the fact that the schools are, and that even the people are not performing well, that we don't even take into consideration that people from poor neighborhoods might not be able to do the things that more wealthy people will have access to, because when it comes to college admission in the US, it's not just a matter of doing well on the tests, it's a matter of several soft things that you can add up to get a really high score. Like, it's the system in that regard is very different from Poland. In Poland, you just, let's say you want to be a psychometrician, right? So you say, I will study psychology, so I just have to pass biology, Polish, and I think chemistry at the end of high school. And if I get enough of a high score from these, I get in. And in the US, it's you have to do an essay, you have to do extra activity. For some schools, if your parent was in the school, then you get a few extra points. For some school, if you are from a certain state, you get some extra points. So it's a bit more involved than...
Just real quick, this only applies to higher end colleges. If you want to
Yeah.
college, a community college or something like that, it's...
Well, I assume we're speaking of university level, right?
Yeah, also, if you were to just do it standardized by GPA, Asians and white people would absolutely crush blacks and Hispanics. That's not really
It
like
would
a
not be
solution.
close.
Yeah, it's like...
Yes, but the question is, because affirmative action is supposed to help those who do not have certain opportunities because of their circumstances of where they were born, who are eager to learn, to be given that chance. Right?
Can I ask, would you guys be in favor of, let's say, black government employees getting, like, I don't know, 2/3 more money, like in their salary, in order to like help alleviate the systemic disparities in pay between black people and white people? That like for the same job, like black people just get paid more.
I don't think I necessarily would, but legitimately, if we're talking about poor communities, and you're I don't know. I would have to think about someone who worked remotely, lived in a poor community for a rich job if they should get paid more. I don't know. But the answer
But based on race, So the government,
yeah,
like,
well,
okay, you're a
I've
black
conceded,
person, so your
I've
pay is
conceded,
100K for a job that a white person would get paid at
I've conceded
30K.
quite a while ago that I would much rather be focusing on income than race, because I think that reparations that is based off of race and not income is just it's the improper place to start.
It's improper place to start.
Yeah, we should be focusing on income. I don't know how I worded it. I might have.
So you would prefer government jobs to actually pay black applicants more?
No, not black.
Okay. You base it off poverty, not anything.
That's what I'm saying. Is that is something that I would be interested in, and actually, that's the first time I heard it. I would have to dig in a little bit. I might be interested in it.
Yeah, the cool thing about income is it actually like benefits white people. So, you know, all the old conservatives that are like 60, 70 that actually are racist, and that's why they hate it. Like,
well, there are actually certain things in place for getting extra points that do take into consideration states that are very low income and primarily white.
Here's the reality with like all this low income and everything. The reality is that like the early formative years of your life are going to be almost like necessary precursors. So Head Start is probably the only affirmative action program that I'm at this point wholly and completely behind, because it seems to be the case that when students start behind, they stay behind. And this isn't even mitigated by like greater parental involvement. Low SES kids that have improved parental involvement didn't actually catch up to their peers that were higher SES. There's this unfortunate, uncomfortable reality, which is that like poverty tends to beget poverty. And there's a number of complicated factors for this. I think it's a number of like systemic issues. IQ gating is one of the biggest things that our society doesn't really talk about. And I don't mean this at a race realist level. I'm talking about this exclusive ed and education. I think your guys' zip codes for education is fucking insane. I have no understanding of why that is. I don't fully understand the details, but like with both zip coding and a history of redlining, I don't know why anyone is shocked that people of color are behind on education. Fucking of course. It's not even shocking to me at all. The issue is that how do we actually address the educational inequality? That's the question that I want to
Wait. Let me. Yeah. So you just said that parental involvement is more predictive, and in fact, students with more parental involvement actually outdo their peers that have higher SES.
No, I said the opposite. So
if you're at higher SES, even if your parents so a single motherhood family with higher SES is actually
well, when it comes to
that was shocking to me as well. And I'll need more studies. Again, these are studies that are hard to come by, but there was a really interesting study that I found that was a 12-year follow-up study that looked at basically high and low SES with a number of factors. And between those 2 years, parental involvement, particularly in the low SES, jumped up dramatically. And yet we didn't actually see any narrowing of the gaps of SES performance, because it seems to be the case that if you like start off slow, if you have like pretty crappy like daycare policies, one thing that's really interesting is the amount of words that you're exposed to in the first 4 years of your life are a massive predictor of your like later on success. So like even if you just go to a daycare that's less funded and therefore has crappier quality daycare workers, or maybe less educated and using less interesting words and talking about less interesting ideas, you're just already somewhat set up worse than anybody else.
Oh, of course, keep in mind that the vocabulary thing will affect the essay that you need to write for the admission, so that will be a huge factor probably as well. But
intelligence, like in public school, performance in public school.
Then let me ask, if I may, just real quick before you address that. This brings up an interesting.
There's also
for me.
Yeah.
Is it the responsibility of people who have been well educated, who have been successful, right, who have been able to, they were privileged, but let's be clear, because of the results of their birth and where they were born and how their upbringing, should they lose out on their college opportunity because we need to put in people with less privilege that perform poorer? But is it like, should the rich or the privileged have to sacrifice their spot or the spot of their child into these places? And again, we can say that, ideally that wouldn't happen, but it is a case in the ground, at least in America, where there are limited opportunities in these especially prestigious colleges where it actually does matter. Like,
actually,
being a lawyer from Harvard and a lawyer from Podunk U is massive, right?
Actually, that does.
But I don't.
Yeah.
Okay, so one. Sorry, I was going to respond to Erudite, but then I also want to respond to Wick. So I'll go with two pieces. But one, I 100% agree with Erudite said about how this begins at an early stage, and I think there are way more interesting policies that I would advocate way before it. Like I said in my own opening statement, way before I would talk about affirmative action, which feels like at the very end of like the very end of the life stage of the discrimination that we're talking about, where we start addressing it. Like I would love to be talking about like negative income taxes, zoning deregulation, whatever. But to address Wick's point, sorry, Wick, so so the difference between a lawyer from Harvard and a lawyer at Podunk U. First off, let's say that this like extremely rich white person, like higher class, someone who's not prioritized on college education. The idea that he's going to go to Podunk U is probably inaccurate, but I do think that the difference between Harvard and Podunk U and no education, there is a way larger gap between the latter rather than the former. So that, yes, I will concede. Yes, I do
Especially
think
if you
that they
escape
should.
like especially if you escape like law schools and these like certain ones. Like I know law school does pull from like Ivy Leagues a lot more, but like just in general, going to like any community college gives you such a massive economic benefit that like I don't see why the focus should be getting people into college as opposed to like getting them into top colleges. If you're a poor person and you go to any community college, you are massively changing your income.
So, yeah, can I?
You mean the difference between no college and some colleges?
Lucy, you just gotta go.
Yeah.
We paused.
Right. Okay. So, I.
That's not that significant, right?
Go, Lucy. Go.
It really does not seem like it follows. When it comes to the affirmative action students that come in, for them it's sort of like a chance at education, period. But for other people, even if a person does not get to a university, usually from my experience, people have at least 3 universities of choice. So worst case scenario, they will either go to university number 2 or 3. Does not delete their chances at education. It does not destroy their life. And if they are really set at getting to a very particular university, and that is a thing that is practiced in Poland quite often, if a person does not get into a university, they go to a different university and then transfer to the university that they do want to learn at. So there's this scarcity argument that people's lives are being ruined by affirmative action, and I'm not sure I see it, to be honest.
You just apply the argument the other way around, that if you are, a underrepresented minority group, you don't have the, credentials to get into Harvard or Yale or Princeton, you go to a community college for 2 years
Well,
and then transfer to
the question is if most affirmative action students aim at Harvard, Yale, etc., right?
That's what we're specifically talking about. We're talking about a lawsuit at Harvard, so.
I guess one thing that would be interesting to know is, do like all universities have affirmative action? Is it localized more around like upperly mobile?
Well,
is affirmative action advocates more fixated on Ivy Leagues versus like other universities?
The problem in the US is that it depends on the state, and it also can depend on the school, because the schools implement different rules of admission around like how points are distributed. So, well, I mean, it's obvious for the US, but for example, for other countries, not necessarily. The other country has more standardized sort of.
Yeah, but we're talking about American.
Yeah.
Action. So in the case of American, I'm just asking. I don't know if anyone on the panel knows. Does anybody know? Like, do almost all universities have some form of affirmative action policy, or is it specifically? And do the advocates fixate mostly on Ivy Leagues?
So as I understand it, there are some colleges who will say, like Harvard had to give their data. They will say they give points based on like racial preferences, but most colleges won't admit they do, right? And they'll use other metrics that.
Actually,
it's banned in 10 states. I think.
Actually, I don't know any.
California has it, but keep in mind that in California it's only for schools that are like funded by the federal. So I think Stanford, for example, they're still allowed to discriminate by race because
Berkeley also has affirmative action policy.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
Keep in mind.
The University of California system does not have. It's not allowed.
Keep in mind because
Quotas, just to be clear, I was looking
No,
into
no, no, no.
Berkeley
It's not. It's not quotas.
well,
Quotas.
quotas are illegal.
Okay,
But
let me finish my statement and you'll understand what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's quotas. It's obviously not quotas. Those are banned. What I'm saying is that Berkeley specifically is known to have certain affirmative action policies because there was another case in UC. It was against UC Berkeley by another student. I can't remember the name of the case. I apologize, but it was talking about specifically an affirmative action policy where it wasn't quotas, but they were specifically giving some level of preference of basically it was under their diversity wing and they were interested in diversity. And if you had like diverse experiences and they listed a number of things, including both sex and race, that would be used in conjunction to understand your application. And so this is the actual forms of affirmative action that most people are concerned about.
oh, this is actually
Describing as the University of California versus Bakke, which was 1978.
No,
That's where they got rid of.
that's not what I'm talking about.
Okay.
That's not what I'm talking about.
In
Wait.
1996, California passed
this.
Prop 209, which prohibited UC and other state entities from using race, ethnicity, or sex as a criteria. This is why California doesn't have any sort of race-based discrimination when it comes to their universities.
Okay, I guess I'll go look it up. I'm not talking about Baki, obviously. I'm aware of Baki.
well, there's also
Because that's what got rid of quotas. That's why I was.
Wait, Bakke's
I
Quotas.
Okay.
like
Bakke got rid of quotas, but in 1996, yes, California did.
Gruder versus
by-
Bollinger is a good example of one where affirmative action was standed by the Supreme Court.
So this is different, right? So in California, so the Supreme Court has consistently held that states can ban affirmative action if they want to, and California did. In 1996, there was a referendum that removed race-based affirmative action from public colleges, with a caveat, which is that California is one of these fucking states where the admissions programs they don't say it. They don't say we're going to give you points because you're black. But they just tend to rate certain minorities as more dynamic,
Yes,
more
thank you.
more
That's what I'm
exciting,
talking about, yes.
more with more pizzazz.
1996 California Proposition 209. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
that's the one I've
Yeah,
been
so-
talking about the whole time, just to be clear.
Yeah.
That's
So
what I'm
California does do that. There's a lot of colleges there that basically hide the fact that they're doing it, but they do it in one way or
Yes.
another. But they can't explicitly do it though.
No,
California is
but
one of the
they-
states where they can't say like, oh, you're black, therefore we're going to give you some points based on that. They
well,
So the
I mean, yeah, if we're
2003
talking about like things
Gruder.
going under the table, then sure.
under
No,
the
no,
table,
it's not.
and they do.
It's not entirely under table. The Gruder-Bollinger case is what set the precedent of how we tend to implement these things. Where in this case, there was a law school in Michigan that basically tailored to match diversity was found to be fair, and race was allowed to be considered within admissions, but it was under like these new types of languages versus the old ones of just explicitly being about race. And so, like most universities have adopted policies that are similar to the University of Michigan, including multiple different universities.
Wait. So that was Gruder
So,
was 2003. In
That's what I
2000,
said.
hold on. In 2006, Michigan banned all affirmative action by statute. So
Yeah.
Gruder doesn't apply anymore to Michigan because they
No,
banned
I
it by
did say that it did. I said that the Gruder policy, because it was upheld by the Supreme Court, was then taken by a number of universities and they went, "Oh fuck, that works," and was then adopted and disseminated out. That's
but not
what I meant.
California.
right, but also
Adopted by a number of other states, but not California and not Michigan, because both those states explicitly banned it, but implicitly they're absolutely doing it under the table. There's no doubt about that whatsoever.
Yeah, and like I think that's like
Right.
something that like I don't know if we could
But-
ever get rid of again, unless we got rid of like names too. If you see that somebody's name is Kim early, you know that they're going to be Asian, right? So
like I've been given because
Well, maybe they're more dynamic. Who knows?
yes,
yeah.
like because we have two actually important things when it comes to admission. We have admission itself. So are you able to study here? Are you able to attend this place? And the second important factor, which I'm not sure we've touched upon, are you actually going to receive the funding to be able to be here? And there was a university, and I don't know if it was Harvard or which was it, that has decided to basically give funding only to very poor people. And if a person, even if it was a person of color, had an income that was above very poor, then they would not fund the whole course. Right?
Are we talking about access to scholarships?
Yes, because being admitted to a school is one thing, but actually getting the fund, yeah.
Yeah. But that brings up a question, right? Given the fact, right, that there are so many scholarships, or I guess I'll ask it rather than just assert it. Do minorities have more access to scholarships than, say, you or I? I don't actually know.
It depends.
Or is it more of the
Scholarships?
fact
I
that
would guess absolutely, yeah.
I would
could
think
be
so.
wrong.
or access to grants, loans, etc. Right?
There are just tons and tons of options for scholarships, like especially depending on the state you live with. There's just like hundreds of different routes
Not
you could
even
go.
close.
Well,
Yeah,
like
I
no,
would-
specific to you, there are probably hundreds
Harvard,
of different options you could go for. But the numbers obviously like in the thousands of like things you have access to apply for, and obviously there would be more options for minorities. Yes.
Yes, there are, and I got some scholarships when I went to school. It's absolutely true. I mean, they obviously none of them were race-based scholarships. If you just
Right,
look at
you
them.
don't have access
Right.
to that. Yeah.
I don't have access to those, but there was a fuck ton that I didn't have access to, and I think this is pretty.
One of
My
the big
understanding
things.
though is that when I quickly looked it up because I wasn't sure, because that would be my assumption too, is that there's more. But 71% of white students receive scholarships, while minorities win about 28.5%. So maybe there are more of them available, but I guess like they're never being
could be.
applied
Well,
for.
different
Or...
types of scholarships. Yeah.
Yeah, because it could be that like there's like military sponsorship or scholarships, and those
Right.
might go more towards white students, so it might actually balance itself
Military.
out.
You mean like the Pell Grant or?
Right.
Just assume
Okay.
scholarships for
Okay,
military.
so
Because-
well, if you
yeah.
go to the military, you get your college paid for through the Pell Grant.
Because
No,
they're
I'm saying if you're like father's in the military.
Oh, if you're in a military family, maybe. $5 from
I just-
Meatwad. $5 from Meatwad to say legacy admissions are affirmative action for rich people. Fair enough.
Base. I was going to bring up
Wait.
legacy admissions.
Wait. No, I got a number of things to
I was
say.
going to say, I know that you're going to be prepped for legacy admissions. So
No,
I feel like that's
I got
that's
so
right
I got
to
so
tackle.
many. I got so many things to say. Okay, first of all, something that was said just didn't make sense to me. So I looked into it, right? So no, a higher percentage of black
okay. I might bring it up.
white
Yeah.
people, only 74%, got any kind of grant or federal aid from the government, non-repayable. Okay, so black people get more from the government. And then when you look at Caucasian students receive 72% of all scholarships. Caucasian students receive 72%
Okay.
of all scholarships. Minority students receive only 28% of all scholarships. Now, read that carefully. That does not mean that black people are underrepresented in getting scholarships because they are a much smaller percentage of people who go to college,
obviously.
right? So, so they are actually an outsized percentage of people.
But
They're higher proportionally. As
Right.
And
absolutely, at a high proportion, they get more scholarships. And then as to the legacy point, I do not deny whatsoever that legacy absolutely has a pro-white lean because, of course, people in the past who went to those colleges are more likely to be white. Therefore,
not just more likely we're allowed to, just to be clear.
Absolutely. Look, like I'm not denying that. But
Well, isn't it admission based on immutable characteristics? Isn't that the problem?
yeah. So back then, there was absolutely they banned certain people from going to the school based on whether or not they were Jewish or black or.
Well, no,
anything.
they're giving an immutable benefit to people just because of who their parents are.
Correct.
You're going to get looked at more favorably.
To be clear, absolutely, and to be clear, I'm against legacy. I think legacy. By the way, I think any and all things that shit on merit are like stupid. I think merit is like the ultimate thing because at the end of the day, who do you want building your plane? The affirmative action hire or the person?
but the question is, what do we mean by merit?
Well, I wanted to say one last thing. When you look at the legacy, it's true this has an effect, but the Harvard data that was released shows that like even when you control for legacy, if you removed all race-based affirmative action and removed legacy with it, you would see the proportion of white students go up, right?
Also, one of the things that makes
legacy is such
like
a
really
small percentage.
Yeah, one of the things that makes legacy really difficult is that it does have an insanely high correlation to getting into, like essentially your parents' alma mater or whatever. But when they actually looked, like if you had a Harvard legacy, you were also getting into Yale and Princeton and Stanford at like significantly higher rates because you're just in an environment like if your parents went to Harvard, you're going to.
This is about the systemic stuff, right? So like
so the
there's a
data's
piece
tricky.
of. So the piece of legacy that's tricky is the systemic and element of like schools are probably going to look more favorably on legacies because they're probably grown up in education settings that are going to like prepon them more. But this is going to be the exact same inverse argument for why there like might be need to consider like Black individuals and like how they are disproportionately undereducated and have worse education opportunities, and therefore their GPA may not be reflective of their potential but of their poor education, particularly the SATs.
Question specifically.
So.
It's interesting.
You don't? Are you not interested in the meritocratic? I had a question for Lacto, but I have a question for you. Staxiums, do
No,
you
I
not think merit is a
100%.
good
No, I'm
thing?
100% interested in a meritocracy, and I'm just saying, hey, if we want to address systemic issues, that's how we do so. And I'm saying Blacktoid says he's interested in a meritocracy, but it seems like when addressing these sort of systemic issues at the root, or acknowledging that there are some absolutely historical examples where they are still being passed on intergenerationally, because we know that intergenerational wealth exists, and that wealth is a predictor for high education. Like, finding a way to probably like have a more meritocratic system is a positive. Would you not?
Right. So like
That was a question towards Blacktoid.
we
Well, it depends how you define merit, right?
yes.
There's two schools of thought. The one school of thought is, at the end of the day, who can do the job better? That's one way of defining merit. The other way of defining merit is if we control for everything throughout this person's life, who do we think could potentially have done better? The second one, I think, is very nebulous and speculative, although I'm in favor of, I guess, everyone being the best person they can be. At the end of the day, especially if I'm like getting like I don't want to feel like while I'm on the sub that's collapsed. Like okay, maybe too soon for that. Okay, hold on, that's too soon for that. I'm not gonna use that.
Hey, no.
So this
Hold on, that first school of thought.
If 5 people wrong, 5 people died. I don't want to bring it up, right? But like, let's say you're on a plane and like the wings start falling off. Like the last thought in my head was, well, at least somebody who got a chance, who otherwise may have been like not been able to do that. No, I want.
Well, I think this.
This is the myth of meritocracy in general. It's like
Right.
Meritocracy to some degree is valuable. Of like, yeah, we want more qualified people in positions that take higher level technical skill. But meritocracy is a massive myth as soon as we get to individuals, because most individuals, even at really high levels, are decently replaceable because there are millions of people who are similarly level of skilled and would be able to have the capacity to do your jobs outside of even GPA. Absolutely, this is true, right? So many jobs are going to be replaceable. Some jobs are going to be harder to replace, but absolutely there are going to be people who can fill your shoes. This is how hiring practices are reliant on in marriage parties, that you're never fully so valuable that your firm can't fill.
No,
There's
similarly is pulling
okay.
one away
So
right? There's no such thing as like qualified and unqualified. Qualification is a spectrum, and I'd prefer a situation in which if I'm an employer, I can accurately predict what level of quality that I'm selecting in a candidate without having to accurate. Accurate.
It seems like a spectrum, so that's my problem.
Without having to compensate for like, this person's here because of XYZ non-skill based reasons.
So
which is what affirmative action does.
That's the problem.
So that's not exactly true.
This is why we have PhD conflations. Like, this is why you can find a PhD to say fucking everything, right? The reality is that GPAs are super valuable, but GPAs are also extremely going to be underserving at a number of fields about whether or not they're meritable. This is why, for example, in the help field, it is like the classic meme that everyone prefers like the master's student who just got like an average counseling degree versus the people with the PhD clinical psych degrees, because the PhDs are fucking stupid with people, because yeah, they're really good at school and smarts, but they're terrible at talking to people, and they're terrible at like negotiating like human management, which is what, by the way, human management is essential to most jobs nowadays. There are some highly technical jobs for like our antisocial weirdos that can go and not talk to people, but they're increasingly high human management.
So
it's not a good explanation
but that's not based on race.
I
right?
think
I don't agree that like black people have more dynamism. I think that people of all races, I think if you like somebody in an interview, I agree that's going to be much more determinative of.
I think.
But that's still like a factor, right? That's still like a relevant factor, like how well you work with people.
But race actually can be. I know that, like for doctors, for example, people tend to actually respond a lot better and take advice from physicians that are the same race as them. Which is why I know it's actually weird because I know med schools do really want diverse people coming in, because otherwise they're not actually graduating enough like diversity in their doctors.
I believe that the whole meritocracy argument is pretty deceptive, as we are talking about people that might have the skill, for example, might have the drive and might have the merit, but might have the tools to do their best before going to college. And I think we can throw away the doing the best job example, because we're not talking about jobs, we're talking about educating people to do the best possible job. And there is existing data. There are actually examples of schools that do not, Because when we're talking about affirmative action, we're not just talking about a single step of admitting people. We're actually also talking about the support that goes afterwards, both psychological help to the students and additional help that would help them overcome the hurdles that they had before, that would enable them to have a equal playing field with other people that had more means. Like, for example, if we're talking about essays, is it more, does a person that has access to tutors that would practically just teach them the exact skill on how to write essays, is that merit?
Yes, because now they know how to write essays.
No, it's not merit. It's based on extra tuition.
No, if somebody teaches
hold on,
you,
hold on.
Wait. If somebody teaches you how to fucking like blacksmith, and now you can blacksmith, and some other guy's like, well, I
Essays
could have.
is not like blacksmithing.
I could have. No, hold on. I could have been a blacksmith if I wasn't.
Just right here.
If I didn't grow up in the
You
fucking
cannot compare
in an environment with a lack of anvils. It doesn't matter. Wait. It doesn't matter, right? Like, at the end of the day, when I'm going in to get a fucking like pair of pliers made, okay?
Nobody's
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a okay. Wait.
About, like, philosophical.
It's all the same. It's all the same.
No, it's not.
So
the lawyers who were ushered in, the lawyers who were ushered in because of their race, they were quite literally given a benefit, which very well could have and probably did in most cases make up for a lack of skill. And that is critically important when you're the one on trial.
Essays are the worst example of just like simple skill and merit. Essays are objectively the stupidest like thing to argue with. Lucy's right here. Essays are so deeply subjectively based. It's not like a blacksmith teaching somebody how to build a nail or a horseshoe. Essays are subjectively marked. They're subjectively determined about what is good.
Right.
For example, there are tons of famous essayists that at the time of their writing, everyone scoffed at because their prose was shit. And now we look at them and we look at the ideas that they're putting forward,
Right.
and we call them brilliant. So
It'd be better if they knew better prose, and on
And-
average, people who knew better prose were probably better than the
like
people.
based on the
Diamonds in the rough. I don't disagree with that, but at the end of the day, even when it comes to essays or when it comes to any kind of practice, any kind of skill, or when it comes to motions, which you're filing in court, that's also like maybe not quite an essay, but kind of similar in the sense that you've got a thesis and you're making an argument. Your skill matters
all
there.
these things can be done by ChatGPT at this point. Just structure.
No, they can't. This fucking lawyer tried that, and he's getting fucking disbarred.
ChatGPT is actually becoming an increasing problem. Yes, but
Enough.
Why have merit? Because the robots will replace us? Is that your argument?
Everyone stop, because I can't hear anyone. Everyone stop or you will be stopped. Everyone, that includes you, Lucy. Okay, $5 from Fur Gully to say this. If workplaces are urged to look at resumes during the hiring process, shouldn't schools? Can you put people's names on screen? I only know a few of them. Yeah, I'll do them. There's Double Shine, Kilo, Lactoid, Lucy, Nuts Erudite, and Staxiums. On the merit argument of things, right? We seem to be kind of getting, we're diverging. We're missing each other, I feel. At the end of the day, it does matter. And this is my opinion, I'll share this. Your drive, your work ethic, all this does matter. But at the end of the day, also, regardless of how hard you try, or how hard I try, I'm never going to be as good as volleyball as someone who's 6'8". I'm just never going to. I'm not. It's impossible for me, right? No matter how hard I try, no matter what tools are given me, they are just going to be objectively better, right? And there are some people, like it or not, who, no matter how hard you try, you will never be as smart as. They're just going to be objectively smarter than you. It's just
right. Be it as
I think that these two ideas are kind of at odds right now. A lot of you are arguing, well, yes, drive matters. You need tools so you can access your full potential. But what Lactoid seems to be arguing is that at the end of the day, this person's full potential is just always going to be higher than yours. $5 more from Fur Gully to say I didn't write the question right. Workplaces look at nameless resumes in schools. Here's another dono. Thank you for the other dono.
Be it as it may. Yes? Sorry. Be it as it may, if certain people don't have access to the tools, then we can't know if they would have performed to their full potential or not, because they don't have the ability to. Like, they're just deprived of the ability. We can't know. And the
Hold on, Lactoid. I want to respond to what you've been saying, okay? Because you're saying, hey, look, I don't really care.
Holy shit! I don't think she was done.
yes, there's what's one other thing, because based on the answer, one question does come to mind. So, are some of the people here saying that education should be barred between a paywall, since the essay tuition that is counted as merit is basically based on how wealthy a person or a person's family is, that they can afford the extra lessons to take someone to the extra activities. It is all economy based. So, are we saying that education should be barred for certain people based on their economic ability?
I think everything in society will be in some cases barred, right? That's like saying all athleticism should basically be like completely barred because somebody had more money to get better coaches when they were 10 years old. Like, yeah, it sucks that obviously if you have more money, you're going to be able to write a better essay. And I don't even know if I necessarily agree that like that merit argument is very good. Like, oh, just because you have a better essay, you're somehow more qualified to like succeed in college. But I don't think that like your access to educational tools when you're young should like, it's just, I don't think it's basically impossible, I think, to like equalize that.
I just want to,
I feel like we're so far from like where we could.
Wait, it's not.
I would like to.
Go ahead, Lactoid. Just interrupt all the women on the panel. Just keep going.
I was gonna, but I decided to revert from my sexist ways. Go ahead.
Me and Lucy finally have space. Thank you. Okay. What me and Lucy are arguing, going back to the merit stuff, is that there are certain things that are assumed as merit that it turns out don't map on very well to skill in the workplace. So again, I'm going to lean on the help field specifically, but I can guarantee you somebody's capacity to write a sick research paper, that nobody will read because it's fucking boring. They're going to skip immediately to your discussion system because the way that we've taught people to write papers is fucking insane and boring. And by the way, tons of researchers are arguing that our prose formatting is so stupid and alien that it should basically be done away with so that research can be fun again. But regardless, somebody's essay isn't going to determine whether or not they're able to connect with their clients, to actually be helpful, to be able to properly put their finger on what potentially is the issue with, and help transition that client to better functioning and health, right? An essay might cue that, but it's a really bad measure. This is why, for example, essays are almost completely done away in psychology fields, because it's a really bad measure. Same with GREs. So I'm willing to grant that for certain jobs like engineers and stuff, there are going to be things like certain measures of testing that map on more closely to their job. I want engineers to have lots of rote memory about a lot of stuff for their work site, but there's a lot of things that don't map on that are silly. There's tons of multiple choice types questions. There's tons of standardized testing things that don't map on very well to skill, because half the shit they can just Google and it doesn't actually tell whether or not they can make like good decisions and like work well in a like team flow management system.
You want to respond to that?
I think that even if the essay isn't great, which I don't know how effective the essay is at predicting like college success. Again, I'm just going to say that like whatever metric you do use, people who are richer, people who are more privileged are always going to have more access to those tools. Even if it's like extracurricular or working at a job, if you want to go for that, richer people are still going to have better access to that.
Not just that, but I looked into it, and yes, there is a strong correlation between single-parent households and poor educational achievement. And when you have more parental involvement in education, you're much more likely to succeed in your education. And to some extent, you can't choose that. I agree. Like it does seem a little bit unfair in the sense of, wow, this person was born with parents who care about them and actually are involved in their education. I agree.
I just looked up my Boot Scouts kid out. Just ask mom harder.
I agree. I 100% agree. You have situations in which, yes, like someone is born with parents that care about them, and this is going to put them at a massive advantage for a lot of things in their life. But at the end of the day, sometimes, sometimes things are made, not born, right? Sometimes you have heroes that are made, not born. And when you have people who at the end of the day can write incredibly convincingly, can forge a hammer very well, can design a plane perfectly, right? At the end of the day, if you're an employer and you want the best person to do a job like that, it would make sense to be choosing the person who can just do it, as opposed to, well, if only they had had a better upbringing, maybe they would be good at it. So we're just going to go ahead and give them the benefit of the doubt anyway. We don't give the we don't give the losing team 10 points.
It's not refuting what she's saying.
And employers, you're not. This is such a bad analogy. Just to be clear, though, but just to be clear, an education place is not going to be the same as an employer. Employers are only going to determine about how good you are because they're hiring you and paying you for a job. At an education center, where their job is to help build and grow you, and you're paying them to mentor you, there is way more flexibility and way less of a needed meritocracy.
Yeah.
Their job is to make money off you.
I'm gonna lose my mind. Okay, hey, Blacktoid, I feel like you're being hypocritical here because let's say I'm brought in for a crime, okay, and this black lawyer who was educated from Harvard and only got in for affirmative action comes and assists me, and I'm like, oh, perfect, this is my lawyer, and then some fucking white guy who never went to Harvard was like, I applied and I had the potential, but I wasn't able to go because of this affirmative action. I would say, look, I don't care. This black person is able to help me too. I don't care that he was unjustly helped. He is the person who could help me. It seems like you're aware that there is systemic action, but you are only wanting to displace it at a point where you feel like whites are unjusted instead of earlier where black people are. And
Well, he was opposed to legacy admissions, I will grant.
Well, there seems to be.
But I want to respond to that, okay? Because there are a couple things that were said. The first thing that you said, there is a point of discrimination. I understand your point, and it's an interesting point, but I'm mostly concerned when it comes to government discrimination. Okay, so I don't think that just because you happen to have a culture that like prioritizes single motherhood, that because that exists and because that leads to poor overall outcomes, that therefore the government gets to do their own racism or like their own sort of like negative control in which they discriminate against white people in order to like make up a gap that isn't my fault. To make up a gap that I had nothing to do with, that the government had nothing to do with necessarily, right? When it comes to single motherhood.
So there are...
I agree with you on that if you're going to make that point. But then second of all, when you bring up the example of, you have the black lawyer from Harvard compared to the white guy who just simply didn't get in that scenario, it would be a very difficult choice, okay? But the unfortunate reality is... Wait. Let me finish my point real quick. Because the unfortunate reality is, if you have a black lawyer from Harvard and a Asian lawyer from Harvard, you'd be stupid to not go with the Asian. Because of affirmative action. Affirmative action makes the consumer be racist when they otherwise wouldn't be. I don't want to be racist, but because I know affirmative action gives a black person an advantage, I'm picking the Asian every time.
Okay.
Flip it.
Right, so... There seems to be this interesting assumption that poor parents don't care for their children. Am I hearing this correctly? That would be my first.
More likely to not care.
Well, sure, but we say statistic, but there's obviously a correlation, right, between single motherhood, but I can also point to a strong correlation between single motherhood and crime-ridden neighborhoods, and I could also point to a link between crime-ridden neighborhoods and impoverished neighborhoods, and I can also point to a link to impoverished neighborhoods and historically marginalized.
But there seems to be...
I can draw these lines all over the place, and it seems interesting that you're drawing one line and not the other.
Well, I don't think he's trying to make like a causal thing saying that single parent mothers, they just hate their children and they don't want them to learn. There's probably a lot of other conflating variables and stuff like that, but on average, they're probably a lot less involved with their kids' education.
There's
resources to involve their kids, and I think that's just true.
I 100%.
There seems to be Oh, sorry. There seems to be a misunderstanding about what affirmative action is and what it sets out to do. When it comes to education, it's supposed to put people on equal ground to get the education. Ideally, it is followed by support, as I said, psychological and other types of support. And when it comes to hiring, it does not become a case of we see that this person is less qualified, we will hire that person. No, it becomes the case of this person is actually extremely qualified, but there are not many people like this within this field, so I will hire this person because there is
the
Yeah.
scenario that gets brought up, just to clear this up, like in a hiring situation or in an admission situation, you have one slot left. You have two equally qualified candidates, right? So both seem to be qualified.
So
One
it's different.
scores higher on diversity than the other, so that the diversity gets
Like
them in.
that, it's not like there is no incompetent lawyer who just gets because of the affirmative action and just doesn't know what they're doing. Actually, I mean, I would like to see examples of that.
Yeah, so real quick, I reject all this, right? Again, like people for some reason, I've heard this all the time, like, well, as long as you're competent, like there's two competent people, and then we look at other factors, and then we decide. Like, who decides competency? There's no two ethereal boxes of competent and incompetent, right?
Wait,
it's a spectrum. It's a spectrum, okay? Competency is a spectrum. Somebody who scores a 4.0 GPA is more competent than a person who scores a 3.5 when it comes to GPA, okay? They are more competent, even though both are quote-unquote competent, right? Whatever your personal line is for determining whether or not somebody's competent, one is better than the other. And then the 3.5 is more than the 3, and the 3 is more than the 2.5.
No, that's actually not true.
I refer to specifically GPA. You could talk about SATs, the person who's
No,
got a higher
I'm
SAT.
talking about GPA.
Okay.
Even in GPA.
No, it's one.
Okay, what if I've got somebody who's taking a bunch of sociology classes versus
Yes.
somebody? Okay, so
Yeah,
obviously,
you're
I'm
right.
sure you would grant me that. What about somebody who is like me? Okay, I can fucking destroy multiple choice questions. I don't know why. I've just got a really good memory for it. I annihilate them. That doesn't actually necessarily mean that I'm more competent than somebody else. It just means I have a fucking incredible rote memory. But there are incredibly competent people who are more competent than me that probably don't have as good of a rote memory. So even GPA, while it is a good predictor of success, is also still falling short of competency. The question of evaluating competency is one of the biggest conversations in like most levels of psychological assessment.
Yeah,
like,
this is what I'm saying though. This is what I'm saying though, right? What I'm saying is that competency is not non-competent and competent. It's a very difficult and sometimes subjective, but you look at every single individual metric and determine, are they more competent at this specific thing, or are they less competent on this specific thing? Not that they fit into one of the single boxes.
So
somebody who's a higher SAT score is more competent at the SAT. Someone who is an engineering major who's taking the same courses as another person and they have a 4.0 GPA compared to a 3.5, they are more competent, right? There's
so
hold on real quick. Competency is a spectrum, okay? And so when you look at affirmative action, which is by definition putting less competent people in positions of power, that's the point of it.
no, it's not.
This does not result.
It's not the point of it.
This is not just in college. This is also in employment, right? The Department of
No.
Labor, literally on their website, for their how they dictate terms to federal contractors, mandate affirmative action for federal contractors.
No,
Plenty
no,
of
no,
private
no.
employers, yes, and public employers together, all mandate affirmative action in which they give unfair, prejudicial benefits to minority groups if that minority group is underrepresented in that field. It's just factually true. You can look this shit up. It's on the Department of Labor's .gov website. You can find it.
Yes, it is. It might be required. That might be true, but I think we're looking at a pretty major misunderstanding on what affirmative action is when it comes to hiring. I know it's not the topic of today's thing, but I would like to see it demonstrated that one of the main goals of affirmative action is to hire less competent people, and that it's the point of affirmative action. Could you demonstrate that in any way?
So I don't think the point of affirmative action is necessarily because we hate white people. I think the point of affirmative action is that a lot of people, especially people to the left, they look at the current landscape in the economy and higher education, and they are uncomfortable with the fact that white people and Asians and Jews, all three of those groups, dominate, and the fact that black people and Hispanic groups do very, very poorly and don't get in nearly as high in as high as rates, that they drop out at much higher rates, that they fail out at higher rates.
No.
Occupy the bottom 20% of the class when they do get in. This makes people very uncomfortable because a lot of people of this school of thought have this well, we're all equal, and it's because of not
This
having
is
opportunities. But people are put into these opportunities, they don't do as well.
No, wait.
this is a. Go ahead.
We are just looking at you when you're saying opportunities. Okay, you're doing a lot of shorts. You're doing a lot of shortcuts there because you are just looking at educational opportunities and not all of the myriad of opportunities that happen earlier in their life. The reason why people are uncomfortable when they look at these percentages on how much Black people and Hispanic people are failing in colleges is because we know the history of this country. We're not blind to it. We know why these happen, and we can see a pretty causal link between a huge history of this discrimination that ended very recently, and in some cases are still existing, and compare that to acceptance to performance. And we're saying, hey, this is probably not some race science thing. Maybe we have disenfranchised these people, and maybe there are ways to fix that. And I agree that it is easy and sloppy to do it through affirmative action. I again, there's so many better, more effective ways that we can actually address these issues.
A little more systemic, but
Yeah.
Then advocate for those.
Okay,
but the problem.
You think
Yes.
Well, then join my side and let's shit on this one, and then maybe on the next panel we can talk about your shit, and maybe I don't know, maybe I'll agree with it. I don't know.
Doing the shit that's part of the problem, right? Part of the problem is that there's like a cultural preferentialism for certain like dominantly white cultural things, right? This is why, for example, let's get honest, in workplaces, for example, there are absolutely things like the tone and volume of your voice that in certain cultures being quieter is much more standardized, and in other cultures being louder is much more
That's
normalized.
true.
And people of color often are from cultures where being loud is fine, which, by the way, both of these things are morally neutral. It's fine to be quiet and it's fine to be loud, but absolutely there can be punitization. There are Black women who've had issues with their hair. There are absolutely a number of preferentialisms for things that are tend to be white centric, right? Not exclusively white centric, but in our culture dominantly that. And because of this, there's going to be a long history of issues that people of color come across. And so when the cases of like opportunities, we're talking about multiplicities of opportunities. We're talking about issues like why was there redlining? Why is there cases where there's just people of color, like basically, like I think they're still called ghettos, unironic ghettos with underfunded and oftentimes teachers who don't want to go there who are qualified because it's probably an awful place to teach at, with high levels of crime, with high levels of poverty, with high levels of single motherhood. And how do we address that? Not a single person on this panel, by the way, has been like, yeah, I fucking love quotas. I love affirmative action. It's based. Nobody has said that. So you're fighting against ghosts, which you said at the very beginning of this panel you are going to do, but yet you keep yelling at us. So chill.
Well, I'm gonna keep yelling it because I said I'm gonna fight the ghost, so I'm gonna. Okay, first of all, and second of all, the quotas. No one has advocated for quotas. I'm not even fighting against quotas. I'm talking about affirmative action as practiced in the United States. Okay, we can leave quotas. We can leave quotas to the side. I'm never gonna refer to quotas because ostensibly they don't happen in America, even though they do.
How do you want to deal with the educational inequality? How do you want to deal with it?
So. I don't know. I don't necessarily think that it's my prerogative to do it. Okay, to be frank with you, I don't see it as my goal to do so. And when it comes to the hair and the volume, you know, I'm less concerned about that. I don't know how much that has to go into college admission. I personally wouldn't give a fuck.
You are going into
hold on. Hey. I understand.
Okay,
but like when we're talking,
sure you're attributing the correct
for sure.
statements.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. We're talking about workplaces. Sure, there might be some private employers who, I mean, ultimately, I am in favor of private employers choosing who they want to work for them. And if they don't like somebody having hair that they don't want, or they don't like somebody being louder than they don't want, they should be able to choose not to if they don't want to hire them. I personally wouldn't give a fuck. But when we're talking about affirmative action in colleges, right? Mm-hmm. The sort of white-centric, what sort of white-centric, I guess, parameters are you looking at, right? The SAT. Is
You're
that white-centric?
You think that essays are these basic skills, and as long as you learn the formula, when Purdue OWL itself has wholly rejected prose and basically said that there's no such thing as proper grammar in English because essays are way more. Look it up on Purdue, right? Well, you've treated essays like a calculation, which is
the SAT white-centric? Is that a biased white-centric metric?
I'm not sure. I would have to look into SAT history specifically.
What about the LSAT?
So the thing I would like to address.
I'm asking you specifically, so you'll get to respond. I promise you. There's no such thing as proper grammar in English. Is that something that's been said? Like you.
Look at it on Purdue OWL. Yeah, they've wholly rejected proper prose.
But we do agree that there's effective communication versus ineffective communication.
Yes,
communication.
How do we teach grammar?
Communication
however,
more.
How should we teach grammar?
Ask the writer of Blood Meridian. I don't know what to tell
I'm
you.
asking you. I'm asking you. No. Hold on. I'm asking you. Because you have endorsed.
So I could speak a little bit on this.
Erudite. You have endorsed the opinion that grammar isn't real. Okay, and I'm asking you.
That's not what I've said.
That's not what was said, no.
Correct grammar.
Yes, but that's...
How should we...
concept
I don't give
that
a fuck
there
about
is
Purdue.
proper prose or proper grammar. I've never said don't use grammar.
Okay, so how, in your opinion, should we be teaching kids proper grammar? Because there's no such thing as proper grammar according to Purdue. So how should we teach them?
I think we should...
Does and go before is, or does is go before
So
and?
just
Is there
to
any
be
rules for
clear,
this shit?
you want me to now be based on Purdue's statements. You want me to develop a grammatical lecture, but you don't want to answer the question of education inequality. You get to throw your hands up.
I answered it. I said it's
You
not
said
my
I don't know. It's not my prerogative.
I said it's not my prerogative.
Purdue Owl said there's no such thing as prose.
Let me be very clear.
I don't need to define how to develop.
Okay, so I think I can...
Let me hold on real quick. Let me be very
I
clear.
think I can...
It's not my problem. I didn't cause any of that fucking shit, so it's not my fucking problem to solve any of this shit.
Sorry, do we live in a community? Do we live in a society? Do we live in a democracy?
Society? Oh, whatever.
No, yeah, sorry.
You're right. I personally contributed
So I
to
can...
deciding that there's no problem. So there is
So why would you cite
improper
them?
grammar.
Why would you cite them if you don't care about them?
Because she's saying...
Think about it. Actually, hold on, Lactoid. Why did I talk about this? Why did I bring any of this up? Tell me what my argument is.
You brought it up because I argue that essays are like, depending on the prose of an essay, could somewhat accurately indicate how intelligent or how capable somebody is. And this just was very problematic for you because you said, well, actually, this is a terrible statement. Purdue University says there's no such thing as correct grammar. You brought that up. So my question for you is, why would you bring it? Why would you? You are obviously, you're obviously bringing up the citation to Purdue by saying there's no such thing as correct grammar to refute my position, which is that I think essays are a good thing when it comes to determining whether or not somebody's capable.
So, yep.
If I could answer Lucy.
Yeah, let's let Erudite and Alexa go.
Yeah.
This is interesting.
And Lucy can stand me, okay?
I really want to go in. I want to defend there's no such thing as proper grammar. That's what I want to do.
So the idea of proper grammar has been dismissed by Purdue, and I brought it up because Purdue is the closest thing English has to a proper authority. Because as I'm sure you all know, there is no authority of English, which, by the way, in like Spanish, there are authorities for the language. So English is very weird because we don't have an authority. Purdue is like the closest thing, but I'm sure you might find another body that you like more, which is fine. There is improper grammar. For example, if you make a sentence in English and it makes no sense, that would be really bad grammar. But there are no absolute rules in grammar. This is why one of the great endeavors of a ton of different creative writers, for example, is constantly breaking different things of grammar to make certain points. People actually include grammar into how they read Blood Meridian. That's like the purpose, half the point of that fucking book is just to bastardize grammar.
Let me respond then, because what you just said.
$2 from Insomnia Nor to say stop inviting racists on Lactoid. Okay, thanks.
Blah blah. Yeah. One specific thing that you said right there was, yes, there is such thing as improper grammar when you form a sentence that doesn't make any sense. Would you agree with me then that if you apply to college and you write an essay in which more of your sentences make sense as opposed to less of your sentences make sense, that this means you're a better essay writer, and
if I could.
Hold on. And for that reason, essays do matter and can matter when it comes to applying for college.
What do you think my answer is going to be to that question?
It's going to be yes. I'm sorry, Lactoid, you were right. That's what I think the answer is
going to be yes, because you're clearly still not fully understanding what I'm actually arguing here. Okay. Right? The fact that you would even ask me that question suggests that you're still not grasping it. So the reason that they reject absolute rules for grammar is that even if we set rules in English, they can be broken because there is no absolute authority. It is proper to break grammar rules in a whole bunch of ways constantly. Commas can be used for effect. Periods can be used for effect. The prose that is able to effectively communicate an idea is what matters. So I would have an issue, for example, with an SAT that got dinged because commas were in the wrong place, or they didn't like how long the run-on sentences were, even if the ideas were compelling, powerful, and better than anybody else. It's the same thing, for example, with APA citation. People will lose 5% grades because they didn't italicize the journal label, even though the research article that they did is fucking brilliant. And that's the shit that's fucking cringe.
Wait, do college universities actually do that? Do they actually dock you based on your grammar?
When I wrote research papers,
And style as well, yeah, and style. But if I may,
admissions.
Wait,
That's
wait, wait,
crazy.
wait, so hold on. It does, but then my question for you then, which maybe we can come to some agreement as to, I think that the actual point is more important than, as long as it's understood and it's compelling as opposed to
I'm
what the
gonna
comma is. I
pour
agree with
myself some
that.
Pepsi.
But then my question for you then is, do you have any evidence or any reason to believe that this impacts affirmative action whatsoever? That there's certain racial demographics that the reason that they're scored lower in essays is not because they're making less compelling points, but because
Yes, the answer is yes.
Okay, where is it?
Well,
So, if I may.
Yeah, Lucy, back up your statement.
So, as a, because, well, I can speak to this a little bit as I am actually certified to teach English, interestingly enough. And in languages, because I think it goes a bit beyond the ultimate authority argument. We can speak to this when we talk about all languages. There is the standard version of a language that we usually broadly teach, but throughout all languages there are smaller groups within a society or regional differences within societies that can get discriminated against because they stray from that standard. And the argument is that those deviations from the norm or standard should not be part of a discrimination, and that it reflects in the scores because the way, for example, that black people speak or communicate is often treated as broken English or bad English, even though it's a legitimate form of English. It's a legitimate not accent, dialect. Exactly, yeah.
So just two questions on this for you, Lucy, real quick. So
Right.
This isn't just an American thing. Beijing does this. Like Beijing accents and things are taught in Chinese education system in China
Yes.
and things like that. They there's a lot of different.
Well, it's a bit different. It's a bit difficult. It's
right?
a
They do say like Mandarin is the standard language.
yes.
Right? So that is something that they
Well, that's
really go for. So my question, before you respond, like I haven't even asked my question yet.
yeah.
My question is this, right? If you are unfamiliar with a dialect, does using that dialect tend to make it harder to understand you?
I think it's a bit different when comparing English to Chinese, since okay.
Do you think that having a very specific dialect in English that is not common, like
Right.
let's not even use a racial dialect, let's use a Southern dialect, Southern twang, or like Boomhauer on King of the Hill things. It makes you harder to understand, correct?
It will depend.
No, I'm gonna say no.
No,
no, it
you get
absolutely does
Boomhauer.
not make you.
Let me tell you one. You don't understand me
Oh,
now?
sorry.
man?
If I were speaking your dialect, if I were a Southern gentleman, a Southern
this
man
is
who
such,
spoke
intense
just as
white preferentialism. It's like
yeah, exactly. If I've learned how to speak in a specific way, and I am going to be primed to understand people who speak in my similar way. If I speak to someone who speaks exclusively AAVE, that dialect, the African American, or like some southern dialect, they're going to have more issues understanding me than their neighbor, and that is the point.
Yeah. So generally,
So again, the second
generally-
question.
Yeah.
I'll let
To me?
Kilo go next because
No,
Kilo hasn't
you-
gone yet.
go
The
ahead.
second question, right?
Yes.
Is it not within a society or culture's interest, right, to preferential people who are able to be understood by the overall culture as a whole, by the majority of the culture? Is it not within the interest of a culture or a society
no,
or a
not at a
country or
university.
nation?
At a university. No, at a
Well, then
your whole conception is about the wrestling of the greatest ideas. If the idea is to pursue intellectualism, then the idea that because like you're not super big fan of the dialect that somebody's using
well we
wholly blocks you from being able to engage with somebody's idea. I don't know what to tell you. Go listen to Slavoj Žižek. Would you just say Slavoj Žižek is an idiot because it's incredibly difficult to understand and it's like kind of like irritates me from like the amount of like water noise in his mouth? Yeah,
Oh.
it's gross and weird, and he's hard to understand, and his ideas are brilliant anyway.
we are sort of entering.
tell you
doesn't make
that
a sound.
much.
Like
This is a great level of bias where I can look at Slavoj Žižek and disagree with a large portion of what he says and still recognize that he's brilliant and very, very important to listen to, right?
Look,
Just because he's
Well,
I would just real quick. I would give space to Kilo because Kilo hasn't had a lot of space on this panel. I wanted him to have some.
Oh yeah,
room.
Kilo, hello.
Hey,
I know.
I'm here. No, it's. I mean, Lector, do you think that someone could be not particularly intelligent, not be a good performer in school, but like be capable artistically of crafting like this really eloquent, beautiful, like captivating essay that the admissions office would find like really compelling?
Yeah, there's exceptions on both ends. You can have somebody who's like not as intelligent who's able to like craft something particularly like good, and you could have somebody who's intelligent who crafts something shit. But more often than not, it's like a very strong correlation.
Obviously, the Venn
between people.
diagram.
Yeah. There's a very strong correlation, and when you're a university who has like a limited number of spots, it's perfectly rational to be like, oh, you conveyed your ideas understandably and in a succinct manner. I'm more likely going to choose you than somebody who can't.
I was going to bring it back to the meritocracy thing. I don't know if anyone else wanted to finish up with the essay.
well, yes. I think I also want to go back to the meritocracy thing because we sort of circle back to the fact that certain people come from certain environments that do not give certain opportunities. And this is where affirmative actions, for example, enters the picture. And even if a person writes an essay within a very obscure dialect, the more standardized way of communicating is a thing that is taught at a college/university level. So these things are, yeah.
If your task or your goal is to communicate a beautiful idea effectively, right?
Mhm.
And you do so in a weird dialect or a dialect
Weird?
that is, yes, weird.
Weird to who?
Abnormal to the
To
standard.
you.
Whatever the standard happens to be in the
So continue.
If you communicate it poorly, you have failed at your task.
There's a difference
fundamentally.
between
Well,
Stop. If you have the most beautiful idea ever, but you cannot communicate it, it does not matter
Correct.
how
But
beautiful
communicate
your
who?
idea or how great your idea
Or-
is. That
sorry.
does not matter
Use proper
because you have
grammar
been
in Roma.
ineffective at communicating the idea.
so could I respond?
Wick's so
It's like,
right.
This is used against ESL people. For example, I bet
True.
you my chat, because Lucy is, I'm guessing you speak multiple languages. I'm guessing
Yes.
2, maybe 3.
Yes.
Yeah, is English your second, or did you learn it at the same time as I think
Similar time, early childhood, yeah.
accent, right? There's a good chance that if I look back in all of our chats, there's a number of people who assume that Lucy was dumb exclusively probably because Lucy has an accent. Exclusively. This is something I run across, for example, with all of my friends who immigrate from all sorts of locations. Got a good friend named Melina from Sweden. People tell her she's stupid all the time. Not because she's actually dumb, but because sometimes she lacks the right words and stuff like this and doesn't know all of the perfect grammar because English is her second language. So we have to be really fucking careful when we're talking about things like, it's obvious how to communicate these things, because you can fall and lose really good ideas because it doesn't sound persnickety quite
Well,
like
if I
One is arguing, right, that people
if I could,
effectively are stupid. What we're arguing, and what the argument is that if you have to have, right, if you have a task, but you cannot communicate that task in the language.
Right.
If I was speaking to Chinese people, right, from China, I would use Chinese, right, because it would be weird to use English. It would be odd. I would not be able to effectively communicate to them in English.
Sure.
Why would I ever use English to communicate them? That would be silly, right? I would be failing at my task. However, since you're all English, or at least speak English, right? And I don't know English, I'm sorry, right? But I use
shame.
to communicate my ideas, to communicate what I'm
But-
trying to get across. And if I used Russian or Ukrainian or any other language to do it, I would be failing. No matter how smart I am,
Right,
no matter
but
how intelligent I am, my
if I could,
communicating an idea to you would have just failed.
if I could address this, if I could be.
Generally speaking, it's a pretty strong indicator of like capability at writing an essay.
Yeah, not only that, but like we give credit to people who speak 2 languages are going to have in America like an economic advantage, right? If you can speak Spanish and English because you can reach a wider degree of people.
So if I could,
this is a skill to have. Now, I'm a Swedish citizen as well, okay, but I don't know Swedish because it wasn't actually like efficient to teach me that in America, because nobody here fucking speaks Swedish. What's the benefit of being able to speak a language that people can't understand? It's actually more efficient for me to put my resources into learning how to speak the language that everyone can understand better.
So if I could,
We are saying. Oh, sorry, Lucy.
yeah,
keep going. I'm sorry.
it's okay. So what I'm saying is that within like linguistics broadly, it's at the end of the day, dialect is still the same language, so you are still communicating perfectly well. The thing is that it's just not packed in the way that is accepted as the norm, and the packaging can be learned at the university or college level, which often happens that people write essays in a certain style, and as they go through education, they develop a more standardized or fitting style to the education that they are receiving.
So I completely disagree. I think that the idea that language is independent of your ability to communicate is that's the whole point why we have language, is so that we can.
Nobody's saying that.
No, wait, hold on.
It's that was not the point being made.
If you want to cut me off, so I can finish my point real quick. But that's very much exactly what Lucy said, talking about
No.
language. Yeah, that's okay.
Let's do
Second
another
of all-
game. Double Shine, can
Sure, go
you
ahead.
tell us what Lucy is arguing, and Lucy will clarify for you if that's what she's actually saying.
Can I just ask Lucy to say it again, maybe, instead of playing games?
I'm actually more interested in seeing if you know what she's saying.
Yeah,
Well,
because
then
I don't really know, because
why
they're
the
not
fuck
very
would you
good at
come in
communicating
and
it.
refute everything that Lucy just said?
Because
if
that's
you don't
my
even know her position?
interpretation of what they said. Now, if they disagree with me, they're welcome to say it, but I'm not going to play 20 questions to figure out their position. But I think it's actually demonstrating my
doesn't
point
this prove?
here.
Yeah, doesn't this prove the point a little bit?
Right, so
I feel like this rather enforces the point that we are primed to hear in a very specific way, and Lucy spoke this as a second language, and we're essentially primed in this specific way. Now, what I'm saying is, yes, you have a point that if you go to China, you're going to want to speak in Chinese, but bilingual people are preferenced in workplaces as they should, but for some reason we don't apply the same preference to people who can code switch between certain dialects of English to understand that they can communicate in multiple communities, because I am not really that great at code switching between
There's no way of quantifying that information. I can't go into a job interview and say, "Hey, I'm really good at
Sure,
poor
I can
people
agree
black
that that's
dialect."
a systemic. I agree that's a systemic issue, but I'm saying that is a problem where you grew up in a certain dialect and there is only one standardized way of speaking, even though one is not more effective than the other.
Yes.
One is treated as that they are better, and so
hold
when
on.
you have to
Hold on,
learn
they
a new
are in
dialect. Wait,
different
hold on, Rick,
contexts.
I'm not done.
Hey, I
Right?
understand, but you're starting from a faulty foundation. I want to fix that foundation before you build your house of cards, so it doesn't all fall down. So let me help you, okay? Yes, in different this idea that the different dialects are better. Yes, in different situations. If I am with people who understand and speak a different dialect, if I can and have that ability to operate and speak in that dialect, it is just objectively better to do so, because it aids in communication, it aids in clarity, and we don't have to guess. We can effectively communicate, right?
Yes.
If I insist, even if I have the ability to speak 20 different dialects, but I insist on using an unfamiliar dialect with people who speak the same language, I am failing. I am doing something that is...
I don't disagree.
but there is a
Can I ask everyone a question? I want to ask everyone a question. When is the last time all of you guys read a research paper from top to bottom and then walked away going, fucking riveting?
Oh.
When's the last time? Really?
Top to bottom?
Today. I read so much shit on this today.
Top to bottom? Top to bottom?
You
Yes,
read
top to bottom.
everything?
Yes,
And you
I read
walked away
everything
going,
because I go through the
riveting.
data, and honestly, because I'll read the fucking abstract, and the abstract will say, "We think that it's beneficial, and we
I don't
find it
need all
beneficial,"
this.
and then
I
you
don't
go
need
back to the fucking data, and you're like, "Wow, that's completely
This
opposite." to what you're
explains
saying.
why you have this worldview. Okay, I'm going to tell you.
so
Because I read.
No. normal people, no, I read research articles all the time. I'm going to tell you right now, I read research articles. I think the data and information in them is interesting. And research articles are boring as fuck. They're written so painfully awful. Yes, it's horrible. Multiple researchers are talking about this right now. This is like the huge drama around like the peer review process and the education system that like fixates on basically like this pedantic level of boring. I remember, like, for example, when I was writing my thesis, my methodology section, I just wanted to stab my eyeballs out because you're just constantly writing like the same formatting sentences over and over and over again to follow this. Nobody's reading this shit, by the way, unless they have to, which is awful, by the way. And this is because, so here's an interesting fact. I used to be a national level competing poetry writer. I went to university. I got really good at research papers, dominated in research, and I can't write poetry for the life of me now. I can't do it at all. So there's this preferentialism about the way that we communicate because we say, oh, that's how competent people communicate. But the problem is nobody reads it, the public's not interested in it, nobody enjoys it, and it breaks our fucking brains from creativity, which I would argue is probably not a good thing. But then we treat this standardization as just this like holy pilgrim of what is good for writing.
Right,
Which
but
is cringe, by the way.
It's boring and
but also
the language to actually properly understand it. Like if I had gone through, you know, a PhD field and actually, yeah, the reason why most research papers are boring is because I have to Google every other word because I don't understand half the shit they're saying, right? Like for example, if I do like an economics paper, way easier time understanding that because I'm used to the prose, I'm used to the thing. This is just I don't understand because it's only
and you read it
understanding
just like
language actually lets you communicate.
but also
Way more so than reading something on like medicine, which I don't understand anything.
Stop.
I would love to go.
Are we arguing that there should be a narrative structure with like the hero's journey in a research paper?
Do you think that that's what anyone is arguing?
That is what, when you say, why are, like, when the assertion is that these are boring and no one is interested in, what makes things, what makes things interesting,
colorful pictures
what makes things interesting, right, is the narrative structure. People are drawn to the narrative structure in storytelling, right?
well,
Storytelling, the hero's journey, the archetypes, and things like
it's not our
I'll just bite this bullet. Yes, some of the greatest research articles I have ever read absolutely establish a narrative. The narrative is different than like Fido and his like friend boy went on a journey to go find to discover which statistical methodology is best for evaluating like predictive rock curves.
So
what is interesting, for example, is like theoretical speculative pieces that go through the history and understanding of like why we come to understand eudaimonia as it is, and then after it's established it outlines to you why it's important to understand eudaimonia, how we analyzed it within this study, and then what implications not just it has in the data, but what it could possibly have in both a factual and narrative interesting way. The idea that because it's a narrative, it's now just like fiction and we should have fairies in the corner is obviously not true, and such a fucking insane way to even characterize this.
Right.
Obviously, nobody on this panel is asking for colored storybooks of research, but yeah, a little bit better writing would be great, except for
so
Hold on. So I 100% agree with what Erudite was saying, but I want to follow on to the point that this very rote and rigid way of speaking in narration, that we can call that a dialect. I'm fine with that. Some people in certain communities are primed to speak that more than others. Spoiler alert, it's the white ones. And that is a form of white centrism. That is a form of preferential treatment where some communities are speaking in ways that are completely foreign to the others, and they have to essentially learn a new language while they are learning science and math and all of that other things while they move into grade school. And that is a that is a barrier. That is a barrier.
Why are they not learning, right? Why are they not learning?
No, they have to learn.
Is more standard, right?
No, they have to.
What do you
no,
think
they are learning. I'm saying black kids have to learn a new dialect while learning everything else. While when I grew up in school, I didn't have to learn shit. I didn't have to learn any new way of speaking. And because I grew up in a house where that was just normalized. And that's essentially what I'm saying. That is a barrier to success when some people are having having to learn way more
We'll teach
than the
chemistry and ebonics next time. I think that will
Yeah.
fix it.
Unfortunately,
That's actually
it is a
unironically.
natural barrier rather than an imposed barrier.
Unironically, what's wrong with that? What is wrong with what is wrong
in
with
every fucking dialect in every language?
Because
like fucking
having teachers that are able to speak both and able to maybe code switch a little bit with their students might be more beneficial towards those students who are learning.
What we want, the most beneficial thing to a student is to teach them the dialect of the majority. It just is.
Oh, please! But that
just is. It just is. The more people you can effectively communication, like this is a big thing for me.
I think
being able to effectively communicate is one of the biggest drivers of how successful you
So if I could,
when my mom learned English,
if you can get 100%,
fit in.
better than 90.
if I could,
I'm not saying just reject this.
But when you,
we should be.
The reason that they learn this is because they need to, right? If we required Americans, kids, right, to learn more languages, that would be a good thing. That would be a good thing. Okay, that's not a bad thing.
Okay.
I disagree. We should all
Hold
speak
on.
English,
We need to
cut
zoom
out
out.
every other language.
Hold on. We need to zoom out. Just to be clear, I'm not advocating that like formal essays be sent in ebonics at all. I don't give a fuck about any of this shit. I'm actually opposed to essays being like the entrance modality at all, especially with ChatGPT. Who gives a fuck about an essay at this point? I also think SATs are cringe. What we're actually talking about here is education inequality and how to address it. And we're talking about systemic issues that are going to impact people differently and trying to figure out what the differences specifically are. If there is a culture that has some level of like preferentialism to a certain style that is morally neutral, it's not necessarily better that you're super rigid and boring. And when you talk about chemistry, I bet you every single person has a famous, like their favorite professor, for example, of geology or chemistry or anything, are probably teachers who include stories and narratives and explain things in really interesting ways, not just dry technical ways. And all I'm advocating for is that a greater flexibility is understood when we're like administering people. I'm not even for affirmative action. Just to be clear, just so we're not like zooming into like this like super annoying hyper pedantic position that nobody's asking for. What we're talking about is how does our society view different cultural norms that people are raised in, and how does that impact their capacity to engage in different professional spaces, and is there some level of systemic bias that does occur for certain populations that have different cultural values that might be somewhat less prioritized in certain settings? That's all we're talking about. And then how do we address that? Because first, by the way, because Lactoid's argument was that it is not culturally valued specifically in certain educations in people who are underperforming. So we were biting that bullet, agreeing that it might be a cultural thing, and then talking about how that culture might be affecting it. And now Mr. Culture Argument is laughing at the idea of culture arguments. So
No, wait. I'm not denying, real quick, I'm not denying that, like, you might have, like, especially, like, people who maybe come to this country and don't speak English, like, there's going to be cultural reasons why they're going to be struggling, for sure, in certain ways. But, no, I don't think that this is, like, a reason to have the academic system bend to people who have an incompatible culture as opposed to the other way around. Right, I think it's perfectly expected that people who have a culture that does not compart with the majority to have to change, right? Because there's a lot of cultural practices, specifically among the Black community, that are not compatible with success, right?
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
Disproportionately. And we're not going to be like, well, single motherhood, that's just like a cultural thing. Yeah, well, it might be, but also there's a lot of fucking problems.
Nobody has said that single motherhood is a cultural thing. What we're talking about specifically,
it is a cultural thing, though.
Dialectical preferences, but I don't know if I would agree that it's a cultural thing. It's certainly a systemic thing.
Wait, but
I don't
no
know.
one's arguing that it's a positive.
Do you think it is? Wait, do you think it's a cultural value for Black people to be single mothers? You
in
think
America,
Black
like
value
60,
that?
yeah, like 67% of Black kids grow up in single motherhoods.
And you think that's
wait.
values?
You think that's a
their
correlation?
cultural value?
You think there's a correlation between that and them being? Wait. Lactoid.
Wait, why? Lactoid. Why do you think that single motherhood is a cultural value of Black people? I'm really interested to hear you explain this.
Yeah, so when we talk about Hispanic people, about their cultural values, and one of the things that they culturally value very strongly is the family. There's also, like in Asians, for example, they very culturally value the family and value and the family's perception. And we're perfectly willing to accept this, right, when it comes to how they look at the family. But then when it comes to the vast majority of black people in America who simply don't have this cultural appreciation for the family and don't have the cultural appreciation for a two-parent household, all of a sudden that's no longer cultural? That's no longer a cultural appreciation?
Do you think it's because they don't culturally value it, or do you think that they're arrested, black men specifically, are arrested at astronomically higher rates?
You think
And
that leads to
maybe,
three-quarters?
maybe the reason that this happens, right?
No, you think that's the reason why two-thirds of black kids grow up without a father? You think that's the reason? You can look at the numbers. The numbers just simply don't fucking add up that way.
No, but you look at the culture.
Not even close.
If you look at like,
Hey, if I could maybe steal man you.
If you look
Okay,
at
go
black
Kilo.
leaders or
I'd
black...
love to steal man Lactoid out of this. I think I understand
okay,
what
go
he's
ahead.
trying to say. Are you what? Because I don't think you're trying to say black people value single motherhood. I feel like what you're maybe saying is that they have certain cultural values that might perpetuate circumstances of single motherhood. Is that what you're saying?
So when you don't value something, like that's simply a negative value. It's like the same thing, like you're not valuing a two-parent household in the same way that a Hispanic or an Asian family does.
I didn't take it as him asserting that they preferred single motherhood.
But okay, I guess I got three things now. I guess.
My question is, Lactoid, are there no other contributing factors? Even if I were to say like maybe it's a little bit of a cultural thing, is that cultural like proclivity influenced by other contributing factors? No. Let's say that it is. Is that cultural proclivity influenced by other factors? Or do you think all things are equal and they just this is just how they turn out generally?
Wait, hold on. It very well could be. It very well could be that like there's circumstances that led to this happening, and it could be that even now, like there probably is some, very small, but there's some percentage of like black absentee fathers that because of the war on drugs they're in prison, right? That very well could be the case, right? But like overall, like that, and especially any kind of actions from the government or me had very, very little.
No, you can stop right. Well, very little to do with it. So I think it's kind of disingenuous if you acknowledge that there are other contributing factors to those cultural tendencies. When you say in the comparison between like Asian American households and black households, all you're saying is, well, the only cultural distinction between those two things is like nuclear family focuses in the Asian American families and single motherhood. But what the other ones, the things that lead to those things being present, I think are much more important than just saying like, yes, you're identifying a cultural distinction between the two like demographics. I'm saying what causes that in the first place.
Okay, wait, stop handing the ball. Hold on, stop handing the ball. Just tell me, how did the government make the single motherhood black problem?
Okay, so let me ask you, do you think that poor communities would probably have a higher tendency of winding up having single motherhood households at a high rate?
On average, but the rates simply, hold on real quick, the rates are like nowhere near comparable, which is even when you control for social economic status, like black two-parent households are much more common than, white two-parent households are much more common than black two-parent households.
When we talk about impoverished areas, when we talk about a lack of capital investment and career opportunities, when we talk about the public education disparity that was, we're talking about a lot of different things that might be leading to this being present, not just so just saying it's a cultural thing just feels like it's disingenuous. It doesn't really like do it justice. And also,
to be clear,
I'm not trying to attack you. It just, I think when you say that, you have to. Well, no, I'm not trying to attack you personally for your position. I think you just have to make it clear that you're not saying I think black people just wind up being single mothers more commonly. Like, there's obviously other factors at play.
Well, look, I don't disagree with you that there's like there could have very well been like historical circumstances which led to black culture being the way it is. Okay, I don't deny, right? I don't deny this is the case, but like
well, you are denying
the fact is. Well, I'm saying it could very well. Why don't you just say yeah? I'm saying it could be because unless you guys demonstrate to me like objectively, I could be wrong. So I'm saying it very well could be. It's a rational intuition statement to say that this very well could have had something to do with it. Okay. Now that being said, we're looking at it right now. Like we know that the culture is like the primary issue here, and no, I don't think that like higher education should have to kowtow to a culture that like is not compatible with higher education. Doesn't make any sense.
So, can I?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. So I think you were starting to delve into arguments that we cannot really demonstrate. I don't think just because something happens, we can clearly demonstrate because a thing happens in group X, therefore it has to be caused by culture of or some cultural biases of the group. So I'm not sure if it's even worth continuing this line of logic. And going back to the dialect thing, we go back to the environments that foster certain opportunities and foster certain abilities to communicate more effectively in a certain way. And I think that affirmative action, what it's designed to do, is to look at the student that applies with an essay written with a dialect to see how well the essay is written in the dialect and to see if it's a promising person that will do well when taught the more standardized way of communicating during the course of the education. And the last thing would be for me to say that actually course books, class books, workbooks used to be more narrativized in their writing. I have a biology book from early 20th century. I think it was my great grandmother's, and it was, in fact, yes, written in a lot more narrative based way than it is. It was written in a more flowery language than textbooks are tend to be written now. So even that sort of has historically changed as education moved forward.
I've appreciated the discussion. However, I just looked at the time and I realized we're a bit over time. We're not going to end the discussion, but we are going to give people a chance. They need to go do other things. Now's your chance. So I want to give everyone a chance to have very, very quick, please, closing statements, and then we'll just keep it on. So if you want in on this, if you've been listening to this and raging, jump in the backstage and we'll pull you on after these are done. Double Shine, we'll start with you. And we'll just go around quickly, please.
Are we doing endings or just
Yeah,
like
just closings. Yeah. You
in
can
general,
stay
I think,
though if you want. So.
yeah, affirmative action. It kind of sucks. Nobody supports it. I think it just causes more racial problems and more racial tensions. And pretty much all the problems that affirmative action tries to fix they can be like targeted in so much more effective ways that actually hit the root issue of people's like opportunity of education, especially at the K to 12 level, being like really stinted. Anyways, I'm Double Shine. You can find me on Twitch and Twitter at Double Shine TV. I've been kind of switching from like politics to gaming stuff, so you're not gonna find a lot of my debate stuff. But hey, I always appreciate getting invited on to scream at people. It's a ton of fun.
Well, I'm glad you came, and hopefully you stay for the after panel because I think it's gonna get a little spicy. We have some people been DMing me. We'll see. All right. Kilo, go ahead.
Hey, yeah, Kilo, thanks for inviting me, Wick. I filled in last minute, so I was a little bit unprepared. We covered like a lot of bases. I think one thing that I found through the course of the conversation is in kind of delving into and dissecting the issue of affirmative action, we figured out that there was one ingredient of it, like the essay and the language thing, that's extremely complicated. So if we were to pivot away from something like affirmative action and equal opportunity and introduce like a more merit-based, performance-based system, there's a lot of complexities and difficulties and obstacles that come along with that too. Basically, all I wound up with is that affirmative action, I think, is kind of racist. I'm still against it, but I think we did a good job of demonstrating that other solutions are not so simple. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Kilo, thank you again for coming in last minute. Really appreciate you.
Yeah.
Blackhood, please.
Yeah, I want to first of all thank you, Wick, for having me on. Thank you for taking up my proposal, and to all of the good people here who discussed this with me, and especially the people who disagreed with me and fought with me and challenged my ideas. Thank you so much. I thrive on that, so absolutely love it. If you liked what I had to say, you can find me at WhickTV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Because I'm going to keep this short, I'm not going to go into the anecdote about how I know and how I figured out that at least my law school was pushing for quotas, but under the rug kind of bullshit. So a lot of schools probably do this without actually telling people. The way I find out was somewhat of an accident. But yeah, so I think most of all, of course, this is irrelevant to the broader debate, but most of all, it was a good discussion, and let's hope the Supreme Court overturns it. So,
thank you. Go check them out, gang. Staxiums.
Yeah, so I 100% agree that affirmative action is flawed. But I do think that it's largely positive. I think there are a lot more things that we can fight for racial injustice. And where would you find those things to fight for? Well, you can go to my TikTok, Twitter, YouTube. I'm Staxiums everywhere.
Check them out, gang. Really appreciate you coming. Not Teradite, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Not So Erudite. You can find me at probably all the self-evident locations. In regards to affirmative action, The only reason I would be in favor for affirmative action is if it addressed the major education inequalities that I perceive in North America. The problem is that I'm not convinced that it is actually effective. And so while I think I actually believe the bill is well intended, I just think it is ineffective. And so what I'm interested in is more programs like Head Start being advocated for to actually tackle issues of educational inequality and white preferentialism within both our academic institutions and society.
Thank you once again for being here and arguing very effectively for your points. Lucy, please.
Right. So as I see it, basically will be similar to what I said at the beginning, that the US is in a situation where there are groups that have been disfranchised for, we could actually say, hundreds of years if we include slavery into the whole calculation. And there are systemic problems which need systemic solutions, and affirmative action is a band-aid sort of solution that it attempts to somewhat even the scales. But what I am afraid is that if affirmative action is simply removed, it will simply kill the conversation about addressing the problem with it. So that's basically my...
Where can people find you?
At my YouTube, which is Lucy Haze, basically.
Can I add one last little thought?
You can.
If
And
you're
we
going
were
to
open it up.
I hope when affirmative action gets overturned, so does legacy admissions, just so we're really consistent about not caring about immutable characteristics.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Okay. We all agree on that one.
If you're watching this on YouTube,
Kumbaya.
If you're watching this on YouTube, like and subscribe to the channel. Really helps me out. Send a super chat. If you're watching this on Kick, follow and you can subscribe there. We just got monetized on Kick. If you're watching me on Twitch, follow me. Just give me your Prime subs. Give me some bits. That'll all help. And with that, let's open it up. So again, if you've been DMing me, right, I should see you backstage. Because why the fuck are you DMing me, arguing with how many thoughts you have?
People are shy.
Also, we have literally only white people talking about a very
People are
rich
shy.
topic, so...
That's by design, okay? Right? If they want to earn, they got to earn their way
White
in.
preferentialism. I know,
That's a
I
joke,
know.
man. That's a
Wait,
joke.
who better to? Yeah.
But let's
Yeah, we're
bring
in the
them in.
middle right now, okay? If we brought Asians, they would be biased. If we brought the blacks,
Yeah.
they would be biased.
We gotta
We're
bring
the
on some
perfect
Asians,
race right
yeah.
now.
Look,
Hello.
STV Philly wants on, but I saw him backstage for a brief
Okay, so
moment.
chat. STV, get on.
Yeah, get on. What are you doing? You've been yelling. Get in. Right? Okay. Well,
Who's been... People are shy. Let's not...
Hello.
Again, that's not my problem. We are going to be prejudicial against shy people.
There we go, he's
because
in the
shy
backstage.
people.
That's not good. You should apply more affirmative action.
Shy if they want to be on. Like I don't give affirmative action to shy people. So.
Hello.
Hi. You're on. You're live.
Hi, my name is Somniostatic. I had a question for Lactoid. When you talk about the differences in culture, and it seems to be that you believe that minority cultures have kind of not lived up to the American standard. Would you agree with that?
Well, it depends what minority culture. Like Asians, for example, have exceeded the American standard.
Okay, so basically, so really all you're doing is repeating 2008 level racist essentialism and race science type shit. So how does that make you feel?
Is that an argument?
That's my question. I want to know if you
I deny
recognize that.
I don't recognize it, and I deny that I'm repeating 2008 race science shit. So.
Okay. Well then, good luck, I guess.
Thank you.
Great panel, though.
Can you elaborate? Okay, stop.
Sorry, yeah,
Insomnia,
sure.
Insomnia.
Yeah.
Can you elaborate a little
Somnia
bit
said it.
on what you mean, right?
Well, he literally just said that black culture doesn't value parents. So okay, actually, let me bring that up. The single parent shit is a myth. It is not true. It is not divided by race. It is only divided by socioeconomic status. The reason that it comes up so much among black people is because black people tend to get married less. They tend to live separately but still raise the kid together and communally. It is not a real statistic that you should rely on. And anyone who knows their ass from the hole in the wall would tell you that too. You should probably look more into that. That is a very bad argument.
I've looked well into this. This is just not true. Like, even
it's not true.
Even when what you're saying is not true. When you control for socioeconomic status, like you have higher like.
What? How do they define? How do they?
Hold on.
You're not defining it properly.
Hold on. When you control for socioeconomic status, you still have higher single motherhood rates and higher crime rates within Black communities. This is undeniable.
By how much?
By a positive amount. I don't have the number off the top of my head. I know it's a significant number.
It's not though. Well, first of all, you connected
what's
crime.
The number, then? What's the
Why
number?
did you group crime with that? Why? Because of incarceration.
No, because I'm talking about cultural values.
What does crime have to do with cultural values?
You don't think crime is influenced by cultural values?
Crime is not a cultural value.
Yeah, crime is not a cultural value. Crime is a socioeconomic response.
When he talks about values, I hope you guys understand that he doesn't mean like they value it, like they enjoy committing crime. It's just that as a society,
well, it's the same. It's the same thing.
He's talking about the rap music, guys.
It's the same thing, though. That's what you're arguing.
That Black people like inherently just want to leave their kids more. Okay, it's probably like the culture of Black culture comes from years.
But that's
best editor ever. Give some love to some new static.
That their cultural values lean towards that. You are saying that they inherently lean as a race, which again, race is a social construct. It's not a real categorization at all. That might come as a shock to some of you. But
so how can you get your culture inherently from your race?
Not relevant, but yeah.
You don't.
So
that's the whole point.
If it's a social construct, then wouldn't it also follow that like the cultural values would come with that social construct and it would be intrinsic?
That's not how it works.
Why is that not how it works?
Because race isn't real. You're talking about like ethnic groups and mini society, microcosms of our society and city.
There's such a difference between being real and being a social construct.
Yeah. So
like
it is a social construct, but race still exists. We
are a social construct.
We still socially categorize people.
I'm just gonna sit quietly and let this unfold.
Some people do, like when they argue about cultural values. That's what I'm trying to push back against. When you say that
the
Black
statistics
people
he's referencing are associated with the race that we're talking, like
yes,
they're
sure.
associated with the social category that it is a construct, but it is still real.
You're citing problematic
affirmative
stats
action
to
is
prove.
based on social constructs.
You're citing bad stats to make a bad argument that was debunked like 40 years ago is my point. So the whole reason that these institutions exist, like programs like affirmative action, is because of people that think like you. That's the whole point. When you say that like Asians do the best and then whites do second, and I'm sure you'd say Jews are up there too. The whites, Jews, and Asians sure seem to run things, huh? That gets really weird really fast. When you you're really talking.
White people run things? Do you think white people run things?
I mean, ostensibly, they're the dominant force in power. It's not.
So they run things.
Would you say they run things because they're like of a higher socioeconomic status?
I mean, that's a very. That gets really sideways really fast.
Question. I'm asking you. Do you think white people run things?
Generally, in America, yes.
Yes. Why?
Because they have stomped down on the throats of every other type of person for the last 300 years.
So if Asians like outpace.
When you say Asians, first of all.
Yeah, East Asians. When East Asians outpace white people, like by social.
But why? You don't even get into the history of why they outpaced it. You're just saying that Asian people put more points into intelligence. It's weird, man. That's what you said.
I think he's establishing first like an agreement on like, because like I think he's I could be wrong, sorry, Lactoid, but I think he's trying to establish like are these agreed facts? Like are there East Asians outperforming here? And we can get into historical stuff, which I know is your contention, but we just have to make sure that we agree on certain.
My whole point is that you guys don't even seem. It seems that every time in this panel the historical part came up, like certain people just kind of dismissed it outright. And I just think that's very weird.
You're the certain person.
Like, I'm aware. I'm the certain person.
I have some criticism for WhickTV on this because, and this is the last thing. I don't want to take up the whole.
No, take up the time. Take up the time. Go.
What is your criticism? I mean, I'll address it.
I understand your point about the Chinese language thing and having a way for everyone to communicate, but you have to remember that China is an authoritarian dictatorship, and America isn't. America has a history, a long history of different, we're the melting pot. We have a
China's
long history of
super
different.
outperforming us educationally too.
I don't know what his point is.
And
We
thank
also
you for
have
the
way more
raid.
languages
No,
and
that's-
dialects. I don't know what
Sad
that point
Kit Kat,
is.
thank you for the raid.
Well, you were kind of arguing for like a national language type thing.
I think it is more effective to have a common language among a nation or a people than it is
Sure.
to have a lot of separate ones. Yes.
So what if?
Not
I
necessarily.
don't think it should be enforced, right? I don't think we should
Not necessarily. That depends.
Like you should
Actually.
be punitive. Why is it? Because it aids in communication. It allows people to better understand and quicker.
What if it erases people's cultures?
I don't value culture. Like if my culture got erased tomorrow, I don't care.
But you're white. That's totally different.
Okay, if
You
my
weren't-
gaming culture, if I as a gamer, if suddenly gaming culture got erased, I don't care.
No,
Gamer culture
but-
was already eradicated when they banned the N-word off Twitch. Okay, that
Fair
gamer
enough.
culture is.
But
dead.
Like I just don't see I don't see an intrinsic value to culture. There are things that are valuable.
Well, but a lot
within
of people
culture,
do.
But there is no. Okay,
but
but
what is
you're wrong.
culture? I mean, you're over here saying this guy's white, that guy's white. I mean, I'm Hispanic and I look whiter than Wick does. So what's your point with this? Like, I mean, I'm fluent in Spanish. I mean, where's your point with that? I don't really understand where you're going there, because it seems like you're trying to like get on top of the mountain and come after Lactoid here. And
No,
you're
I'm specifically. Well, I don't know if you were. I don't know if you were listening, but he basically just made pro-white supremacist arguments the whole time. That's what I was kind of pushing back against.
Lactoid, you mean? Not me. 'cause
Yes.
I didn't.
No, I'm sorry. No, not you. But back to you though. I just think it's really problematic to assume that there is this way that we can all standardize our communication and our way of relating to each other, because one, that's not what America's about, and that is not an American value to homogenize everything. And two, it belies the fact that you really what that is, it's more of an insecurity about being able to control the means of communication on a societal level when you get in terms of power. Like you might have that as an individual value, but once you get to the part of government and they start saying like certain dialects or whatever, that gets really bad really fast.
I would be against government outlawing or making it illegal to speak certain dialects or languages.
Sure.
I'm 100% against that.
So
But when
then why
comes
would it
to the
be-
pragmatic? Just let me finish. When it comes to the pragmatic form of like the best practice of how to, operate within society, when in Rome, right? Conform to the
Understood.
society you live in, right?
Yeah,
Pragmatically, you just do it and you'll be better.
The counter to that is, but you brought that up as a means to argue against, for example, AAVE in a college admissions essay or something, when that is
It would
something
be
that
less
should
wise,
be fine.
yes.
But why?
If you have the ability to speak the standard dialect, or if you are going,
But there is no
for a
standard
college-
dialect.
There is in America.
Well, there
There's a
is.
de
That's
facto.
the issue.
not.
There's a you don't think there's a de facto standard dialect in America?
No.
No, you have to bite this. Of course you
No,
do. That's
there's
what
not.
There's
reason, hold on. The reason why you have an issue with like the hegemonic white preferentialism is because there is kind of a common North American standard.
Well-
the issue is that it's biased towards typically
No.
upwardly mobile, higher income white people. Is
We
that correct?
institutionalize a standard. There isn't a real standard. There's a total difference there. Reality versus what we try to make, as part of our institutions. Those are two totally different things.
Do you think that it's a hegemonic one? Can we use the language of hegemonic rather than standardized so we can be pedantic?
Well, but that would belie the problem, wouldn't it? By using
I mean,
that term.
are we arguing that hegemony is even necessarily the worst thing? Because what's the American dream, right? The American dream is coming up.
It's
from
not. It sure as fuck ain't hegemony, bud.
I mean, hear me out though. So America's got a thing where within one generation, a lot of people are able to lift themselves from one social class to another. And a lot of the reason they're able to do that is, hegemonic practices. Like we get the
No.
debt. Like
No,
your heritage.
I'm not. I'm
becoming
sorry.
American even better. I mean, I'm just saying.
I don't mean to be
that's all the goods.
disrespectful,
But
but I
it's a
don't want to
fact. These are
listen to
historical
nonsense. So I'm just gonna. That is complete nonsense.
Let me address your point then. Let me address your point. So I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Incognito? No, it wasn't incognito. I'm sorry. Your name isn't showing up.
Insomnia. He said
Insomnia. Thank you.
Somniostatic. Somniostatic.
Insomnia static. Sorry.
No, not insomnio. Somnio without the in.
Just stop. I want to introduce. I not introduce. I want to interlocute with you. I want to interrogate your point a little bit.
Sure.
Right. So While yes, there can be a lot of problematic things when it comes to instituting some kind of hegemonic, kind of standardized language and things, and it's not real in the sense that it naturally will always occur that way. We can recognize that the facts of the matter are that it is this way now, and regardless of how it came to be this way, it is this way. So if you, in a college standard essay, just let me finish, in an essay, if you have the choice, if you have the ability to either write your essay in AAVE or a more colloquial standard English, the more standard English, right? You should, as best practice, choose to use the standard English because you will have more of a chance of success.
See, but that wasn't what the argument was, though, was it? The argument was, should you hold it against someone for using a non-standard dialect, which I believe, I don't want to say it's illegal, but I think that's kind of being shunned a little bit from what I've read and heard.
It is naturally going to be harder for the grader to understand, and so yes, they're naturally going to mark you down for that.
No, I'm sorry, I meant they're trying to get away from that practice by being more inclusive towards other dialects. Like it comes down to intersectionality. Like that's really what this is about, you know? Why do you feel the need to get everyone on the same page?
Because not in everything, right? I like diversity of thought a lot. I'm a big fan of that. But when it comes to communication, I do want the people in my life and around me to speak in a way I can understand, in a way, and I want to speak, more importantly, I want to speak in a way that they can understand, right? So I think best practice is, if I am in a country, to speak the language that most of that country speaks. I think it's just better to use a dialect that most of that country speaks, or most of the area within the country I'm living in speaks. It's just a better practice.
It will depend.
Easier to communicate. It's just better.
It will heavily depend.
Please.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry about the audio.
Ooh, a little robotic.
Oh yeah.
Try again.
Oh, is it? I'm trying to do this off my phone.
When you're slow, it's good. When you talk fast, it's gonna robot. So you just have to talk like at a really steady cadence, I think, and it might be okay.
Yeah, there you go.
All right. Is this better?
Yeah. Well, we'll see.
Okay.
Releasing the black man dialect, Erudite. Nice.
No,
Yeah, get that AAVE out of here. You know, as a white person, I hate it. It's probably got things to do with moral character.
Well, so
it's a weird thing to say, but okay.
It's a
well,
joke.
no, but here's
joking.
I'm clearly opposite to this. I was arguing the entire
Yeah,
time.
no,
Oh
you were.
my god.
Okay.
Not so erudite confirmed bigot on stream.
Okay.
Wait, let STV get out his point. Let's let STV get out his point. STV, go.
So, Wick, I had a question for you, and I really hope you. All right, so I really hope you can hear me. So we are talking about standard English and the way that people are expected to speak, saying that it's better for people to assimilate into the common practice or the common standard English, or what we consider standard English in this country, so that most people can understand. But so what about people who have a very hard Southern accent and they use Southern phrases, but I'm not even talking about AAVE or Ebonics or anything. Just somebody from the South who has a really thick Southern accent.
King of the Hill, right?
Should he be discriminated against in college? Like, should he be? Should that be held against him?
Should it be see the question? I'm going to take issue with the question. It's not a question of should. It's a question of what will naturally occur. Yes, because someone who is speaking in a very thick Southern accent is going to have a harder time communicating with the people he is trying to communicate. It's going to lead to less opportunity. It's going to lead to less good outcomes. It's going to be a hindrance and an obstacle. So if they have the ability to speak without that Southern twang and that drawl, they absolutely should.
Okay, wait, hold on. But your argument, if the argument was, sorry, STV.
Just a real follow-up question to that. This will be real quick, I promise. So, Wick, so you're saying that it's on the onus is on the person with the accent to change the way they speak, and the onus is not on society at large to be more inclusive or to be more understanding of the differences. You're saying that
the onus. Be clear. The onus is on the speaker.
Thank you very much. For the gifted tier 2 subscription, fake Alec Kyle Parker. Thank you.
So if I'm in the South and everyone around me speaks
Hello.
that Southern twang and drawl,
Hello.
and if I have the ability to
Thank
adopt
you.
that Southern twang and
Thank
drawl,
you.
then that is absolutely what I should do, right? That is absolutely the best practice there, because it's going to be able to understood and communicated in a way that is much better than if I use the standardized English.
Well,
now, if I am in a standardized setting, and if I am in a normal setting, a melting pot setting where most of the people there speak in standard English, then yes, the onus is on me, the speaker, to communicate in a way which most people that I am interacting with understand it. The onus is on the speaker in every situation. Yes.
Wick, I don't even know if you have to like establish or like issue like who the onus is on. I think it's not that crazy to say like if there was a unifying vernacular or like a commonly understood way of communicating thoughts and ideas that was shared by everyone in a given population, ideas would travel faster, teaching and imparting wisdom would be easier, people would be more on the same page politically because they'd be able to convey their ideas more properly. Like that just makes sense. Whether you're willing to sacrifice culture for that is like a different conversation, but Wick saying that is just fairly intuitive in my opinion.
It's
but
intuitive
there's
of
a
someone who
difference.
supports the hegemon. That's
there's
the
a-
point.
There's a difference between what's natural and
You're
and,
using
like,
buzzwords to try to make it sound evil.
No,
What
the
I said
hegemon.
makes sense.
Do you know what a
white
hegemon?
supremacy.
Excuse me. Do you know what a hegemon is? Define hegemon.
You're stealing my word. That was my big word.
That's what it. Well, you were correct. It's the fucking hegemon. Why?
Stop me
Why
when I
would
said
you?
the hegemon.
Why would you justify the use of hegemonic structures just because you think that the onus should be?
Do you think
Yes.
that there is always a wait? Why? If it was an overall net
Why
positive
is
for
heg-
society, is it's always bad no matter what?
Has that ever happened?
I think
Will that ever happen?
overall,
No.
Wait,
no.
hold on.
No.
Wait, Can I speak real quick? Because I'm gonna respond to what Wick said, which is where the onus is on the speaker. Because I do think that we can kind of walk and chew gum at the same time. Because if I had someone like you know my position, I've been arguing it for 2.5 hours. If I had someone who was a college grad or someone right out of high school who came in and I was like, hey, let me help you write your essay, and they like spoke in a very like southern, they used ain't all the time, I'd be like, hey, let's take that out of the college essay. It depends on who we're talking to. Okay, we should encourage the people who are applying to add to college to shift their language, but also talk to colleges and say, hey, you should be more inclusive of these people. If
Sure.
that makes sense.
And so,
But
if
that's a much more reasonable answer, even though I still disagree with it on principle. That's because you're elite. You
It's 'cause
can't
I'm
just
smarter than Lactoid.
like you can't just say they need to get with the program and.
So we are speaking.
You don't have an actually point saying that.
You absolutely can, and not only can you, but you should, because when they get outside of college, if they have not learned to communicate in the standard dialect of the country or society that
No,
they
no,
dwell
no,
in
no.
and they work in, they are
But
going to
they
be at a
live.
disadvantage.
They learn.
So,
That's so weird, though.
Where if you don't learn a specific dialect and then you're suddenly thrust in that community, doesn't
Yeah,
matter
that
how
was
well
if you
educated you are as a
plan.
teacher.
If you plan
can't
to work,
communicate with your kids,
if you
that's a
plan to work in a dialect
Exactly.
in an area where you know that the dialect
So if I could-
norm, you absolutely should learn that dialect, and you would
Should.
be doing
Should.
yourself a disservice if you do not.
So if I-
And if colleges, if you had a college within an area that specialized,
So if I could-
a vocational school, just let me finish. If you had a vocational school where they only serviced, right, in a job that primarily serviced a specific part of your nation or country or area where they spoke primarily in a dialect that was non-standard, then that college should require, right, you to speak that dialect, because they otherwise,
do
without
that.
doing so, they are setting you up to fail.
Wait.
can't-
What about a community college in an
That's
impoverished
illegal.
area?
For one, that's illegal.
Can I ask a question and then toss this to
Please.
Lucy? Can I ask a
please.
question
Please
and then
do.
toss this to Lucy, because I know Lucy's been trying to get in as well.
Good
Is
point,
there any
Saxon.
point? Is there any point where you, Wick or Lactoid, would be concerned about the cultural hegemon?
Lex Friedman for $100. Keep these debates. Great work. Thank you.
Oh,
sir.
nice.
Thank
That's
you.
a good get.
Quick, Lactoid, tell him your brave take.
One day, Lex, hey, real
Yeah,
quick,
I would
Lex
maybe-
Friedman, one day you should join us on these debates. I'm just putting it out there. You'd be great interlocutor on here. We'd love to have you reach out. Okay, carry on. Please ask your question.
Okay, the question is there a point at which you're concerned that the cultural hegemon, so whatever that is, although I don't know why Somnia was fighting me on it, because there is obviously a cultural hegemon.
No, I didn't say that. No, I agree with you. I just think it's a bad thing. That's all.
Okay, you now know
I was making fun of you for the AAV thing. That's all. It was a funny joke. Don't worry about it. Continue, please. Sorry to interrupt you.
Lucy, go ahead.
Wait, I'm not done my
Oh, the question.
Okay. All right. My bad.
Yeah, I
Carry on.
talked too much. Sorry.
I got distracted. My brain got scrambled by the 100 buttons.
You got excited by Lex, I know.
Yeah.
My question is there a point, Wick and Lactoid, at which you would be concerned that the cultural hegemony
I should get $100
standardizing
bucks.
something that is morally neutral, but imbuing certain moral characteristics into individuals that reflect the greater culture hegemon versus those who do not, and therefore those who do not are being penalized on assumptions of character quality that is wholly morally neutral. This is my concern specifically with the culture hegemon. I think culture hegemons are morally neutral, but there are problems that arise with them when we assume that certain values that are wholly neutral are then imbued with character. I even saw it in my chat. Somebody said, Ebonics just means that you're a degenerate. Ebonics does not mean that you're a degenerate.
People don't
they're
even
not
say
talking about
Ebonics
language.
anymore.
I don't
Ebonics
want to
is
say
a racist term. People
don't care.
say AV now.
Okay,
Oh.
let her finish.
what I'm concerned of is, do you think that there is a point where cultural hegemony might actually be punishing particularly the moral character that should be considered, particularly when it comes to looking at different racial cultural groups applying for education?
There is, yes. Like, I will bite this bullet that if there is something within the hegemony
I
that
do be
is
greedy.
doing,
That's
like,
true.
Significance to something that is morally neutral, that's bad and should be corrected. But, right, I do think that my preferred hegemony, right, is one that conception of being able to change and adapt is baked into the hegemony. Diversity of thought, freedom of speech, the First Amendment, that is baked into the American Western world kind of hegemony, and that is a good thing because it acknowledges that we give space to people who are not part of the hegemony to have a say and to have things. And I think that's
But
Also,
make sure they learn the dialect.
Can I ask you a follow-up question on that? Do you think that the culture hegemon that we have now, which I'm calling white preferentialism, but I'm hesitant to do so because I think it loses us in the sauce because it comes very tied to race, which I think it probably historically, well, it is historically tied to race, but let's be honest, there's tons of people of multiple different colors that reflect the cultural hegemon. My question to you would be specifically, do you think there are things, Wick, within our cultural hegemon that are actively particularly punitive towards people of color who are like Hispanic and Black specifically?
Absolutely, right? Like you mentioned hairstyles, ways of dress and things when it comes to the workplace. I think that there's no reason to punish someone who has a different hairstyle and things like that. I think that is a part of the hegemon that we should do away with. Like, again, I'm not married to what the standard is right now. I think there are massive changes in some cases that absolutely need to be taken in place. But when it comes specifically to communication, to dialect, I am saying that having a common dialect that is
I'm not as interested in like the common
Okay, fair
dialogue
enough, fair enough.
necessarily. I actually just want to abolish essay writing and SATs for getting into university.
I have no strong
that solves my
opinion.
problem.
I have no strong opinion on either of
All right,
those.
let me.
particularly.
I want to
Blackboard,
answer.
please.
Yeah, I want to answer the question. So I agree with a lot of what Wick said. I don't want to abolish essay writing in terms of this shit. I think it is relevant to how well you can convey an idea.
Well, you don't seem to know much.
Okay. I think that when it comes to things that are like you would define as like morally neutral, and if they're also like functionally neutral, so like hairstyle, as long as it's not causing like some kind of like disruption in the environment that it's in, I think that would be that's more or less like both functionally and morally neutral. So I wouldn't, I would agree that, if people were to have a problem with that, I wouldn't see the reason why. And I'd also be in favor of perhaps breaking down like the reasons people have a problem with that and rejecting them. But
How would hair cause a disruption?
But
out of curiosity.
yeah. So for
Like
example,
if you had
let's
a
say- let's
bird in
let-
your hair.
or if you're sitting behind somebody in a classroom and they got like a really giant afro and it's blocking your view of the chalkboard, that could be a disruption, right?
No, but I feel like now you're doing it.
That was an experience I had.
Why are all of your examples so
You would not
racist?
be in favor. You would
How
not
do
be
you-
in favor of moving big-bodied humans further back so that the small-bodied humans could see better, right? If I'm just sitting in front of a dude who's 260 pounds,
Why is it an afro?
Wait, hold on. You could move big-bodied people, but at the same time, like a giant body is more difficult to alter than your hair. Sorry, okay? So no, I think that as long as you have like hair or any
Right,
kind of,
but I
hold on,
feel
hey,
like
hey,
that's
shut up.
slipping back into the
any
same
kind of,
thing.
I think it's racist. I think any kind of like any sort of like cultural. I know.
You are
And
racist.
I know. Any kind of like cultural or any kind of like preference. Whether like let's say you had somebody who culturally didn't believe in showering for like 4 weeks of the year. Like
That's
that
not
could
a
be
real
that
thing,
could
though.
No, but nobody's.
Wait,
nobody's
the
giving
people you
cultural
brought on
equivalent.
cannot
Christ
let me
almighty.
finish a fucking sentence. Like
Because
all they
you're
can
a
do
clown.
is just scream racist whenever they hear anything that like mildly disagrees
I'm
with
sorry.
their left-wing opinion. That's literally
look,
all that's been
Lactoid,
happening. I'm like in the middle.
Lactoid,
Shut the fuck up! I'm talking.
Lactoid,
I'm in the middle of a fucking sentence,
Lactoid.
and you contributed nothing but just calling
I
people
have-
racist.
No,
you
no,
are,
I
you
didn't
are
call
the
people
classic
racist.
example.
I
You are the
called
classic
you.
example. You are
I
the
called
classic
you
example
racist.
of the
I
typical
called
person who's
you
supporting
racist.
these policies.
I do
These
support the
fucking-
policies.
I understand you do.
You're
which
going
proves
to
my point.
lose. That's the
You are,
thing.
yeah, you are. Well, we'll see.
You're
in a week.
gone. You're
You are one of-
relegated to the
we'll see in a
dustbin
week.
of history.
Alright, guys.
Wait,
Okay, I'm sorry.
Can I finish a sentence without the
I
fucking
wanna ask-
nasally,
can I ask-
low
can I
T
please-
leftist like cutting me off every fucking sentence?
Can I
do
please
that?
ask
Or are you
Lactoid?
gonna like let the people
Enough.
fucking do
I will.
that?
Okay,
Okay,
Lactoid,
okay.
finish your thought, but then we got to get other people to respond.
Can I
All
please
right,
ask one more
thank
question?
you. I would like to finish my thought before the fucking. It's ridiculous. Just the consistent
Enough
nasaliness.
complaining, get to your thought.
So yeah, I think there's plenty of like morally neutral like cultural actions, such as like if your hairstyle is causing a disruption, if your body odor is causing a disruption, if there's certain things that are causing a disruption for practical purposes, I think it's perfectly fine for people to have like a problem with that. I think it's perfectly fine for the cultural hegemony to like push for people to fall more in line to cause less of a disruption on the grand scale. I think that's perfectly rational, but I think it's important that when we're talking about affirmative action, we're not talking about like shit like this. We're talking about shit like SAT scores, or like how well you can design a plane, or how well you can do your fucking shit, right? That's what we're talking about with this shit. And this is a shit that people want.
It's not what we're talking about,
Can I
actually.
please have one follow-up question and then I'll shut up forever?
You're gonna call me a racist? That's all you contributes, apparently.
Let him ask you.
Can I please ask one? No, I really do want to ask one question. So, okay, so when you say you seem to think that affirmative action, quote, affirmative action hires like don't know how to build planes and shit, when that shit's actually pretty easy to do once you get a job to do it, because there's an entire fucking company that does it. It's not like they just throw random minorities into a plane factory and tell them to figure it the fuck out. They still learn how to do it. So that is another example of that biological essentialism, where it seems like you're implying that there is a natural tendency towards skills and towards.
Listen. No. Let him speak that, because he just proves your own point. All right, he just proved your own point. Let him say what they want to say, because obviously, even his own side.
Lactoid, don't take him as your ally. I can
No,
tell.
I wanna hear- I
I
wanna
can
hear
tell
this
from that
weird
nasally low
reactionary-
T voice.
Only the nasally low T voice. You can always tell. I'm about to hear something fucking hardcore.
Is your name? Your name? Is that how you say
I
it?
was just joking. I was doing a knockback to a joke that he made. Sorry.
Listen, I don't get offended. Your name's Faraday, all right? I just want to make sure, right? Okay, so
I guess what I'm.
he's just
Sorry.
proving that his points are wrong by the way his own side is shaking their heads by the way his points are not qualified to be represented, because he just said that anyone can build a plane. He literally just said anyone can build a plane.
I said anyone that goes to get a job to build a plane. I didn't say
Oh,
literally.
well, if they know
Can
how
you
to
not?
do it, that solves the problem, huh?
Yeah.
We just presuppose
Yeah.
that they know how to do it, right?
No, so the point, okay, so if you guys could actually listen to the words I'm saying, anyone who goes and gets a degree to do something knows how to do it. When you say affirmative action hires, you aren't hiring unqualified people. That does not happen. If it does happen, then they get fired, or the company gets into trouble, or
Or
something.
end up dropping out of school, or
Some
end up
or whatever. Yeah.
They're not
Some
hiring people who are
all
dropping
kinds
out
of
of
things.
school.
Affirmative action hired means nothing in terms of competency at all. Period. That is not a synonym.
He's not suggesting that it does. Samyo, do you know why Lactoid's upset with you?
Because he's like a 12-year-old racist.
No, it feels like you came in here with like the racist gun loaded and your finger on the
He-
trigger.
That's why you thought I was a racist. For
No,
You tried to
no.
lay all these traps about
I've been
AAV
listening
and-
to him say racist things for like the past 2
I
hours.
will say, I do think you came in like pretty hot, because when you first came in, I think
Yeah,
probably
that's
because
fine.
I'm a
I don't
white
care.
woman and I'm erudite, so you might know that I'm
No.
friends with Destiny. You assumed that I was like, well, this is why you got really butt mad about my AAV joke, even though I've clearly been standing basically.
No, I
for
just think it's
rules.
weird. I just think it's weird to make that joke to a black person, the one black person who joins. That's all. That's all I meant by
Are
that.
you black?
No. No, the other person
He was
that
meaning
joined
to
us.
STV.
Yeah.
But then
It's
when
just
I said
weird.
cultural hegemony and I suggested that you need to
He's
bite
very
bullet, you
upset.
got like super upset and basically said that there like
Because
wasn't a cultural
because it
hegemony. But
betrays
obviously, you and I both agree that there's a cultural hegemony.
no. It betrays a liberal worldview. When you say the cultural hegemony needs to be preserved, that is
The
that is
third
a very
side has been
problematic.
introduced.
As a
You
very
brought up
problematic
fucking commies. You brought
value.
up fucking commies.
Hey, Kilo's commie, isn't he?
I just
Kilo's
man,
coming.
it just
Okay,
if
well,
you're gonna
he's
make
like the only
arguments.
tolerable one.
In theory.
Well,
That's
it's
true.
weird because the only person who actually brought any data is the person who's not even from America.
I cited so much data.
everybody
What are you
brought up
talking
data.
about?
You didn't
like
cite.
people
You
who are not
guys.
from
I
America.
You guys
posted it in the
literally.
chat.
Erudite's,
Yeah.
wait, Erudite's
Yeah.
Canadian.
Did you?
Lactoid Swedish.
Yeah, and Lucy
Erudite.
Polish.
Erudite and Lucy were the only two people that actually offered real data. You guys just kind
I
of
think
went
we
off
started
on.
the first 10 minutes talking about how there's not a lot of good data for this subject.
Yeah, but
so I
there
don't
is.
think
That's
like
the thing. There's a shit ton of data.
So go
You
ahead
guys
and bring it then, instead of sitting here calling people racist. Go bring the data.
I didn't call you
No, that
right. Well,
is
you.
data in leftist circles. Calling people racist, that's data.
I feel left out that I didn't
That's
get called
verifiable,
racist.
Lactoid.
I got
I want to
super
give
crazy.
space. I want to give space to some of the other people here that.
Okay, yeah. Thank you for having me on.
Of course.
Good panel. Thanks.
I
Lactoid's a
hope you
racist.
enjoyed it.
Bye.
Okay. Bye.
Dude,
I want to give some
that's
space.
like not chill. Okay.
So-
I don't know. Again, we allow people to come in and criticize me and criticize others. That's perfectly fine. I think.
Look at Lactoid. His
personally-
face is so red. He knows how owned he just got.
Okay, I want to give some space to Ice Beans Philly, and I'm sorry, what's your name? Irish? It's hard to tell. Like the Discord's with the new update, it's not showing me your names. It's showing you
It's
the
Irish
first
Stud
letter.
14.
Dot. Right?
Irish Stud 14.
Wick, I know we've kind of moved off of this point, but I kind of
Bring it
want to
back.
bring it back just
Bring it
because I feel like an anecdote, Andy, that's just been clocked. Because I'm literally someone from Asia, like from the global south, from South Asia, who moved to America and literally had to change my accent in order to be understood. Even though I was vastly superior to my high school senior peers, in every way, in terms of education. And then when I went to college and I literally had professors who were Polish and had lived all over the world and had a fucking crazy accent, but it was just acceptable for them to have the funny accent because they just knew what they were doing and had PhDs and stuff. I guess I don't understand how are you saying that you would want the person you would want me to have to conform to the drawl? Is that what you're asking?
It's not
or are you
about-
saying that are you saying that it just happens to be that the world that I'm living in, it's advantages for me to do that?
Any culture, this is, if I went to Sri Lanka or someone from America went to Sri Lanka, right?
Mm-hmm.
They would be better served by adopting the accent that Sri Lanka has, or China has, or any place you go, you speak the language and the dialect of the majority of the
No,
people
because
who
in
live
Sri
there.
Lanka, look, if you go to Sri Lanka and you speak in an American accent, people are gonna love you, okay? Because
But you
it's
will
just
have a much harder time communicating.
yes and no, because it's okay, look, we have a very tourist tourism. We export tourism, it's what we do. So we cater to foreigners, we cater to the British people, we cater to people who come and visit Sri Lanka for
Has that served Sri Lanka well?
Well, we didn't exactly have a choice, did we, Wick?
Fair enough. Fair enough. You didn't have a choice.
I don't know if we want to get
didn't
into
have a
colonialism and
choice.
stuff.
That,
Wait,
that
can I say something?
feeds it just real quick. That feeds into my point, though, right? Again, you were forced to adopt a culture, or at least accept a culture that was not yours, right? You were forced by people outside
Under
of your
pain
culture
of
to
death?
force. Yes,
Hello.
that was bad. That was terrible, right? So if you are within, right, a culture that is not yours, right, and that is a different culture, you speak the language and the dialect of the culture you are in. That
Wait,
is
could I-
just the better
But
way
I
to
don't- Could
I jump
operate.
in real
Is
quick?
it not?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I asked Wick a question a while ago, and I never really got answered. Let's say a community college exists in an underprivileged area, one that's predominantly African American.
Sure.
Do you think that they should only accept essays that are like written in AAVE and teach classes in that way?
I think that if the community college that exists in this area that services, this is key, if it services primarily that community,
yes,
then yes, I think they should.
Even
bullshit.
So
bullshit. This is what I've been arguing the whole night. Why is that bullshit? No, it's STV. You said it's bullshit. Explain. Elaborate.
I guess
I'm not saying that you're lying. What I'm saying is that you should make people speak AA because in the black community. That's ridiculous. Now I just want to say
whatever the dialect of the community happens to be.
Okay, so
if it's southern
like
slang,
you
if
said,
it's southern drawl, they should communicate there. Yeah.
So if I go to Oklahoma State, I have to start speaking in an Oklahoman accent and like
Again,
use their phrase.
have to doesn't have anything to do with this. You seem to be accepting this as like I am saying you must do this. What I'm saying is you should do this.
Here's a better question. Say I'm going to make like two cultures and universities, okay? In one university, in the dominant culture that's around that university, that you're going to use like the standard hegemonic way of communicating, very, very empirical style, super white, okay? We're going to call it all this white preferentialism. There's another community, and I'm making a hypothetical, that's surrounded by everyone, and they all speak a dialect of basically like, sure, let's just use AAVE for the sake of this conversation. So everyone around there speaks it. And both of them are in America, by the way. Do you think the college that's in that area surrounded by AAVE would prefer AAVE language? Or do you think they're still going to prefer the cultural hegemon? What's your guess?
Because they service a larger area than just that, then they're going to prefer the cultural hegemon. Because again, in my hypothetical, right, that was giving me, I stress, if you are primarily servicing the like by servicing, I mean like you are teaching them to have jobs within the community, right? You expect the people within the community to remain within the community. However, if you're primarily, just let me finish, if you're primarily servicing the nation as a whole, obviously the nation as a whole dialect. No matter.
Well, the issue with these, say they're two community colleges, I would agree with you that probably both of them are going to prefer like the standard American language and like dialect, right? The issue is that probably since both are community colleges, both are going to be attended by dominantly local individuals. Yes, they will have a couple of people nationally coming in, but particularly for community colleges, it's almost exclusively locally and geographically based of like who they serve. And so in that case, even though it's preferring the cultural like hegemon, in many ways it's underserving. And I would argue the reason that institution is preferring the cultural hegemon is because the cultural hegemon has been basically created as the standard of both not just like good speak, but there's a moral piece tied to it, which is why when people hear like AAVE, they assume that people are like less educated.
That I am against. The moral.
So I know you are. I know you are.
I'm against.
Right?
Wait. On average, they would be less educated.
Yes, I'm.
But the issue is the assumption of their education
Incidentally.
based on the way that they're speaking.
Well, very strong core. Like if you go to college and you are taught like the non-AAVE way of speaking, you're more likely to have higher education.
Do you think that AAVE heuristics is a good way to determine whether somebody has a moral capacity for good ideas or is smart?
Well, not moral capacity for good ideas, but I think it would be a good way of like estimating whether or not the person you're like talking with has higher education.
Well, I didn't say higher education. I said people assume people who speak AAVE are dumb.
Less intelligent, yeah.
If you as a college,
I think anybody that would like deviate outside of like an academic way of talking I would assume would be less intelligent.
I want to make this point real quick because I think it's important. I think we're getting away from it. And I want to re-stress this, if I may. Right? Any college or institution who does not teach and to some extent require their students to learn and operate within the dialect that is most common within the area that they're operating is doing their students a disservice. They're setting up their students to fail. You should, right, not for any moral reasons, but for pragmatic reasons, teach the people that you are teaching how to communicate in the language that is most easily understood by the people that is being speaking. To fail to do so, to fail to require that, is to fail your student.
To
Sure,
back
but
up
The
that
issue,
point,
the issue is there's
This is
two
a
things.
hard line to run.
If I could just finish up, then I follow with Wick. There's
Sorry.
two issues with that. Number one, at the point of acceptance to an institution that is teaching people, I agree that it would be totally fine in an institution to again essentially teach people to code switch. I think that that's totally fine for them to be able to be applicable all across the nation. We're talking about acceptance into the university. This is before any
Yeah.
of that education has specifically occurred.
That's
And
why I have no
like
strong
you
opinion
agreed,
on that.
the
so-
cultural hegemony of moral application based on like what like AAVE versus like standard common English is bad. You agree that the moralization is bad. The issue is that as we continue to maintain as a standard English is better, it necessarily reinforces the moralization,
Yeah.
right? If we say it is the better way to communicate, it is the moralization. And I'm not here trying to stand and be like, we now need to change everything so that it's an AAVE and stuff. That's not what I'm talking about.
I understand.
I'm actually much more interested in a much more critical analysis of the cultural assumption about basically like
I understand.
what we
I get
prefer
what you're saying.
and why we moralize it.
I get what you're saying. I understand the argument here, and I
so real quick.
understand that it just real quick. I understand that it reinforces it. But the cost of like if we were to disentangle that, there would be a cost, and the cost would come and be borne by the people who were as we transition from that. There would be a cost because culture that we live in our education system, they progress at different rates. They're tied together, but they're different levels of progression. So while the education system is teaching these, is disentangling it from it and not requiring this, in order to not reinforce the hegemonic stereotype of language,
So-
we're not teaching that, right? There's going to be a cost borne by the students, and
But
I
there's
don't
a
know if
cost
that's
borne
worth.
right now.
There are a few.
What is the cost? What would be the
The
cost?
cost is that the people who graduate from those institutions are going to be less effective, right? They're going to be less effective at communicating, just less
But
effective.
there's a
in
cost
teaching.
right now of students who are not
So
who are unable to meet that threshold and
There's
suddenly
costs either way, yes.
Yeah, I agree. So why like
But
So if I
what
may-
you're arguing for, right, is that a different set of people bear the cost.
Have you guys ever
I
had a
think that's
professor
fewer.
that had a horrible accent that you just couldn't understand?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Was that frustrating, and did that impair their ability to do their job?
It's always
The
frustrating
answer's
when you
yes.
can't
Wait.
understand
I won't
something.
understand.
the answer is
Yes. So if you have this
Yeah.
issue that's impairing you from doing your job, don't you think that should be a consideration?
Of course.
Great,
yes,
thanks.
but
That's all I wanted to know.
And I would also
So,
say that
if I may.
spoken English is going to have a much easier time understanding somebody with an accent, whereas if you have an accent and then you're listening to somebody else with an accent, I feel like that's probably even more difficult.
Okay, the issue with all of Lactoy's arguments just there is that he's
Everyone
again
has
just
an
trying to pigeonhole
Everyone has
everyone
an
into
accent,
basically
but-
trying to be arguing for like teaching AAVE and making it like the second dialectic of the United States of America, which nobody is arguing for. Everyone has already agreed.
So-
Hold on. Everyone has already agreed that it is valuable to code switch into the cultural hegemon. Everyone has agreed with that. So you being like, isn't it harder to understand these people? Doesn't that make their everyone
Erudite.
understands that. We're not talking. We already said we're not talking about people in the workplace specifically. We're talking about people getting accepted into the university in the first place,
Yeah.
which is where the opportunity begins.
Erudite.
Yes,
No,
so-
hold on, Erudite. When you say like we think that people should effectively be able to code switch, what you're saying is that people should have a competency in speaking in the general language as imposed by the hegemony, right? That's what you're saying. Now, if you're saying that, if people should have that ability, this whole conversation started by I want to point out, like there wasn't a lot of evidence presented, but the assertion that this is a reason why we shouldn't have essays when it comes to letting people into college, because certain people are graded lower because they're not able to fit in within standard English, all right?
That's not ever been my argument, just to be clear.
Oh, okay. Well, I assumed I thought it was, but if it's not, I thought it was
No,
heavily implied.
my argument
Some
against the
people
essays is you
definitely-
compared them to blacksmithing, and I said essay writing is clearly not as objective and easily trainable as blacksmithing, and it's a fucking awful comparison.
Well, like all professions are, I guess, at the end of the day, subjective, and they're going to be subjected by all the customers.
No, not all
That's how-
professions
yes,
are subjective.
That's
That's
how a
literally
free
not
market.
true.
That's how a free
No.
market works.
Okay,
how a free
there are
market
clearly
works
some
is-
skills that are much more objective, like carpentry, where skills like essay writing is inherently subjective, and I would
How
argue.
is carpentry objective? How is carpentry objective?
Wait, come on, it's a gradient. Come on, let's.
So it's, if I may, for a bit.
No.
Carpentry is more objective.
No, it's not. And this
Are
is
you trying to
like,
tell me
no,
that
this
essays
is what
are
This is what
Similarly subjective.
This is my yes. This is what my ultimate point is, right? So what defines good carpentry is entirely based on what consumers want. If consumers want carpentry that happens to be at 90-degree angles,
Nobody's talking about this.
hold
shit.
on.
You're doing some extra stuff.
Hey, well, I'm
Nobody's
gonna
talking about that.
keep doing the extra shit. And by the way, you said I was being sexist before by cutting you off. So just hold on.
I was making a joke.
Okay, so well, now you're being
Stereotype
sexist. Now you're being
strikes
sexist.
again.
Now, when
Jokes
people
are not allowed on this panel. I've learned my lesson.
Wait,
Okay?
absolutely
I
not.
know now.
Factoid.
All right,
Sexist
all right,
propaganda.
all right.
I'll even agree with you.
Well, you're gonna wait until I make the point real quick because maybe you might understand where I'm going, but the audience might not. So when you look at what a carpenter, what's valued in a carpenter's ability, right? Maybe making right degree angles, maybe working with certain materials. All these things. What are those dictated by? Those are dictated by what the people want.
Yeah,
Consumer demand. Consumers
Sure.
like right angles.
Wait.
If tomorrow,
Sure,
well, hold on. Again, the audience might not know where
You're
I'm going,
right.
even though you do.
You know what?
So-
Honestly,
so
math is
if-
just as
if-
subjective as essays.
if-
You got
if-
me. I don't
if-
know how I didn't see
if-
it before.
So,
tomorrow,
if I may,
if tomorrow the consumers decided that they didn't like right angles and they wanted everything to be in a wave pattern, then all of a sudden, all the carpenters that had trained in making right angles, their skills would be less valuable in the
Nobody's
marketplace.
talking about any of this.
Okay. I want to
We're
give some space.
talking about
if I,
I'm in the middle of the point, Wick. Come on, and they keep
You're in
cutting
the
me off.
middle. It's been like 5 minutes. Get
Because
over
they keep
here.
cutting me off. I would have made
Let me
this point in 30
respond.
seconds. I would have made
You
this
know
point
what
for
you're
30
fucking
fucking
saying.
seconds. Shut the fuck up. Look, what I'm saying is that, again, you look at carpentry, and then you look at things like language. Well, the consumer base values you being able to talk to them. The consumer base values
you're just talking
being able
shit.
to
Nobody wants to hear it.
Let me
Nobody wants
please
to hear this.
let me please finish a fucking point, okay?
Okay,
The
I'll go back
consumer
to the
point-
actual conversation
Yeah,
after.
yeah,
Go ahead,
please,
thanks.
yeah, please do.
I wanna respond to this now.
The consumer,
but if I may,
the consumer base the consumer base values being able to understand what you're saying, just like they might value right angles in carpentry. Ultimately, all of these skills are going to be dictated by what the market demands. So it's all going to be subjective, okay? So when you go into a university, where they're expecting you to like have the skills to be able to work with people and be able to communicate with people, if you're a professor to be able to talk to your students, of course the way you talk and the dialect that you speak in and the accent that you have is going to be relevant. And you guys are trying to cut me off because you know the point I'm making is good.
Do you? No, it's not.
wait,
Do you
wait,
mean-
so,
You would let me finish it, but obviously
It's-
not.
it's It's tensile strength of a frame.
So-
Is that subject? Is that
Structural
subjective?
integrity.
No, but the value of whether or not you value structural integrity is subjective.
There's some people trying to get in. There's some people trying to get in. Haven't been able. Lucy.
okay, so if I may,
TV filling some space.
we are,
Just real quick, Lucy. This is very specific order we're gonna go in. Lucy's gonna get her point across, and then STV Billy is going to get his time to shine. So go ahead.
so I think we are talking about two different things here. We are talking about language, the standard language which is taught at university, which is based on the, let's say, standardized language, which, you know, as I've said, people from certain communities will learn during their course. But we do also need to recognize that in real life, in real countries, there actually is no one standard of speech. Usually the the so-called standard language that foreigners also learn is based on a specific dialect spoke in a specific part of the country. It's usually based around the capital, and this is usually used as a model for how the language is spoken, for how all foreigners are taught to basically, well, it also gives people from other parts of the country to have more chances in the capital. Well, it's not exactly how that works. Like, if you look at how language works in a given country, most people will not necessarily speak in the so-called standard way. They will communicate with small differences, even from neighborhood to neighborhood, from city to city, from state to state. We're not even getting into the fact that there are whole communities within the US that don't speak English at all, and they do fine, communicated within those spheres perfectly well. and people that like to.
In general, like how are they?
That depends. That really depends. Like if you have an Asian community, you might have very bustling communities that do pretty well within those communities without speaking English at all. That's perfectly possible.
Just to tack on to Lucy's point, I feel like the reason that I brought up my experience in the first place and compared it to the professors that I met in college was that I essentially got to see people who didn't have to change their accent that much. They still had a very strong accent, right? Like when my mom moved to America, she couldn't change her accent. That she still did a little bit, right? She has an American version of her accent, but it's not. It's only to the. She can't do it. It's not as much as I could, and not as much as my younger brother could. So I guess the question is, like, everyone around them sort of adapted. Everyone in this panel can sit and listen to Lucy and, accept that she's educated. I guess the question is, why does the drive have to be on me to change my accent?
Because you're the one. I'll explain this. I'll answer this question. It's because those professors that you mentioned, they succeeded in spite of. Right, in spite of that obstacle that they had of a strong accent, they had value that commensurately outweighed the negative of their accent, and their accent absolutely was a detriment to their success. Right, it shouldn't be, but it was, because that's how communication works. It is harder for the people around you to understand what you're trying to communicate. It doesn't matter what you're trying to communicate. It's much like if a tree falls in the forest, but no one can hear it. Does it make sound? Technically, yes, but does it matter? No. When it comes
so you're
down
saying
to,
that you're saying that like on an individual, like you're just recommending this on like an individual level, not
and groups
a
and
society.
systems are made up of individuals. So yes, as
Yeah.
an individual level and on a systemic and societal level, it is better, right? It is easier to do this because, and the reason why I say
It's
better
easier.
is because it is easier and it facilitates communication, which is absolutely a good thing.
Wait,
You're
you just
Go ahead,
contradicted yourself.
STV.
You just contradicted yourself because you said,
Okay.
you said it shouldn't be that way. That's the way it is, but it shouldn't be that way. And now you just said that it's better that it's that
Then I
way.
misspoke. Then I misspoke. It is better this way. Yeah.
Okay,
I'll go with the
that's
second one.
that's what I thought. You confused me a little bit.
Now, what I said it shouldn't be, and to clarify, right? And because I think that you misidentified what I was saying shouldn't be. It wasn't they should. I wasn't saying they shouldn't have had to. Oh, who'd we lose? We shouldn't have had to do a thing. But what we shouldn't be is the moral thing that Erudite was talking about. Let me try again because I'm not communicating properly. There should be no moral qualms to someone who speaks with an accent. We shouldn't think of them as a certain way. We shouldn't think of them as lesser or less educated. We should strive to try to understand them, right? But on a pragmatic sense, it's just easier if you change yourself rather than society change itself. It's just easier.
Should society be based on what's easier or what's best for society? Is that how?
I think that
should we
most of the
structure
time,
society on what?
Semantic. It's the same thing.
Well,
Yeah,
no,
I-
that's
No,
STV
it's
is actually getting a really important point here, right? There are certain pieces of advice that are very good for individuals. At an individual level, I agree with Wick. I recommend maximal self-responsibility because what the fuck else is an individual going to do? But societal issues are not always solved by what's best for the individual or what even works at an individual level. Because I'm sure you've all experienced this. If you talk to one person of a worldview one-on-one, you get along great. And the moment they're involved in groupthink, you're bitter enemies and you can't understand each other. So pretending like individual psychology applies really well to systems and groups of people is a really big misnomer. So when we're talking about education inequality, this is why pull yourself up by your bootstraps is a really good ideology for every individual to hold for themselves of I gotta do my best for myself, but it's a terrible piece of advice to give to a systemic group who's experienced mass levels of of issues from the government, particularly the Black population. They don't even trust the government, which is why so many government interventions also fail in the Black communities, because why the fuck would they trust the government when we look at, like, for example, the reaction to the crack cocaine epidemic versus the heroin epidemic, right? And so when we're talking about systemic issues, they often do require different solutions than what works for individuals.
I agree. I don't
100%
disagree with that.
agree.
But when it
Yeah.
comes to the college thing, right? When we bring it down to the educational level, I think that education systems should primarily teach in the dialect of, right, the hegemony, right?
Right, but
The cultural norm, the standard.
All
But-
I'm saying is that's a really
that
easy
should
thing for
be-
you to say, and I just want to acknowledge that like generally speaking, you haven't had to go through those barriers. And whenever we try to have a conversation with people who did, like Ice Beans, she's saying like, hey, it's fucking hard. Okay. And,
Yeah.
like,
It is hard.
This is incredibly
Life is
hard.
hard.
Yeah, and the worst part is you had to.
Dropout rates. Wait, hold on one second. I wonder why dropout rates are so much higher and why they do so much poorer in school when they have to go through so many extra hoops than everyone else. Maybe it's better.
Well,
Maybe
the
it's
higher
better for
drop
everyone. To wait, what?
The higher drop rates have nothing to do with that. Higher drop rates is due to the affirmative action and allowing people to get into positions that they're not qualified to be in. That's what
I don't know about that.
Wait. We do see dropout rates fall and failure rates fall without affirmative action. Those rates do fall.
After California abolished,
Yes. Once you stop, the
once
mismatch
they
theory.
stopped the racial preferences, ostensibly racial preferences, we saw massive rise in graduation rates among
Sure, but
communities.
it's still
Massive
lower in some
rise
groups than
in
others.
test rates. Yes,
right?
let's not accept
Right, so-
into the higher education systems, but overall, their material conditions improved.
Once
Does anybody here know somebody that dropped out of college?
I did.
Do you know why?
me.
Yeah, quite.
Why?
I just don't feel like I was equipped well. Yeah, mental. I was super depressed. Dropped out, and then
Okay, mental health
mentioned, like,
issues.
5 different.
A lot of people
do
go
it.
into college.
I mean, it was
People
kind of-
drop out because what? They don't have money. They have to take care of somebody. They just ended up in a different situation. They changed what the direction they wanted their life to go. Dropping out doesn't mean that you were not equipped or could not handle the
Yeah.
education that you were receiving at the college.
It doesn't
Yeah, so-
necessarily.
Wait,
mean
then-
that,
But-
it absolutely
I-
does.
Wait.
I gotta
Then
ask
why
the
did
question.
dropouts?
Black
Why did
boys,
dropouts
goddamn it.
fall? Yeah, why did dropouts fall then when you entered affirmative action? If it's just
Wait,
because,
but there's
well, they
still
had
more
family.
than the
I
Are you
just
talking?
told
Wait,
you.
are you talking after Baki? Is that when you're talking about when the?
No, after the 1996 California ban.
Okay, I haven't looked into that data.
Yes, you can look at that.
Just want to understand.
Okay.
So
Well,
I think
why?
it's really
Why?
important. Well, I think it's really important to understand one thing here because the mismatch theory, I'm not sure if this is where you're citing it from, but this got propagated most dominantly by Thomas Sowell. Is that where you're originally citing this from? That's the first person I've heard talk about mismatch theory.
I'm not citing him. I know that he was a proponent of that theory, but there's like a number of studies that indicate.
So, if I
So what does that mean, though? Like,
may,
what does that mean?
It's talking about how basically affirmative action, particularly when quotas were existing, was getting people into education facilities, particularly Ivy League, when they actually didn't have the GPA required for it, dominantly because of their race, and therefore they were in a school that was actually educating at a level that they weren't actually properly prepared for, which led to higher attrition rates. The attrition rates was true. The issue is that as soon as those quotas were gone, you even admitted affirmative action is still oftentimes happening, and to assume that all attrition rates of people of color is
But-
dominant because of mismatch.
Well,
is
the
kind of
more
ridiculous.
you have it, it raises the.
right, so if I may, right? This is where we enter into the discussion that affirmative action is not just the simple singularly action of admitting people. It starts with the materials that target certain demographics. It continues into admitting certain types of people. And it ideally continues with support throughout the process. If the person has not had opportunities to start in a certain equal level plane when it comes to even be able to keep up with the program, then the school offers a support system, whether it be mental health or extra lessons or courses that would the up and it has been done. So
I understand you're not done. You can finish, but I have a question that's pertinent to what you're saying
So-
right
Yes.
now. So rather than waiting
So
for you to
rude.
finish entirely, right? I
Yes.
want to address this right now so that we can get it while it's
yes,
fresh in our mind.
yes.
So Lucy, right? A question for you. regarding the support system after and providing more support system,
Yes.
would you be in favor of colleges, right, grading on a curve for people who are minorities or who haven't been, given the same opportunities that I have, for example, right? So should black people have be able to get an A by doing work that otherwise would be seen as B work by a white person?
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
Then what do you mean by support system?
I mean, mental health support from specialists or extra activities, right? You take extra classes, you're given extra things that will allow you to even out the playing field. It's not about giving extra good grades. It's about
So you mentioned mental health. What else?
no, yes, for example, like if a person was not able to learn how to learn, even because the schools that they attended before did not equip them with the tools to do so, then you get those courses when you start your studying. All right?
So I'm gonna bow out. Thank you guys. Thank you, Wick.
Yeah, we're gonna end this soon, but I want Lucy to finish her point, and then I want STV to go.
And it is not a hypothetical situation. There are schools that have implemented these sort of support systems to great success. So, like, we should not. I'm sorry, if just a sentence. We should not actually. The name is misleading. The affirmative action rather than a single action is, at least in theory, not always in practice, more of a system, right? That is supposed to. Yes.
Yeah, and to your point, Lucy, like the mental health part is a huge component of this that I don't think is talked about enough. To answer your question, Wick, the only right answer to that is obviously no. We should
Okay.
not be grading different races on their papers. That's obviously the right answer. But to Lucy's point, mental health, especially in the Black community, has been highly ignored by Black people, by society at large. So prior to I'd say like 2000, when kids, especially Black boys, were hyperactive in class, or they might have had ADD or ADHD or autism, they a number of different things that were never diagnosed and addressed. And so when they go to school, they're perceived as bad, or they're perceived as not able to participate in class, when really what they needed was more access to health treatment, or even to be diagnosed in the first place. That's my first point. But my second point is on the code switching thing. I mean, I could come in here, talk to y'all folks any type of way, and I could switch up my accent, but I would still be able to express myself in a way that you understand. And Wick, what you're saying is that society at large should basically fall in with the English language that is the proper way to speak. And I feel like while that is the way it is, that it would be better to learn these things and to be able to go through life and get along with society. However, I don't think that if you don't adhere to that you should be excluded from things like higher education, certain jobs. Now, of course, meritocracy is a thing. You need to have merit. You need to be capable of these things. But I think society should be more focused in drawing the best out of people instead of rejecting people for the differences. And I'll just leave that there.
Okay, I don't disagree that we should be more accepting and things like that, but part of merit, right? Part of learning to do the job is learning to communicate within that job. And one of the facts is that most people will communicate better under using standard English in most situations in America, right? In most situations, in a single, and this is true in
It's
China.
not true, though.
It's true in it's absolutely
It's
true.
not true.
It's
Wait.
no.
Wait.
Have you ever heard Jay-Z speak? Have you ever heard Jay-Z speak?
Jay-Z, the rapper?
Yes, the rapper. Yes,
I've heard him speak.
The
He
business owner.
is harder to understand. It is harder to understand him than it is Blackwood.
Is it? Is it?
Yes.
To who?
That's facts.
That is a good question. To whom?
To the majority.
I don't know
what you're saying. Are you saying I have just as
As
an
the
easy
whitest-
understand because you
Okay,
guys cut me
just
off.
to be
That's
clear,
all it is.
I'm the whitest fucker ever. I live in Canada, what's even more white than where most of you guys Americans live. And on top of that, I'm like literally 98% white and grew up in rural Alberta. And I have no problem listening to Jay-Z and understanding. I don't
No, but there's some
We don't
terms
even
that
have
he's
to
gonna use
go.
that you're not familiar with.
Yeah, if
Right,
you were
if you-
saying that you
like when he
just
says
knew
slinging
you were
that yeah,
Sure.
and you're like, oh wait, what the fuck is
So
that?
again,
Yeah,
it's
sure.
just
But if I listen to a
easier
skinny
to
professor talk about a bunch of
understand.
shit, I'm not gonna know what
Leaked erudite measures how white she
Can
is.
we? Okay, hold on.
True. I got
we
DNA
don't.
to prove
I don't
it.
know
We
why
don't
this.
even
Why are
have
we
to-
fighting on this? This is just
Hold on.
objectively true. It is
Wick,
easier
we
to
don't
understand
know,
someone
but
speaks the
hold
same
on,
dialect
Wick.
as you than
Wick.
someone who speaks a different dialect as you.
Wick,
It's
when
just
I
We're
live,
easier.
literally just
when I
stating
live,
common sense, and they just can't deal
when
with it.
I
That's
live
what it
in the
is.
South, okay, look, my job is literally in like basically it's customer support, okay, and I'm not the only person at my job. We have black people who speak in they use more they use AAV, not super, not to the point. They're still, it's very still like white. We are in the South, but they sound different than white people. They sound different than me, and still they are able to be professional, help out their customers, and
Never
like
said
I
they
think.
aren't.
Okay, hold on. But I think that so what I'm trying to say is that we don't even have to go to Jay-Z. Like we don't even have to go as like extreme as Jay-Z. We can even look at a situation where you have people with different dialects all speaking and like still doing this exact same job. So I guess that's the thing. Is like
Again,
I
it's
think the
I don't
standard
know.
that I don't know. Maybe
We've gone in circles on this. I want to
Hold
ask
on.
Ice Beans a question.
Your arguments, guys, right now, your arguments could basically be used to say that people shouldn't use technical language or high vocab in the workplace because people are going to have to adjust to new words and like new vernacular.
If it's not relevant to the workplace, yes.
Yes.
No,
Yes. If I
No,
look,
wait,
one of
wait,
the
wait,
big
wait.
problems. No, stop. One of the issues we're having right now in America is a direct result of this. Is people's inability to separate the academic knowledge and language from the colloquial language. So
Yes.
when I use a term like, or when Lactoid or someone of Lactoid's ilk would use the term, they're teaching CRT in schools. The academic brain's like, well, actually, no, technically they're not teaching CRT because CRT means just picture academic thing. It totally misses the point, and it is inhibiting communication, the ability to communicate common ideas with what's happening. This is a direct problem that is
Completely different
impacting
conversation.
politics in America
I want to hear
right
this.
now.
Wait. I got a great example as well.
wait,
Like, when I'm
hold
meeting
on.
with a client, right? I have to
Would
speak
it-
like I can't use fucking Latin terms when I'm meeting with a client, right? Who you're talking to matters, and being able to speak people's language, of course, that matters.
Okay, would anyone look at a professional using highly esoteric language in their workplace, even if you didn't understand what that vocab meant, and say that they're doing something that is like maybe not ideal and maybe that they should like do something better? Would there be any level of connection to like bad or good? Not even moralizing, just
The key
quality.
word,
You're
you know
missing the
what's
point.
using a lot of doing a heavy lifting in their workplace, specifically to the people who also speak that language. Because if you have a front-facing, a customer-facing lawyer, like Lactoid said, and who's trying to advise clients, you better believe if they're using a bunch of technical jargon that their client understands, they are doing something wrong.
Exactly.
Yes, but
And you have to use the jargon when you're talking with a judge or talking with another lawyer. It's important to know that.
Answer my question. Why do billion-dollar companies hire people in India for customer support if communication is the number one and most
lower minimum wage?
They value their dollar more than they do the people, their customers.
But they can.
That's
I mean, apart from the accent, though. Apart from the accent.
then you can't in the same breath say that society at large values so
Do
much.
they hire
being able to
only the ones
communicate.
that don't speak English?
Well, hold on. You think that if these companies
Or
get
do
away
they
with
hire
hiring,
exclusively
hold on,
people
wait,
that
wait.
speak English?
If you think you can get these companies, if they can get away with paying like a whole bunch of native English speakers the same, they're
I don't
paying
care about the
call center
pay. I'm not
workers.
talking about the pay. I'm
Well,
talking
that's
about
the only reason they're hiring them. That is the
Well,
only
yeah.
reason.
It's the only reason.
Okay, so that goes completely against your point that it is better for society. It is better for society to all speak
Which
one
would you
common
rather
language.
have? STV. Which would you rather have? You call it customer support. Would you rather have someone that speaks the same dialect as you, or would you rather have someone who speaks a very
I never
strong
have
Indian
somebody
dialect?
that speaks the same dialect. What would I rather have?
Yeah,
What
what would you rather
have?
If you had a choice.
It does not matter what I would rather.
But, you gotta answer
Sales
the
and
question.
markets, sales and markets are different than what you guys were talking about.
And
You
the
guys were-
American market values this dialect.
Nobody's talking about talking to clients. Your guys' whole point was about talking within the workplace.
No, but universities should train people to talk with clients and coworkers and customers and people that
Yeah,
you are going
but-
to interact with on a daily basis.
Yeah, that's kind of their job, but it's
their
also
job.
not their job to apply that during admission. I do not think.
Yes.
I would
Admit-
argue that when
admission
you're
matters.
admitting people, college is a place where it's acceptable to make a mistake. It's acceptable to not know everything because you're going to learn everything while you're there.
Let's ask you guys a
Everything?
question. Let's ask a question.
Yeah, everything you need to know for your job.
If I
outside
submitted
the
an essay,
experience you're going to have to get.
But
It's
what do you
going to
guys
be
think?
learned in college.
If I submitted an essay, there's 2 essays, okay? Same university, same selection board. One of the essays, I'm highly esoteric, and I use language that members of the board selection don't know. I'm being very technical in my language. It's very impressive. I'm kind of voshing them, okay? I'm introducing a whole bunch of new words like ontological and just fucking whipping it out. And nobody knows what I'm saying, but it sounds impressive because there's lots of big words, right? So I have this essay. And then in another essay, there might be a little bit of slang. I might use a couple more like conjunctions, a little bit more lay language, and I might use some slight AAV in there. Which of these 2 do you think will be looked at as poorly? Do you think they'll be equally viewed as like, oh, that's bad? What bad communication? Do you think people will equally view these things as poor communication? Really?
Well, it depends on the point of your essay, right? If your essay is detailed and oriented towards the people that you're speaking that jargon towards, then yes.
No, but she.
That's
So-
ultimately what it comes down to.
The same
essay
fucking
is
essay,
about towards the
everything's the same, but in one, they're using highly esoteric language that even maybe the
It would
board
depend on the
members don't know,
values of the
and
board
words
that's judging it.
AAVE.
Sure.
Yeah, but
It
that's the
depends-
point,
it's-
is, like,
the
why are we
context,
valuing
the
that
context,
language?
the
Isn't
context
it-
in which
are
I
we
stop.
talking about
The
values?
context in which I need to answer this question is what does the board members value? What do they value? Do they
Let's
value
assume they value
esoteric
what
language?
every other university fucking values, which is
That's
the cultural
what
hegemon.
our point is.
Which one will they care about more? Do they think they'll look at both of them as bad communication, or will they only look at the one with AAV language and say that that is fucking bad communication? Be honest.
They're not just going to look at the one with AAV and say that's bad. If you're like fucking up grammar in other ways, they're going to look at that as bad too.
So if
Just engage with the hypothetical.
Or if you're hold on, or if
This
you're
is a
using
classic tactic. I can't engage with the hypothetical, so I'm just going to add a whole bunch
classic
of
tactic. I'm going to talk over you.
Okay.
So if you use other words, if you use like other words that are like very long and complex and not actually relevant to like the sentence that you're trying to like craft, then yeah, you should and are downgraded on that.
Let's assume
So-
all the grammar is pretty similar. They just swap a couple of things. They maybe play around with a similar amount differently. They play around with grammar differently in the ways that would respect each of their types of language, of dialects, of the technical sophisticat. And
If I sit here and construct a hypothetical that if you don't pick A, then you're an asshole, would you pick A or B?
What?
What?
That's what happens with all the You're sitting here constructing the most perfect hypothetical so that they have to agree.
So
And if they don't,
No, wait, hold on.
Yes,
If they say ain't in a college essay, that will be dinged at. All right, can we fucking all agree?
Yes.
I-
Yes.
no,
Obviously.
she didn't
So
say
if you're writing a college
They
essay,
shouldn't.
don't use ain't.
If they use,
I think it should be. It should be
what
dinged.
if they
Yeah.
use a long-winded formula that nobody understands at
be
all?
dinged.
It's a fairly high, yeah, and it won't be.
They
Whoa,
should
whoa,
be
whoa,
dinged,
of course
but I
it
think
would be
she's-
dinged.
No, it won't be.
Hold on. Absolutely, my law school papers were dinged if I used esoteric or long-winded language. Absolutely. In
I
fact,
don't believe you for a second.
But not an admission.
okay, well,
You're
I'm
lying.
just telling you. I'm telling you my lived experience.
You're
you
lying.
believe me on that one. Okay, but, well,
No.
I guess
Okay,
I can't
actually-
prove it to you. I
Yeah,
guess
Lactoid, that's your truth, buddy. That's your truth, man.
that's my truth.
Lying.
That's
These
your
people
truth.
are denying my truth.
That's your
I'm
truth,
trying,
brother.
Okay,
I'm
I
hungry.
had
I'm
to.
hungry. It's late. I'm hungry.
Wait,
So-
I ask one question, Ice Beans. I've been
Yes.
trying to for
Go,
a while.
I want to hear this question. Then
Yeah,
after
I've been
this.
trying. I really appreciate you, Wick, and I'm sorry for your hunger.
You can appreciate me with donations. You appreciate me like
it is almost 4 a.m., you know.
you can say all you want. You appreciate me, but put your money where your mouth is, Lactoid.
Listen,
You know how to donate.
It's
to me.
almost 4 a.m.
I need to ask. Wick, Ice Beans. So you came on here and you've talked a lot about learning a different language can be difficult, right? I'm curious as to your experience. Have you, if you've been to college, I don't know if you have or not. If you've been to college, I mean, what do you think about the fact that you have had to, just by looking at you and knowing you, I know that you've had to score significantly better than your black peers in order to get into the position that you are now. Do you have like any kind of feelings about that?
That I had to wait. So say that again. I had to score better than them.
Significantly better. You've had to do significantly better in terms of academic measurements, scores, GPA, all that stuff, in order to get in the same position as your black peers. I mean, do you have any kind of opinion
as my black peers?
Yep. Yes.
I mean that kind of, I guess that kind of sucks, but I guess I'm confused because you know, I won't say, I can't say that I know what the standard. I came in at the right, like I came in at a weird time, where I was just about to enter college, so I wouldn't say I know what the black scores were, you know, or Asian scores or white scores. I guess that's my problem. I'm not sure how to answer that. If are you asking if like?
Well, what I'm asking is that like the studies show like significantly that people of Asian descent, including Southeast Asia, consistently have to do better. You had to do it better on your college entrance exams. You would have a better GPA. You have had like better essays, like better everything to get to where you are, right? In the same position than other people like Black, Hispanic, or Native American people. And my question is like, when you're told that fact that you could have been at a much higher place, I suppose, absent that sort of racial discrimination against you, does that make you feel any particular way?
I think for me specifically, I think as long as I think it's weird because I am privileged enough that I was bright enough to get in already, so I wouldn't have like perceived that it was my effort that got me there, or the opposite, where like everybody else is being held down so I can get in, you know. I wouldn't have perceived that. Now it does suck to hear that like I would have probably moved a lot further. Okay, like actually there is one point where I scored pretty highly on my board exams that were like the British board exams, but I came to America and basically they didn't take any of it. They didn't factor it into my GPA. They didn't factor it into any. It's like I dropped all that money down a hole, basically, because my college admissions didn't look at those board exams. They just looked at my grades. And so, yeah, actually, I did get rejected by a couple of colleges because presumably I didn't meet their standards. So it did suck that, like, essentially, but that I kind of always just figured it's because America's not tuned to like international students. So that's a pretty specific example, though. I don't. It's not.
Right, but let's say you found out that you would have gotten into those colleges had you been a different race, right? I mean, that's like the question here,
okay,
because that's likely would have happened.
All right, but like the same goes for.
I'm
just because she's Asian, like, the same goes for me too, right? Like I'm white. I'm in
to a lesser extent.
Okay, sure. I'm done. I'm hungry. It's been fun. We're over time. We're way over time. Thank you all for being here.
Okay. See, so it's over.
Get some food, Wick.
Wait, before we
go get
some food
and let us go.
I just want to say to Lactoid. I just want to say to Lactoid. No. I came in here a little hot. I don't know. I shouldn't have called you racist because I don't know. I just heard a lot of things that were questionable to me during this debate, but I should not have called you racist, and I want to apologize for that. Because I don't know if you are. You might be, you might not be. I don't know.
I appreciate
that. He's the most racist.
He 100% is. But...
Okay, I'm not racist, and I want to thank you for saying that. That's awesome.
Okay, SCV Philly, you're always welcome. Ice Beans, thank you for the gift sub. SCV Fit, thank you for the gift sub as well. Thank you all for all the support. Lex Friedman, thank you for the $100, and please come on my show, please. But no, thank you again. I'll see you guys Monday. I don't know what we'll do. We'll probably do something on Ukraine. I don't know if you guys are watching, but it's popping off in Russia.
Ukraine.
Turning on Russia. I don't know if you've heard about that.
Yep.
I have a thing. Right, so we are probably going to be talking about that. I'm going to try to get some folks on to discuss it. We'll see. There's a lot of smoke right now. The fog of war is pretty thick, so it's hard to really say what's going on. But thanks again.
Canada.
And I will see you guys. Why isn't it letting me rate out? I don't know what is going on.
Thanks,
we'll figure it out. Anyway, bye everyone.
Good night, everyone.
Bye.
It was fun talking.
Thanks,
bye.
everyone.
Bye.
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 Good shit.
Hey, Lactoid. I sent you a message. Is that okay?
Yeah, you can send me. I mean, let's check real quick.
Lactoid, you racist
just wait.
misogynist.
Oh my
fuck you.
goodness.
The most
Oh.
racist misogynist ever. No, thanks for coming, gang. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope you had fun. It's a wild one.
There's the hope that you will. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay,
Well, there's the hope is you'll consider.
Lucy and Erudite, Lactoid, nice fighting with you again.
Good talk. Good talk, friend.
Oh, see you.
Lucy, I got you.
I'm sorry. I do have to say, it does suck.
Bye
but,
bye.
like, it's really
Bye
hard.
bye.
It's really hard to use sometimes. Bye.
Bye.
Lucy. Thanks for talking.
Okay. So we have finished this. So how did it? Wait, I might need to. Oh my god, I need to change the channel. So how did that go for me? Do you think? Because that's the first question. Second question would be. Switch. Did that go well? What is the overall consensus on the for the thing? Oh, we're gonna DM. Thank you. True. I am too polite. Maybe I will learn to be more rude. Wait, let me see. Well, that is what's on my mind, so it had to be done, basically. Okay, I'm gonna check a few things. Where's Wick? Where's Wick? Where's Wick's? Wick, where are you? Oh my, there we go. Here we go. So, oh, I guess. So, question is, I don't know. Is President Sunday streaming now? If so, well, let's DM. Here we go. We're gonna DM. Oh, I know. Yeah, that's because the console went into sleep mode. You should be able to see it if... Yeah. Oh wait, I actually have to censor it for a bit or something. Not docs, because it's not just my profile on this console, so I had to like I think it was okay. Although I'm not sure. Yeah? You think so? You should... Can somebody check if President Sunday is still streaming? If President Sunday is streaming, you should tell to do a debrief with me. Okay, I get it. Oh. Right, right, okay. I think so, yeah. Like, there was one point that I wanted to make at the very end that I didn't really have the chance to. And that is while we can talk about a standard language that is, as I've said, usually based around what is the language used in the capital. That is basically usually what countries model their standard language around. But when we talk about how language functions within countries, especially countries like the US, you really do not have a standard language. Like, I tried alluding to this before, but you have actually whole groups of separate, isolate communities that don't even speak English and work perfectly fine within their internal economies, so to speak, and those internal economies interact with the external economies, if that makes sense, right? And like, let me give you an example from home, right? There are nowadays, well, let's go to before World War II. Before World War II, there was a bustling Jewish community, and we know what happened during World War II, but that's besides the point. And there were many people who did perfectly fine. That's true, Karas. And people were doing perfectly fine, not speaking Polish, but just communicating purely in Yiddish. They didn't even know Polish, right? You have a pretty bustling Vietnamese community in which there are people that are well off and do not really speak any Polish. So it's not as simple as it's made out to be. You know, it's there really is not a standard, a correct way. And yes, exactly. And of course my grandfather used to just tell me that he can tell which neighborhood a person is coming from in Warsaw based on how they speak. That's a thing too. You have diversity based on those things, differences in how people speak, what words they use, etc. Even from neighborhood to neighborhood. I can speak Yiddish. Yiddish is a language of survival. Well, Yiddish was like the main language of the diaspora in Poland. I really want to learn Yiddish. And yeah, it was pretty rough. And actually, a very famous author, which you might be familiar with, Pearl. Yes, I've got his book right here. Isaac Bashevis Zinger. Oh my god, I'm gonna go full screen now here. Oh yeah. Isaac Bashevis Singer. This author yeah, probably. This person wrote primarily in Yiddish, and that's why he wrote pre-World War II, and then after World War II, he temporarily moved to Israel. And because he refused to write in Hebrew, he wrote in Yiddish. He became a persona non grata within Israel. Because Israel sort of really, let's just say delicately, disincentivized the usage of Yiddish as a language. Which also actually goes into our point that Israel tried to enforce a standard in that way, that Yiddish was considered not the proper language because Israel tried to enforce Hebrew as the standard, as the proper language of the Jewish people. So the author got in trouble with Israel for refusing to write his books in Hebrew, but he wrote rather in Yiddish. Yeah. And it's also, there's another thing that I wanted to really say, that yes, yeah, you're correct, Pearl. What I wanted to say, that what actually happens within countries with multiple groups that speak multiple language, what happens organically is not that people have problems communicating. What actually happened historically, and I am willing to bet happens to this day, is that it simply creates more people that speak more than one language. That is what happens when those communities interact directly with one another. It creates more groups of people that speak more than one language. That is what happens. Not a clash in miscommunication. Yes. It happened within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which is why when, I hope it won't sound strange, but when nation states started forming at about the 19th century, there was an article which said that the nation and national identity is a thing that does not sound nice to a Jewish ear, because Jewish people were used to and accustomed to living in multi-ethnical, multicultural, and multilingual societies. So nation state that states that started to try to enforce ethnic homogeneity, language homogeneity, and other things like that just sounded bad. And I'm gonna say that for me personally, those things sound bad as well. They sound bad to my ear as well. I am a proponent of multi-ethnic, multicultural, and multilingual societies as well, which is why I think that it's a good thing that many Ukrainian people are in Poland right now. Yes, usually this concept of standardized proper language is used to create a nation. Yes, yeah. With all of its program. Yes, Belgium an example. Most people speak Flemish, French, English. Some even speak German. Yeah. I love that we share a love for Polish and Lithuanian history. It's fascinating and important. Yes, although the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, the Commonwealth of two nations, is of course not just Polish people and Lithuanian people. It was a country of many, many ethnicities and groups. It was a country of Jewish people as well, Ukrainian, Belarusian, Tatars, Ormians, many, many groups, Germans. It was nice. If we value biodiversity, why wouldn't we value all diversity? Like how intergenerational communication is maintained. Sorry, Lucy, I had to watch from Wick stream because the volume was louder. You could have said, and I would have adjusted the volume. My God. I could have adjusted, you know? I can't believe you. You can tell me those things without shyness. Now my big hope is that some streamers will hopefully cover this panel and maybe the Lucy Haza channel will grow as a result. Do you think anyone will cover this? Apart from President Sandy, of course. Which I still hope he will. Her Lucy Haza Legion, thank you. We might as well continue Final Fantasy 16 for now. Same in Hungary prior to the creation of nation state where such diversity disappeared. Which, by the way, which is a very interesting story because from what I've learned, and my knowledge of this is very cursory, Hungary was not actually all that eager to split with Austria and to form a nation state. Like creating a confederated sort of country was on the table, like really for Austria and Hungary, from what I understand. Like the split was not set in stone. The parties were not super eager to do it, from what I understand. Hopefully it will brings more gigglers. Maybe Vosh will cover this panel. Or Zanderhal. Zanderhal maybe will. You think Zanderhal will cover this panel? Hungary has good people and bad government, like the rest of us, but also special in its own right. Yeah, it's unfortunate. My raid leader in Final Fantasy XIV is actually Hungarian. He lives in Hungary. A very nice person. Very nice person. Very patient, very nice. Yeah. We should talk about that one day. Yeah, we should. I think so, yeah. Yes, we had politicians who supported a Confederate state in the region. Yeah. There were also ideas for confederating within the Polish sphere. Similar federal states as in the US, yeah. I'm really wondering if that would not have been a better route for Hungary and Austria, in all seriousness. Like, I really wonder if it not would have been a better route to go towards. Oh, Demon Mama could cover it. That's right. I could ask her on Sunday, because you might not know, but on Sunday we are going to be talking to Demon Mama because there's a special call-in just for creators. And as a special treat, I mentioned that I might try to get a conversation with Lonerbox, and it seems like we are actually gonna get that conversation because we've exchanged some messages, and it seems like the Lonerbox conversation might be a go as well. Yeah, let's ask Demon Mama. The Demon Mama convo is gonna be like a highlight, but me, homework for me. But I really wonder what I should make the big topic with Demon Mama be. Actually, I'm gonna DM if she's still. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh my god. I don't know how long it will be. Can you DM me those names, please? Tatar! Alright, thank you, Pearl. We're gonna continue to play FF, right? Oh yeah, it's muted. And I can take this. Should you find yourself lost, do not fret. Hold down L3 and trust in your animal instinct to point you in the right direction. Your current destinations will be displayed with. Wow. Whose mom is evil? I'm sorry? Witcher vision. I guess. I haven't really thought about it like that.
Is trouble brewing?
I'm not sure.
Yes.
I need to speak with Father.
The real answer is yes. And the favorite character of all Final Fantasy is now a dog, just so you know. The favorite character of all FF now is a dog. The gear and icon stab is used for equipping weapons and armor, as well as assigning iconic abilities to available slots. I think you have a grown-up dog, yeah. The grown-up dog was the most popular character, not the puppy. Yeah. I should stream Witcher 3, honestly. I should stream Witcher 3 with the Polish dubbing so we can get the authentic experience. Rosarian Oath. Upon joining the Ducal army, all future shields receive a longsword that not only serves as their weapon, but represents the oath that they take to defend Rosaria and her people. The blade of this particular weapon is approximately a hand shorter than those used by most, making it more suitable for a squire not yet fully grown. It actually really fits The Witcher. The Polish dub really fits The Witcher. It fits the, I don't know, the Slavic feel of it. So I assume that Ukrainian dub might also work. Because it's, the Witcher setting is Slavic but not exactly super specifically Polish. They should add a Ukrainian dub to The Witcher, honestly. Designed more for keeping one's trousers in place than stopping the head of an axe, those expecting any discernible protection from this basic accessory will be sorely disappointed. Oh, sorry. Right? I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick. It would be, yeah, I agree. My goodness, I still can't believe that I went through the first panel ever that I've been on ever. I'm still like, whew. It's true. I think I deserve a donation today. I think I've earned a donation or two today. Also, please consider to like and comment under the videos. Okay, I'll be right back. I I I think it went pretty well. I think it went pretty well. Well, it wasn't a subject that I'm not extremely strong on, to be fair. It's like, it's not a super strong subject. I might have, like, I might be speaking a bit more if it were like a historical topic. But with this, I just feel like I'm sort of out of my depth, if more or less. Like, it's a really huge topic. The topic that was chosen for this panel is much bigger than the scope of the panel, if that makes sense. Like, it's a huge topic. And it's a huge topic because it's about a huge issue. It's not even like about a single issue. It's like about a huge collection of issues that are not addressed. Like one issue feeding into the other issue, they creating a chain of events, sort of. And then we also got into the language thing, which I'm actually more like, I did, even if not fully, I did study basically 3 years of linguistics. So I felt more, I guess, so I did feel a bit more, what's the term, confident when it comes to like linguistic type stuff. Like the fact that like this standard language thing. Right, yeah. 3 hours was like just our talk with Pearl. That was 3 hours. 3 hours was what we spent on talking with Pearl. Nationalism, yeah, it's not good. Okay, I'll be right back. I have to go to the toilet. I'm hoping we'll be able to get a chat with President Sunday. Like, it needs to happen considering that I am the... Okay. I actually have DM'd him. But I'm gonna be back. I guess I've sort of left an imprint. Who knows? Maybe Chat Logic is going to react to this. Who knows? The sky's the limit. Maybe the drama streamer will react to this. I'm gonna be back in a moment. It is the Arbiter's Code. Be right back. I feel like most people on that panel probably only speak English. Yes, but some of the guests definitely did not later on. Okay, be right back. I was muted. Oh, it stopped chat. Good, yeah, it's hard for people to see how whiteness is preferred often and conflated with just morally good. Oh. Yeah, whiteness is a pretty wacky concept to begin with. Those are very social. But yes, we're getting into the FF16, which I was supposed to stream yesterday on Premiere, but my best friend forgot to give me the controller. Which I should not complain because I should be just grateful for being able to borrow the PS5. Super nice to meet you. Sorry you got cut off so often. I think the line you said. A dialect is the same. A dialect is the same language. It's just not packed in the way that's accepted as the norm. Yeah, I think the fact that linguistics is the one thing that I actually, even if I didn't manage to finish it, I did study for a few years. And technically speaking, I am certified to teach English as a foreign language to others. Like, the whole standard language thing is a very misused concept. It's, in a way, it's sort of like a simplification for example, for foreigners to have like this standard language to learn. But it's much more complicated than that. But yes, thank you. Orbiter code. Let's go. Okay. Are we ready for... Should I... Oh my gosh. I just clicked on YouTube and tried to move chat through YouTube because at the end of the day it is 4 a.m. right now. So new aesthetic. Best editor ever. I will say that one. That for sure. Wait, has... My first baby panel. I do hope I will be let it on the... I do hope I will be let in on the Ukraine one. Since like... as well. We'll see, we'll see.
Make sure all the crystals are accounted for.
The crystals. That's a heavy thing in this game, I see. this thing on the face.
Good as new. Forgive me, Lord Marquis, pray do not concern yourself with this bungling cur. Bow down, you fool. But I say to speak.
What is this mark on the cheek?
It was no trouble, really. Oh, do not indulge him. To be allowed to stand in your lordship's presence is more than his kind deserves. Why, neither the Empire nor the Republic treat their bearers half so well. He was lucky to be born in your father's dominion. Very lucky, as I remind him every day. Stand, please. Stand. I trust his good fortune will continue. Of course, if that is your lordship's wish. Don't work too hard. Remember, it is for the good of the duchy that you serve.
The duchy.
As do we all, my lord. As do we all. Come along now. Back to your duties.
The duchy's leader is usually a prince. Incredible that we're now playing Final Fantasy 16.
Phoenix will be with us.
Oh, what's this? Finding items. Useful items can be found across the realm by those who know where to look. Items discovered can be viewed on the Items tab in the main menu.
All right.
Oh, whoa. I think those are things that you get to make the game easier. I'm pretty sure. So we're not gonna use them.
Looks like they're getting ready for supper.
I think someone's hungry.
This is interesting how the crystals are utilized in this.
Nice and quiet in here, isn't it? There's Joshua.
This is really cool with the way the crystals are utilized in this game. For gardening, for getting water, stuff like that. It's part of the lore, part of the setting. I wonder if I can explore more. I guess not.
My lord, it's not how it looks. I'm, inspecting the castle walls by order of the Duchess.
You will put Joshua's comfort and safety before your own. Do you understand? Yes, Your Grace.
Damn. How rough. Oh. We might have to talk about the Russia Civil War. Like, to me, that's great news. Like, I'm not gonna lie. To me, that's just
Do you
great
understand?
news.
The power of the Phoenix dwells within Joshua, and Joshua alone. If any ill should befall him, it will be on your head. Do not neglect your duties again. Yes, Your Grace.
Some large gates and stiff levers require extra effort to operate. Use X to access them, then hold R2 to push or pull with all your might.
Good luck.
Father?
You commanded my presence, Your Grace. How may I serve you?
All right, you can stop licking my boots. Mother isn't here.
Do the territories fare any better?
Most lie under a pall of black. In just these few moons, the blight has taken nigh on all of the northern reaches. It is only a matter of time before it crosses the border.
The what?
Nearly every available bed in the capital is already occupied by those fleeing the Deadlands. Even if we were to send them south to Port Isolde, more would only follow in their wake. Every day we delay brings us closer to disaster. We must move now.
Against the Iron Kingdom. We have traded blows with them for too long. It is time to end it.
At the very least, we must secure Drake's breath. Without the blessing of the Mother Crystal, we cannot defend our realm from the spread of the blight.
The Iron Blood will not relinquish it easily. This will be a bitter fight.
We ride for
True.
Phoenix Gate tomorrow. There we will listen to the words of our ancestors, as tradition dictates.
Am I to go with you as Joshua's shield?
There is something else I would have you do first. Rodney.
You will have heard the reports, I'm sure, of beastmen from the north being sighted within our borders. Goblins in the Stillwind marshes. I know of the rumors, yes. Then you know what must be done. I will give you 2 good men. While we ride north tomorrow, you will journey to Stillwind, search it and clear it. Then you will join us at Phoenix Gate.
It is time to prove your strength and shut your mother up for good.
I will do my duty, Your Grace.
True.
That will be all. Rest well. We ride at dawn.
Yes, Your Grace.
Your Grace. Hold to access active time lore. The Grand Duchy of Rosaria, like the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, nation occupying the western reaches of the continent of Storm, with Rosalith at its capital. Rosaria was originally formed from a collection of smaller dominions, all of which now stand united under the banner of Archduke Elvin Rosefield. Not possessing a mother crystal of its own, the duchy has long been locked in bitter conflict with the Iron Kingdom over possession of Drake's Breath, which lies still further to the west in the midst of the boiling sea. Archduke of the Grand Duchy of Rosaria and father of Clive and Joshua, loved by his people for his steadfast leadership both at home and on the battlefield, which he put to good effect in quelling the rebellion's northern territories. Situated in the heart of the ducal capital of Rosalith, it is from the towering ivory fortress that the Archduke and his family rule their nation. An architectural feat the founder himself would be proud of. The castle has stood since the early days of the duchy and watched over the rise of this proud nation and the people who inhabit the city beneath. The Mother Crystals. Enormous glassy mountains, 5 of which tower over the lands of Valicia. They are the source of all the crystals that the people of the Twins rely on in their everyday lives. Not only that, but the lands surrounding them are rich with ether, making the magics the crystals cast even more potent. For these reasons, great nations have sprung up around each mother crystal and have long warred with each other for possession of their blessings. Iron Kingdom. Also known in the local tongue as Heran, the Iron Kingdom is an archipelago nation situated off the west coast of Storm, with its capital at Krieg Loisk. The Mother Crystal Drake's Breath rises from a volcanic island situated just within or without its borders, depending on whom you ask, and has been the subject of long-standing conflict between the Iron Blood and the neighboring Duchy of Rosaria. The Iron Kingdom's inhabitants shun any contact with outsiders, which has given rise to a unique, if largely inward-looking culture.
We drove the Iron Blood from our shores once before. But their patriarch still dreams of spreading his message to Storm. And when the Crusaders march, they move a damn sight quicker than the Blight ever did.
So we recapture the Mother Crystal, end their ambitions, and secure the duchy.
Only the light of the Phoenix can guide us through these dark days. But that does not mean I'm happy asking this of Joshua. Look after him, won't you?
Even if it costs me my life.
Let's make sure it doesn't come to that.
True. What's upstairs? Is it my room? Oh, I'm supposed to actually go here. I am supposed to actually go here.
How long will you be away this time?
Not long. 4 days, maybe 5.
And you will be taking Joshua?
Well, I can't exactly leave him behind, can I? The blood of the Rosfields runs in his veins. Before going to war, we perform the rite at Phoenix Gate. It's our way. You know that. And only the dominant can enter the apothecary, so yes, I'm taking Joshua.
Oh, to hell with your way! The boy is ill.
You think I don't know that? But the boy is also the Phoenix. The heir to the throne. You can't keep him in swaddling clothes all of his life.
Elwyn!
Don't worry. Clive will watch over him. Though he is a youth of but 15 years, he's already a fine soldier. He will make a splendid shield.
You see more in him than the Phoenix did. He was rejected, Elwyn. Our household has no place for such a failure. He is worthless, a man like any other.
As am I, my dear.
Nonsense. You are the Archduke of Rosaria.
Oh, not this again. You know as well as I do that I only sit upon the throne because my father was taken before his time. I am merely warming the seat till Joshua comes of age.
You are your father's firstborn son, and you sit upon the throne. All is in its right place. Unlike some, you have not disgraced our noble blood.
Without men like Clive to keep us safe, your precious noble blood would long since have graced the gutter.
Oh.
We have an early start. I'm going to sleep.
Well, well, well. I can't believe that people are not excited to watch FF16 almost on premiere.
This is it then. Time to prove yourself.
Wishing on a star?
I'm a little old for that. I should get some sleep.
Right.
What is this red dot near the moon?
You're going with them tomorrow, aren't you?
It's probably something.
I am Joshua's shield. I'm sworn to protect him. He takes too many risks.
I only wish I could save him from himself.
Clive, you...
I have another mission too. Father has given me my first command.
Well, if you're not going to pray to Metia for your safe return, I shall just have to do it for you.
Mm. The protagonist sounds much older than he is, by the way.
There's going to be another war, isn't there? Since coming here, I've begun to take peace for granted. I assumed the war between our nations would be the last. But it never really ends, does it?
No. The next war will be bigger than before.
But you'll be alright, won't you, Clive? You're a shield of Rosaria after all, and blessed by the Phoenix.
It's getting cold. We should go in.
Aww.
Good night, Clive.
How nice. It's also almost 5 a.m.
Sorry, Ambrosia. I won't be hunting today.
Don't worry. I'm sure you'll do brilliantly.
I'll try.
Good luck!
Friends, we ride for Phoenix Gate. May the blessing of the crystals go with us and shield the Firebird's flame forevermore!
As grace departs, open the gates!
Lord Rosfield, allow me. I shall see her safely to Phoenix Gate.
Thank you.
Shaka bow.
We're ready to depart, my lord.
Who are you?
May I say what an honor it is to serve alongside you?
Is this a betrayal? Are you gonna try to kill him?
This is to be no mere investigation. If there are goblins in Stillwind, they won't leave willingly.
They're hired to kill me, aren't they?
Beastmen are a fierce foe. We underestimate them at our peril.
Not today, we won't.
Sir Wade, Sir Tyler, let us do our duty.
With pleasure, my lord. As you command.
To the marshes, then.
Smells like a betrayal. Maybe I'm paranoid.
And may the blessing of the crystals go with us.
It smells like a betrayal. How do I save? Specification indicated by glowing paints. I have no clue how to save in this game. There's a save option, but it's not.
Keep your eyes open for those goblins. The reports placed them in this area. It's all swamps from here. Watch your step, my lord. And everything else.
They're gonna accompany me. Are they not gonna betray me? Feeling overwhelmed? Try equipping one or more of 5 timely accessories. For example, the Ring of Timely Strikes allows the wearer to chain complex attacks gone only by using square. The Ring of Timely Focus allows being an incoming attack. As with all items, timely accessories can be equipped and unequipped off the gear table in the main menu. So easy mode, basically. Easy mode. Which we're not gonna do, okay? We're not gonna do the
Not
easy
exactly
mode.
the most well-maintained path. But who do you imagine would maintain it? They've all fled from the blight. It's hard to believe that anyone used to live here. The old village of Stillwind is ahead. Not that there's a lot left of it.
Is there a map? Oh. Oh, isn't there a mini map? There should be a mini map. A loyal shield of Rosaria, chosen by Lord Commander Rodney Murdoch to accompany Clive on his expedition to Stillwind. Once but a low-born page, Wade was inspired to join the ranks after Woodpile fell on him. His life was saved by a young Joshua. A loyal shield of Rosaria and scion of noble family. Tyler followed in his father's footsteps in entering the service of the duchy, rising to the position of right-hand man to the Lord Commander. He was chosen by Lord Murdoch to accompany Clive on his expedition to Stillwind. A level head who could be trusted not only to obey the young Lord Marquis's orders and keep him safe, but to help keep the Fury Sir Wade in line. It's true. An area of swampland that stretches northeast from Rosalith Castle, the odd village could once be found here, but nothing to compare to the lively settlements that line the main road of the realm, and with the encroachment of blight and creatures driven before it was, the scant settlements were soon deserted. Let me check something. Okay, let me check something on YouTube really quickly before we continue. My gosh. Not shorts. Oh my god. Oh. There we go. All right. We might play a bit and then I might go to sleep, sadly. Because it's quite... Goblins. A common species of beastmen. While at first glance they may seem like mindless predators, goblins have their own unique language and are skilled enough to both cast magics and make rudimentary tools and weapons. While mostly found on the continent of Storm, the spread of the blight has forced them to find homes nearby human settlements, a move that often ends in misunderstanding and bloodshed. Ah, it's okay. It's okay, Pippa. I see that President Sandy is still going over the Vosh debate, so I think we might not be able to talk today because I'm feeling, as President Sunday himself says, I'm fading pretty fast. So we will try to save the game and oh, I can save. Oh wow, these are so, oh my god. These are so awesome. Look at that. Oh my god. This is so awesome. Wow. Wow. We're gonna fight a battle and then I'll go to sleep. Damn.
With me.
Magic burst. Use triangle after striking an opponent with square to conjure magic explosion that deals significant. Okay. That was easy.
Goblins. So the reports are true.
They were true,
Should
yeah.
press on. There may be more ahead.
Alright. So we're gonna go to sleep for now. We've been streaming for what? 6 hours. Alright, I guess I'll go to sleep now. We saved, we did the panel, we did everything. Everything went pretty okay, I think. So, good night. Hopefully, someone will cover the panel. Press. Oh yeah, love and solidarity. Boom. Okay, so yes. Good night. I press end stream now.